DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I would fight for the motherland, be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now, yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now, you make something worth fighting for. And nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul, yeah. Yeah.
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Storm days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's not.
in the club that night. The moment you arrived, it was more than nice to meet you. I know, baby, that you're one of a kind, with a body perfect and divine. Oh, so come and let the music play so we can move our bodies. And girl, no matter what you do, just do it hot and naughty. We drink the bar 'cause we don't pay. Tonight nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life. Finally, baby, we've been up all night. The sun's about to rise, and it's nothing but a feature dancing, moving slowly out of sight, feeling vibe from down the line. Oh, let's do a thing and celebrate, cruising a Ferrari. Let's live it like it's the last day and head for the next party. There's nothing they can take away from me, yeah, 'cause nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life. I can feel it now.
On the floor, baby, you and me. It's easy like 1, 2, 3. I don't care if it's day or night. We together make me feel alright. It's a feeling that you can't describe. We don't stop till the morning light. Please, I know what you want and set you free.
Starts when the sun used to set and the night is drawing me closer, right at your side. You're calling my name and you're shining your light down on me.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
Pushing me, spinning me, turning me round. You drop me and then you catch me. You're freaking me, creeping me, making me scream out for more.
We together make me feel alright.
I know what I want 'cause I feel it inside. I'm breathing you in 'cause I can't no more hide. There ain't no words or expressions that fit. You're making me lose all my grip. Yeah, I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
Twisting me, running me all up and down. You hold me, control me. You comfort me, settle me, and you are driving me mad.
We together make me feel alright.
I know what I want 'cause I feel it inside. I'm breathing you in 'cause I can't no more hide. There ain't no words or expressions that fit. You're making me lose all my grip. Yeah, I'm in love
It's all the way up, we gonna make it. The party won't stop until we break it. I head for the top, we gonna take it. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? We want it all, we cannot fake it. We're standing tall, it's time to break it. We go for the cups, we do the kingship. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul in the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul in the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go. The vodka is up, come on and drink it. The moon's in our cup until we sink it. I head to the club, come on, get wasted. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? People won't stop and girls are tasty. We're over the top, girls getting hasty. Still not enough, we make it big time. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul in the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go.
Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette. Hush, hush, to have a good time. A freedom, a victim, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. Time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We're sure that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. Of our own world.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your love, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your love, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down.
信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めようもう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listen 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this wayピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったばかりね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよ がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ビールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but
you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour
I
bus.
saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're
see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me. 'Cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me. 'Cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side, bad side?
Welcome, one and all, to the LPL. We are into day 2 of week 6. We are getting dangerously close to the end of the season. I am just Usheen. I am joined by the absolutely contagious Kitty and all of her optimism in the world. Welcome back to the show. And I mean, what's more, like we're starting to lock in playoffs right now, Kitty.
Yeah, I mean, it is getting super scary for some of these teams that we have remaining in the LPL, other than BLG and JDG, of course, being chilling at the top. But anyways, we still have a lot of teams trying to fight for those top 10 positions, and it's going to be really exciting to see who secures those for the summer split.
Yep, absolutely. And of course, we got more games today. We got more games tomorrow. We are flying through our split right now. But before we can get to that, we got to talk about what happened yesterday. Because, I mean, we were talking a little bit. It was a little bit resident sleeper in yesterday's games. But we still got some decent results there, especially for IG.
Yeah, most definitely. And IG shutting down AL's win streak was a bit of a surprise. I really thought AL was going to kind of ride off the momentum from how many wins they've been able to pick up against pretty good teams, middle of the table. But I mean, YS Chem on something like the Jax never disappoints. And I just feel like this is a much needed win for the side of IG if they want to stay in contention for the playoffs.
Absolutely. Look, it puts them on 3-9. I'm not saying it's possible, but with 4 series left, if they can get up to 7, it isn't impossible. That's the best way I can put it. But it is definitely an uphill battle, and it definitely, like you mentioned, puts a big dampener onto AL's chances of making themselves a playoffs. They were making some moves, 4-7. Definitely not a situation that would have been bad, but now 4-8. We'll see how they're able to do with the rest of the season. On the other match, though, a little bit of a surprise. WE on a bit of a slump, losing 2-0 to LGD.
Yeah, who would have thought? I mean, huge credits to LGD for putting up a fight up against WE because they were definitely the clear favorites coming into this series in particular. But I feel like having something like the Tristana and Ziggs kind of rising in priority in the LPL, it's definitely spicing up a lot of these games, and teams aren't prepared for it just quite yet. But really nice stumber for WE, definitely a lesson to be learnt from this series in particular because they're still trying to fight for a much better position in the playoffs. But still, LGD, don't underestimate them, even though they are kind of lower end towards the standings, but still, it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, anybody's game or anyone's legend, unfortunately, do lose. And there's confirmation of the results on your screen. It was a little bit of a, kind of bottom of the table, maybe mid-table kind of clashes, such like that. And we can see how that table is. Of course, BLG and JDG both locked in for playoffs at 11-1 and 10-1, respectfully. Definitely our top 2 teams, no real question about it. And then after that, we're kind of seeing the likes of Top Esports, LNG, and OMG kind of separate themselves away from the pack.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at WE bouncing off that loss from LGD. They were defeatless at one point in the summer split, but unfortunately, I mean, with the recent weeks, they have been taking a punch. But like you said, the top 10 position, everyone is just one win apart, and I feel like tonight's game is going to be very exciting between NIP and RNG, both sitting at that 7th and 10th position, as we have both of these teams, still trying to figure out what is going to be their team identity coming into this slightly new patch, which I'm going to be really excited to see how these guys will kind of show up for today.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, 13-13 is not coming till next Monday, July 10th, but we are still kind of figuring out where our meta stands. We're seeing Ashe come back into it, Alvarez as such, kind of being a bit more variety in that bot side. We'll see if it continues on. But of course, here are today's games. We got RNG versus NIP. WE got to shake off that loss from yesterday, and they have to bring themselves back nice and quick because they're going up against Weibo. And then later on in the day, it's EDG versus TT. A couple of big games in here for the first 2 series. Like you mentioned, NIP kind of being the gatekeepers right now for that top 10. And RNG looking to try and separate themselves away from that chasing pack.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of exciting games, and a lot of these teams have a lot to redeem from that week 5 position. But of course, RNG up against NIP is going to be our first series between you and me, Roshin, that we will be casting. And I would love to see how these 2 teams go up against each other because I feel like they share a similar identity, both very aggressive junglers in Wei and Shadow, where Tangyuan and Angel, they've definitely stepped up in their game in terms of how they're kind of adapting to the meta and how they've been able to introduce new champions to that pool. Very efficient on AD champions nowadays, like the Tristana and the Jace as well, which we've seen from Tangyuan and Angel. But my biggest question is the top lane matchup because we have Breathe. I believe I saw a statistic that Breathe had some of the highest DPS in an isolated 1v1 that we have in the top lane matchup, but still up against Invincible, I feel like it is going to be a big question mark. But we have our key players for today between Tangyuan and Angel, where I feel like both of these players have really stepped up for their relative teams because Tangyuan, he did get MVP for that week 4 in terms of best performing player, but unfortunately RNG did stumble quite a bit in terms of their week 5 performance, and they're trying to find themselves again, and I feel like it really depends on their synergy with Wei.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a little right at the top there. Tang Yuan, #1 amongst mid laners for KDA, 7.2. And for a rookie, that is incredible stats to be kind of putting in here. And again, kind of reassessing or kind of evaluating how we put RNG in terms of our expectations. We come into the split very much on the kind of, right, you've lost Xiaohu, you've lost Gala, you've lost Ming, you're on a brand new, kind of reset for this roster. Have not been exceptional, but definitely have not been bad. So this is a great opportunity here for RNG to, like we said, just separate themselves out from that bottom kind of, 11, 10th mark, maybe even 9th, and push themselves more towards a top 6 finish if they can. All comes down to how they're kind of play this one here, because I know that NIP coming into this one here, definitely going to be a little bit hungrier to try and, cement themselves within the top 10. They're so close. They can't be letting the last run of form. I think they're on like a 3-series losing streak or something like that.
Rough.
They need a bounce back.
A very tough week 5 for them. I mean, coming off a 2-series loss streak. They're currently on a 3-series loss streak, but they just went up against JDG and Weibo Gaming, and it is just a very rough situation to be because they haven't picked up a single win just quite yet in the past 3 series, all being 0 and 2. So they have a lot of proving to do with this series up against RNG, because this is going to be their best shot. They still have a lot of teams that are very scary up and coming. I mean, they have BLG and LNG up for the remaining 2 weeks, so every win matters. And of course this one, RNG is still trying to figure things out with how their recent performance have been going, because we see a lot of a worrying factor for this RNG roster is we see a lot of disconnect between Breathe, Wei, and the rest of the team, and that is something that is also a common trend for NIP. And I feel like once again my head-to-head that I want to look out for is going to be the jungle 1v1 matchup, because Wei and Shatter are both super aggressive junglers when it comes to that early game, but sometimes the draft doesn't really favor them and they just throw everything ahead in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're kind of seeing that, towards Wei. I'll be totally honest, he's been a little bit hit or miss. It feels like when he's on form, he looks like, again, kind of, 2021 MSI winning roster with RNG. And then when he's not, it really starts to hinder this team. It just feels like he's a bit lost, not quite sure where to go, and just doesn't really seem as proactive at all. So curious to see how he'll be able to do there. And again, the kind of for NIP, we're kind of putting them as this, like, gatekeepers of the top 10. It does feel like they are the best of the rest, if that makes sense. They are going to be... I wouldn't have extreme, I suppose, hope or expectations for them going into the playoffs, but at the same time, they still have to make it there. And if they can take a scalp off of RNG right here, right now, that not only will kind of put them ahead of RNG, but it also gives them a huge kind of boon moving into the rest of the season to kind of say, look, we are going to be like, a big factor of maybe a dark horse in those first few rounds.
Yeah, and someone else that I wanted to highlight is Breathe's kind of influence when it comes to those major 5v5 team fights, because I feel like this guy, he's a very stable player when it comes to the early game and in the laning phase. So up against Invincible, who we've seen show cracks here and there when it comes to that laning phase, is a bit of a worry. But once again, I feel like there's a bit of inconsistency when it comes to the top side of RNG, where in those team fights, we have Breathe looking for a flank, something on the Gragas where he's very comfortable on, alongside Wei. But it kind of seems like RNG, they need to default to back to front to back tempo team compositions, because Tang Yuan, he has been very happy with playing champions like the Azir, which Angel has also been a very big fan of. But something very interesting is that in their series up against Weibo Gaming for NIP in particular, was that we saw Angel pick the Azir 2 times in a row into the Tristana. We haven't seen Tang Yuan play this champion just quite yet, although it's very high priority in the current meta of 13.12. So that's going to be a big question mark on who is going to be getting this Azir champion for tonight.
We'll see. So plenty to kind of like figure out, as you mentioned there. We are coming into today only... It sounds like a lot. There's 40 best of 3s left to play. We still have 40 best of 3s left to play. But at the end of this week, we'll only have ourselves about 14. Sorry, not 40. Sorry, 20, excuse me, not 40. 40 is way too high. Oh wait, is it 40? I'm going to do my maths real quick. It is 40. My God, we still have 40 to gotta go, which means we'll have 20 by the end of this week. But it is still kind of like coming into it that like wins, not all victories are made equal, if that makes sense, because it does come into the end of the season where you're now kind of looking at NIP with 11 series played. This will be their 12th. They'll only have 4 after this. A victory here will put you on 6-6, and with the kind of remaining schedule you have of BLG, definitely a tougher series to kind of go with. Then RA, FBX, LNG. It's kind of a mixed bag between it. You need to be coming out with some victories here if you want to try and secure those top 10. And same on the other side here for RNG. You need to be making sure you're separating yourselves away from people who are going to be, you know, potentially first rounders in that playoff gauntlet, with them having NIP, WE, BLG, Weibo all next up in their next 4 matches.
Yeah, and I also do want to praise NIP for the summer split. They definitely came into this split with a bang. I feel like no one really expected NIP to have such a shakeup from spring to summer, where it really is credits to the mid and jungle between Shadow and Angel when it comes to their synergy and how they're able to kind of keep up with each other's craziness in those team fights, which I really want to credit Angel in particular, where he has definitely stepped up as that carry player on something like the Ari or the Annie. But of course, in recent weeks, they are trying to bounce back from a couple of rough series. So this series up against RNG is going to be very important because RNG, although they took that series win up against TT, it was still a bit of a rough one, or a rough battle to be fought. But luckily, 2-1, they were able to scrap that one up, and still a lot of redeeming to do, because I feel like when it comes to the consistency of these team fights, you need to be on top of your game when it comes to the remaining 2 weeks of the LPL Summer Split. And RNG, I mean, as long as they're going to be able to figure out what their approach is when it comes to these team fights, I feel like it should be relatively straightforward.
Should be relatively straightforward. I like the
should be.
Very key word that you put in right at the start there. But again, absolutely. I think coming into this meta, we are looking at kind of these teams figuring out what works for them. We are seeing a little bit more diversity. The Azir becoming much higher priority as well, coming into the mid lane, like you mentioned, the kind of the front to back team fights. But not only that, but it's kind of like a mesh of kind of like the last 2 or 3 metas we've had, with a little bit of the bot lane changing, a little bit of the top lane, a little bit of the mid. So we'll see how these teams want to prioritize it. Of course, things like the Nico, the Milio, and the Vi, all still extreme bans here that you have to come in. But it's interesting enough, it's being banned by RNG, which means you're going to get NIP saying, look, we're happy to take away something that you would prefer, which is way on that Sejuani. Does mean though first pick goes over to RNG, and with the Annie still very prevalent, something that Tang Yuan has been exceptional on all split.
Yeah, 10 games played, most played champion in the mid lane for Tangyun, sitting on that 70% win rate. So this is definitely a comfort pick for the side of RNG. But Tristana, once again, we've been highlighting this pick for the past week, where it has become such a potent flex between mid and AD carry, where it can go either way. But personally, I think it does better towards the bottom side, just because of how much pressure it has on a champion like the Aphelios, which is a clear comfort for LP when it comes to the current meta. So we'll have to wait and see what LP's default is to that one, because we do know both of these AD carries do share their love for this Aphelios champion, which I do want to highlight that we've seen a bit of a move away from the traditional hyper carries. I mean, you look at LCK, Samira is getting a bit of playtime. We see Kai'Sa coming back into the current meta. ADC is getting a lot more interesting, especially bottom lane with Alistar and Rel as well. So hopefully we won't get, you know, an Aphelios versus Jinx for tonight, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait, of course. The Cassante still absolutely busted. Still a fantastic first proto. Honestly, you can blind it into pretty much anything at this stage in the game. But now RNG find themselves in a very interesting kind of situation. Do you pick the Aphelios or, kind of your bot lane here? Or do you want to try and pick something for the top lane? I was just about to say the Renekton comes in. We talked about this last time, Kitty. The Renekton is seen as a counter, quote unquote, air quotes in my hands, a counter to the Cassante. That's not what we've been seeing. The Cassante just seems like he just outscales the Renekton and can deal with him just fine in the lane, unless you're Bin, of course, because Bin on Cassante is nuts. Or sorry, Bin on Renekton is nuts. Or Cassante.
Bin on anything is nuts, let's be honest. But I was gonna say,
top laner.
I was a little bit surprised that Invincible, I mean, taking the Cassante up against Renekton. On paper, once again, I can't stress this enough. Renekton should be finding a lot of early leads up against Cassante, as long as you have your jungler kind of hovering you, which is something that Wei does really well, especially when it comes to dodging vision for topside ganks. So Invincible, he has to play his cards very carefully on this champion, because Breathe is more than happy to take over the game on this Renekton, where we had the Ivan getting locked in for Shadow for a second time this summer split. I believe the first time they locked it in was up against JDG, and that unfortunately resulted in the fastest game time to ever happen in the summer split for 2023. So with this time, Tristana and Ivan, a very clear team identity where they want to be playing for that double AD carry composition, which to be fair could also be a Ziggs AD carry for Photic, which we haven't seen from him just quite yet, but a lot of teams have been enjoying this because it has a lot of tower taking ability when it comes to that early game and just play through macro.
Play through macro, play through the thing. Of course, the Ivern, as you mentioned, kind of very good at keeping things like a Tristana, a Jinx to kind of, get them flowing nicely into those mid to late game team fights. And honestly, you could go for another Enchanter in that bot side as well if you really felt like it. But for the moment, NIP kind of feeling a lack of engage for the moment, like the idea of kind of going for picks perhaps with the Ashe. And again, the Ashe has kind of just been coming back into the forefront, especially when the solo laners are so high priority that you end up having those extra bans to throw into bot side.
Yeah, and this Ashe, it has a very diverse build right now where you can go either the Shiv, Triforce, or the Kraken as that first item. So it's going to be really interesting to see what RNG's response is to this Ashe pick, because we saw from Weibo Gaming, I believe it was in Light and Crisp, picking something like the Brahmin Ashe where they had so much kill threat in that bottom lane. The glacial synergy, might I say, but with this Rel getting locked in for the side of Lumal, I wouldn't be surprised if the final pick is going to be something like the Alistar, where it will go even, at least even kind of cancel out the threat of this Rel in that early game. But we'll have to wait and see, because I'm gonna be real, I don't like Jinx in the current meta right now. I feel like Jinx, you really depend on 3 item spikes, and you just don't really offer that much when it comes to the early game. So you're just praying that you reach that late game stage where it has to be set up through Lumal and of course Breathe on this Renekton.
Yeah, I just feel like, again, it's kind of one of those things where the Jinx, if allowed to kind of, scale into that late game, get to those 3 items, 4 items, as you say, like a uber late game, they just have an insane range and an exceptional way of kind of making them, kind of take over a fight with those resets and get excited. But on the other side of this, you kind of have to say, you got to get to that late game. And that's unfortunately not a thing that a lot of teams end up kind of getting to. The Jinx just feel a little bit more tempered, shall we say, before that ends up kind of coming to fruition. But on the other side of this one here, the Braum double Freljord in the bot lane to try and deal with this Rel Jinx combination. Honestly, I quite like the Braum coming in here just to kind of nullify a little bit of the Annie and the Jinx, especially when you're looking to try and all in that early game with that Wukong and Annie combination.
Yeah, and I feel like it will be all about the mid lane for today, because we have the Tristana up against Talyun's Annie, where Angel, we've seen him kind of divert to this type of playstyle, but we're not too sure, well, I'm not too sure about if he's able to kind of pull through with this, because I feel like NIP has always been that team where they are also really good at playing 5v5 team fights and just forcing these really good picks through Angel. But this time around, something like Tristana, not a lot of setup, so he has to play through Shadow and of course draw on this Braum when it comes to those side lanes. And I feel like Tristana compositions are a lot harder to execute, because the Tristana literally has to play perfect and you have to play through side lanes. You can't default to the 5v5, especially with the composition that RNG has decided with the Wukong, the Annie, and the Rel. A lot of wombo combos. So once again, Angel, Maya to look out for. But this time around, Photic, where NIP definitely really depend on this guy playing a hyper carry, playing something that you like the utility on the Ashe. Something I'm very excited for. But of course, game 1, it's anyone's game.
It's anyone's games, and it's anybody's time to try and catch themselves a little bit of a momentum, a little bit of swing back towards them. Of course, for NIP on a 3-series loss streak, RNG are coming off of a little bit of more tit for tat. They kind of won against TT, lost against AL, won against Ultra Prime. It's a little bit more kind of scrappy for them, and those weren't easy series either. They lost 2-1 against AL, they won 2-1 against TT. This is now an opportunity for them to try and maybe kind of, bring in that game difference. And we always mention that, the closer to the end of playoffs or closer to playoffs we get, because game difference can be also important, especially when deciding what, kind of where in the rankings you end up placing in playoffs.
Yeah, especially, I mean, just the difference between the weeks when you do get to that playoff stage is so insane, because you do get a bye pretty much for the first couple of games. But once again, these two teams still middle of the table, fighting for securing a playoffs position is going to be key. As we take a look at the start for all of these junglers, we have Wei starting the red buff. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a lot of action happening towards this top side, because we have the Braum that nullifies the Jinx Rel lane perfectly. So RNG, they want to keep their eyes and play for Breathe. And on this Renekton, which I need to once again highlight that this Renekton does find slight advantages when it comes to the early game, at least before 6 when Invincible has that all out. So they need to take advantage of this.
See what they can do. so far going to be, again, nothing really exceptional going to be happening, you would imagine, for the first few levels. Or how does that Winter's Bite hit? I have no idea, but we are seeing the Tristana kind of picked into the Annie to make sure that you can do things like this. Just kind of force her in a lot. That whole point of the Annie in the, you know, kind of previous patches, such was that she had exceptional range, exceptional engage, and kind of exceptional trading patterns. Now, with the Tristana kind of coming back in and being a lot more of a force, you kind of have to be a bit more aware that you can't really take those trades as the Annie anymore. You got to be a bit more aggressive to try and make them work. And Wei going to walk right over a ward, so Angel should be in total safety here, you would imagine, to try and go for it. But now they might go for something in this bot side, just knowing that there's no jungler to try and go for it. This is a huge trade. Lumao has to flash. Massive win there for NIP in the bot side.
I mean, that's just great trading coming out of the NIP bottom lane. Wei still trying to look for an angle onto Angel in this mid lane, but Shadow's around.
Yep, Shadow is here, and just very, very annoying. The Candyman shall pop his shield up, not really be in any danger. We will see Wei try to be aggressive on top of him. Of course, the Ivern not really in a position to try and fight this guy at all, but a knockback. Reed takes a tower shot. And already you can see, yeah, Invincible was like, you've lost a significantly more health than you probably anticipated.
Breed needs to be careful right here.
Oh, good flash from Breed. Invincible almost buffered it perfectly, but that's now flashes down. And NIP already out the blocks, looking a lot more comfortable. Oh,
wait, there's a flash!
Oh, my lord, that stun had to come in so clutch there. Invincible pushing the Renekton all the way back. You talked about it. I've said it. I just don't see this as a counter.
I mean, look, there is a way of slow pushing. If Wei wants to finish his Scuttle Crab and kind of annoy Invincible in this top side, I wouldn't be too mad about that, but I keep saying that Renekton should be winning, but these LPL games are definitely proving me wrong, as Shadow does try to look for something in towards that mid lane, which I do want to hone in on the Tristana priority when it comes to the LPL nowadays. I feel like Tristana gets priority over any other champion, maybe not the Nico, which is pick or ban in the first 3, so NIP kind of adjusting to the meta, and I really like this change or adaptation when it comes to their ability to draft, because I've always thought that NIP, you know, you play through Invincible on something like the Jax that has a lot of split pushing power, while NIP, they play as that 4-man unit in Angel and Photic as the carries. But this time around, Shadow is the sole AP of this team, and usually Jungle Ivern, they still go the support item as the mythic, so not even that much damage to be making up for. So RNG, if they're gonna put Shadow behind, NIP might be in a bit of a pickle.
Oh, we'll see a stun coming in here. Tang Yuan does have his own stacked up and ready to be utilized to the best possible. Then Shadow just trying to be as more of an absolute nuisance as a Ivern can be. But I think the thing is as well, like you mentioned, toward the kind of, you know, lack of AP damage. There's not really a native, you know, kind of super tank. You don't have a Scion or a Cassante or, you know, even an Ornn on your team, and you're kind of going like, all right, I'll just stack a load of armor and it'll be fine. It's kind of a lot of bruisers coming into this one here. So yes, you are lacking in the AP, and the longer this game goes, the more you will be hurt for that. But I just feel like it's a ways away before that's really going to become anyway super relevant for either of these teams to kind of gain the benefit or lose out from it.
Most definitely, as I still am waiting for that huge 5v5 potential that we will get out of RNG once level 6s do come online. Wei is still level 4 though, so it's pretty far away from that. But we already saw, as our camera is kind of honing in on this bottom 2v2, that if Luma kind of engages wrong once, he has to burn the flash. And he already did, but he has the Hex Flash for this in particular. Tang is very far away. I don't think they can contest for this.
Don't know. They're gonna back away though. They really don't want NIP to get this first dragon. Here we go. The mount up comes in. They're gonna pop down the traps afterwards to try and stop Photic and Show. It's a little bit of a separated 4v4. It ends up kind of turning into a 2v2v2v2. Now everyone's kind of backing themselves away. Heal comes out, and they've got some decent damage. That's going to be the dragon going over there to RNG. Decent damage onto Lumao, but he's going to have the crash down to keep himself safe there. And that's honestly just great utilization from RNG to say, look, we know we have the hard engage. They have to respect it. They cannot take this fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was just RNG kind of stealing this dragon in broad daylight's way. Is going to work towards that top side and try to start something with this Rift Herald now, but I thought RNG was relatively split. Tongan didn't have that stun to start everything off. He was sitting on relatively low mana as well, so I personally thought NIP could have had a bit of a fight to it with the utilization of this Braum passive, but now once again level 6s are going to be key, especially for the bottom lane. Photic has that level 6 and we've seen the potency of this Ashe and Braum working together as a duo. You can't just cleanse the initial Asher, you kind of have to hold on to that cleanse until every CC gets put out by the NIP bottom lane to really secure that safety for the Jinx.
Interesting enough, we saw the stats pop up on the bottom of the screen. It was Invincible has the highest amount of solo deaths in the top laners in the league. As we can see that Shadow not quite able to get his passive out to liberate that camp. Will end up forfeiting off as flash for flash. Invincible's coming down here as well. They're trying to just stop Wei from running away. They're dragging him back with the all out. He will be stunned up, taken down. Invincible with a decent roam. Secure his first blood for NIP.
Is there a thing where it's opposite caster cursing? Because you just said that Invincible has the highest solo deaths when it comes to the isolated 1v1, but he's proving you wrong by picking up that first blood, and we all know what Cassandra can do with this slight lead up against the Renekton matchup. The Renekton pretty much gets neutralized through this early game, and he won't be able to find any kill angle onto this Cassandra in side lane, so he really has to look for those flanks when it comes to the 5v5s, which we've been highlighting for the past 8 minutes, but we'll have to wait and see, especially the way being set a little bit behind and once again seeing that disconnect between the mid and jungle of RNG.
This is the thing that Ivor, and you're probably thinking, oh, he's behind by like 2 camps. It's, you know, Wei's not doing that badly in terms of the farm. But I like that you bring it up because Shadow's items are a lot cheaper than Wei's items, and this is kind of how how relative we need to look at it, because when the Ivorin gets his first item or 2, it's a lot cheaper, a lot easier for him to get that than it is for Wei to get up to that Black Cleaver and Divine Sunderer. So really, kind of forcing Wei into the situation where he has to be a bit more proactive. And honestly, getting caught like this is just not going to be. It's counterintuitive. Yes, you get the red buff, but you don't gain anything else from it. You lose.
A bit of a red buff transaction going towards Invincible, but I saw that Wei was forced to use his clone to really dodge out on the CC from Shadow, so he didn't have any ways of escaping that skirmish. And just a bit of an overextension from the jungle of RNG. But once again, level 6s are online, as the next fight will be around this Rift Herald. We don't have any supports moving towards theirs though, so I wouldn't be surprised if RNG just takes this away while NIPs prioritize those tower plates for now.
Yeah, that's kind of generally what we see as well, is that, one team kind of just says, look, we're not going to contest you at all. We're just going to push in another lane, usually the bot side, to confirm either the 2 plates or so that you would generally get. Tibbers gets dropped on top of Angel, who should be able to jump over the wall. Never mind, doesn't even bother jumping over the wall. We see the trade in the bot side. Actually, LP, unfortunately, not cleansing at the right time, just a split second too early. And that meant that he took a very unfavorable trade. Photic and Zhou, with the help of Shadow, just pushing in that lane, getting themselves nice and safe and a little bit more secure to gold. We kind of come back into the kind of game right now. No one finished off the first item just yet, but plenty of boots to be speaking of. And that's the thing as well, when you're going into an Andy, you have to go for the merc treads first. It's just, you are just, trolling, if I'm being totally honest, without it. So you have to be able to rush that one here, which is unfortunate for someone like the Tristana, because she does love to get that early pressure down and try and get that presence in the lane.
If Angel's dying in these teamfights with the Merc Treads and the ability where you're able to buffer a CC, I'm going to be disappointed. But jokes aside, we have no cleanse available for LP, and the Dragon is going to be spawning in 40 seconds, which NIP definitely want to take this, because we once talked about how no cleanse for this Jinx is going to be very scary. It doesn't matter that you have the flash. NIP has such great follow-up CC from the Braum and the Ashe. It's going to be very scary, so have to wait and see how RNG kind of execute on the front to back. As Luma, in these teamfights, I'm assuming he wants to be looking forward. The ultimate from Ashe.
Yeah, gonna get some nice trades here. LP taking serious damage, and you can see without that cleanse, just not in any way, shape, or form able to trade back. And really nicely done here by Photic, just to try and continually put pressure onto this Jinx. It's leading to about a 15 CS lead once this wave gets cleared up, and that's going to be significant. Again, it kind of comes down to finishing off your first item, getting yourself into a much stronger position before that next Dragon fight, which could be happening very soon.
Once again, I mean, there's a reason why Jinx has been lowered in terms of priority when it comes to the ADC champion pool. She just doesn't give a punch when it comes to that early game. And Photic, honestly, piloting this Ashe perfectly when it comes to the laning phase. RNG, they don't really have the circumstances to contest this. Once again, RNG's bottom lane is completely zoned out.
They are, but they're not looking for the dragon right now. NIP are looking for the fight. TP very early here from Breathe. It will secure the dragon, but Invincible didn't have a TP to answer, so the TP advantage came out for RNG. Yes, you'll get yourself a second dragon. Good job to you. What can Invincible get on the other side? That's the question, because NIP, they're forcing these engagements. They're the ones forcing these setups, and they're the ones kind of coming out on the back end of it, not really looking that great.
Yeah, double TB committed from RNG as Tanyan did have to kind of cash his top wave since Breathe committed towards that dragon fight. But honestly, great early game from the side of RNG, kind of denying any early drags away from NIP. But I'm pretty surprised because we see Photic and Dro constantly securing bottom lane priority. Even the Tristan in the mid lane, who should be naturally getting pushed up against the Annie, but every single time just forced off with the amount of kill threat that RNG has with how they're able to kind of play with the vision in this bottom side. As we do have a game pause, and we're not too sure what's going to be happening about that.
Yeah, look, I always say if a game pause can happen, it's much better for it to happen when nothing is happening. Basically, you're all farming. Nobody's in a bad situation, and you can look at I can see it in the mini map just very quickly. No junglers near anybody, so not a terrible time to be having a pause for the moment, but obviously not ideal either. We don't want to be seeing too many pauses coming in. Hopefully we'll be rectified very, very soon. But for the moment, the gold is pretty much dead even. It's just those two dragons really that are being the advantage for the side of RNG for the moment. And again, it's been kind of NIP looking to try and take these dragons, but you have an Ivern jungle. He's just not going to take these objectives in any way, shape, or form quickly. So you have to try and be a little bit more, I don't know, it feels like they're being decisive, but in the wrong ways. They're kind of bringing the dragon down to 3000 HP, then jumping on someone who just disengages, and then they lose the dragon.
I mean, it's pretty hard to be in NIP shoes because you have to consider what their setup is when it comes to turning these 5v5 fights, because it's all up to Photic, as even Dro on the Brom, his ultimate's quite short-ranged, so it most likely has to act as follow-up, while Photic on the Ashe, I mean, it can miss sometimes. I'm not too sure about his accuracy on the arrow. It's been, 2 out of 2 times so far? 3 out of 3? So
like
relatively reliable, I
lot
think,
more.
onto LP in the bottom lane. But still, I'm pretty shocked that NIP hasn't been able to secure any early objectives around that bottom side, given the presence that this Ashe and Brom has been able to secure when it comes to the isolated 2v2. But we'll have to wait and see, because once again, Angel is kind of set up for success with this draft. The Ivern, the Ashe, the Brom, so much setup and peel when it comes to those team fights. But when it does come to those major skirmishes, once again, the turning ability is going to be a little bit, I wouldn't say sus, a little bit unreliable, because you don't have that much AoE CC compared to the side of RNG.
Good to see smiles coming out here from the members of NIP. Just trying to keep the positivity going. Again, they know that they're losing a couple of objectives, but not exactly losing in the game just yet. And it's going to be key about where these arrows hit. If you can get it on top of either the Annie or the Wukong to try and burst them out as they try and go for an engage, that's the big key difference here that could be pivotal between these two sides. For RNG, if they can burst people out, the Ashe is unable to kind of go for something, kind of able to plant her feet and be a nuisance on the sidelines. We have seen it just kind of be flat out useless. And we do have a slight update for you as we are waiting for, kind of a full report. But it was an in-game issue reported. They are investigating, and I'm assuming they didn't see anything wrong. So back into the game we go as we wait to see now, with 13 minutes gone, if anyone can really kind of make a dent, because it does feel like we're going tit for tat.
You talk about game pauses, but something that lives in my head rent-free is the game where Dorm paused the game because he thought he bought static Shiv, but it just wasn't activating.
My Shiv didn't proc. That's bugged. And it's like, you don't have Shiv.
But he had the components, he didn't even buy it. So that's just another day in LCK. But we're back in game now, and RNG is sitting on 2 dragons. Very comfortable early game, as NIP kind of struggling to find those early tower plates into Angel's pockets. Only 1 taken by the Tristana so far, so not the best for Angel.
Seeing trades kind of happening across the board. Of course, that Thornmail rush against the Renekton is the standard nowadays for pretty much any top laner, to be honest with you, going into that Renekton matchup. Just gives you so much better trading value going up against the Gore Drinker build. And first item's being completed kind of across the board here. We did see LP going for a little bit of an earlier reset. Does mean he's a bit of a half-level disadvantage for the moment. And you see Photic now recognizing, yes, I need to go back, get myself my first item. And maybe, just maybe, we might see a fight in a minute 30.
Hopefully we do, because RNG, they are trying to get any opportunity to burn those flashes out of NIP. But talking about the top lane matchup, we've seen Cassante versus Renekton probably 10 billion times in the LPL for this new meta. But still, I wanted to highlight that the guy that I started noticing who built that heal on the Cassante first was Mr. Shanzi on OMG himself, as he is a pioneer of what Cassante is in terms of the meta. And he's very happy to kind of go into the builds and see what works out best. And a lot of these Cassantes have been kind of following Shanzi's footsteps, with the Thornmail getting not locked in, but getting bought for this matchup. But once again, I mean, items are coming online, mythics are getting picked up by the entire side of RNG, but we don't have a static Shiv for this game one, Oshin. What?
No statics, no statics yet. We'll wait to see. I mean, I'll be totally honest. It does feel like, especially here in the LPL, teams are kind of going, or at least players are kind of going, you know what? Unless you're LeBlanc, it's not that good. It's really not that good. Just not really something that's going to be giving you as much power. Go on. What? Give me your theory.
A lot of teams have been brainwashed into thinking how OP. Oh, the Ash Arrow, is it going to hit?
It's not going to hit anything. Angel going for a trade back with Tangyuan. They both come out pretty worse for wear on that one there. We do see an ultimate coming in. Oh, LP perfectly judging where the Tristana was going to be. And Angel gets cleaned up there for a nice, simple kill. Very, very well done there by RNG to make sure they still come out on top of that trade.
Angel just exploded on the side lane. That buys so much time for RNG to work off. And picking up the side lane priority. And Shadow, you're dead, buddy.
Oh, is he though? He's actually kind of flashing perfectly over that wall. Getting himself nice and further away than he needs to be. He's actually, Daisy taking a 1v1. Who wins there, Daisy or Tibbers? Daisy was coming out on top. Daisy's got hands.
Daisy was putting up a punch to Tanya where it burns the Annie flash out of that exchange. I mean, I'm sorry for calling that Shadow was dead. I didn't expect Daisy to have so much damage on the Moonstone, and that is why Ivern has been getting so much attention in the current patch. I mean, he just has so much inbuilt damage through Daisy, although going a support item, so kind of Tanya not respecting that type of damage. But once again, the dragon is going to be spawning in 20 seconds. No flashes available from the mid jungle of RNG, so it's going to be relatively hard trying to contest for this, especially with having no vision whatsoever. So it has to be through Lumal, who does have the flash available on this rel.
It's kind of like your main real engage. Like Wei and Tangyuan not having that available to them is very key. As we look at the replay here, this is just straight up a 1v1. I will say Tangyuan is level 11, so he does have that extra bit of damage on the Tibbers, but that Ash Arrow looked like it was going to hit Tristana. It looked like it was aimed at the Tristana rather than the Annie.
Well, unfortunately, friendly fire isn't a thing in the League of Legends universe, but this rocket from across the world just hit Angel. Angel had the flash available as well, but he just wasn't aware because there was no vision whatsoever in that river for the side of NIP to work off. And finally, NIP stopping the dragon stacking away from RNG and managing to pick up this third one.
Nicely done. Does mean they forfeit top side pressure. Looks like they're just going to be giving over that Rift Herald. I will say that the wave crashing in top side, not ideal. You would have liked it for Invincible to be there a little bit earlier. Bot lane is going to be pushed in now. They've got Zhou coming in off the side of this one here, so Angel trying his very best to burn down this tower, but it's actually very difficult for him to try and just kind of fully commit to it. And RNG are kind of winning on the macro here, getting themselves a tower in top, getting themselves the Rift Herald mid lane tower, and there's not really been, apart from that one dragon, there's not really been a response here for NIP. The gold very, very heavily swinging back in RNG's favor.
Yeah, I'm pretty confused because you look at RNG's entire composition, they're not supposed to be the ones being able to take towers away from NIP. I mean, Angel is still struggling to get rid of that tier 1. It's going to be really hard trying to match this Renekton, who is level 13, by the way. So Shadow needs to be constantly hovering towards this Tristana if she wants to be pushed up, but Wei has been able to reset. And Lumal, once again, hovering towards his bottom side.
And Luma looking for a little bit of a movement here. We are going to see a flash in with the Magnet Storm. Do they have the damage? That is a question. Oh, that knockback Just stop the arrow
Again?
from going in. Another, not quite going to land. Now they're going to see if Daisy can have something to say about this. Just get the knock up, forces the flash out of Breed. Invincible with a million, billion, zillion dashes, just getting himself away as far as he possibly can. Hasn't gotten out of it just yet. Will get one more, though, with a bit of a shield. And that should keep him safe on that top side. However, that tower should be going down as well. So again, RNG kind of coming out on top again.
They commit 4 people towards this bottom side by NIP, but look at the top side. RNG secure the tier 2 tower, and I believe even LP was kind of shredding down that tier 2 tower in the mid lane, and they're just losing all control when it comes to setup for this upcoming ban, which is going to be in 30 seconds. I mean, once again, we take a look at the replay. NIP just really struggling to lock down anyone in the side lane, but it was a bit of a strange play because we had 2 people only towards this bottom side where it was like a half-committed play, and we had 5 people committing to this bottom lane play, but it was really good cancel from Tongyuan, and K'Sante do K'Sante things. He didn't die here.
No, he should have. Even though he actually...
Any other champion.
Any other champion. He actually messed up his ultimate. The funny thing is there is that Invincible wanted to get way on the long part of the wall so he could get him all the way away and then kind of just, you know, turn into an isolated 1v1 and then walk away. He actually messed it up and still survived. So there you go. Good champion design. Sorry, I find it very, very boring to cast a K'Sante. Where are these arrows going, folks?
You know, Ocean, I heard a hot take. I believe it was
What's
a
your
Zale.
hot take?
So the hot take on Twitter was, although K'Sante is extremely overtuned in terms of his kits, but considering the tank champions that we do have available in the pool, K'Sante is a relatively entertaining champion compared to the rest of the champions like Maokai, Sion, Malphite, because K'Sante has dashes and he has so much outplay potential when it comes to his dashes.
See, this is the problem, though. If everything is front-loaded and you know, like, I don't get excited seeing that they can get on top of Invincible because I'm like, well, he's going to get out. K'Sante's going to leave, you know? That's not exciting. That's not, I'm assuming that, I'm assuming if you get caught as a K'Sante and you don't survive, you're bad. It's just,
if you're
bad.
dying on K'Sante, you shouldn't play the champion anymore.
Exactly, he's that overtuned. If you die on K'Sante in any kind of situation in a 1v2, you're just bad at the champion. I'm sorry. You know, it's skill diff. No, I mean, I think it's just for me is that it's so overtuned that no one else can really kind of deal with it, or no one can like react to it, if that makes sense. So makes it a little less fun for me, you know.
Yeah, but talking about skill diff, we kind of highlighted how important Photic's ultimates when it comes to these team fights was going to be, but I believe we haven't seen one hit in the past 5 minutes or so. So NIP really struggling to find any picks onto RNG while they're just out macroing NIP in general. Although NIP are the ones locking in this Tristana and putting so much priority in terms of the side lane, it's pretty surprising when, I mean, NIP just struggling to find any picks.
Just not really getting anything from this. 3,000 gold lead, about 3.5 as we come into the next dragon. That will put RNG on soul point. Great soul for them to get. And look at the vision. They just have nothing right now. And we talked about how, you know, RNG are waiting for the Jinx to get up to maybe 3 items, 3.5 to kind of be a bit more relevant and such. But, like, I mean, it's not as if NIP are forcing them to do anything else. They're just kind of now looking for this fight. They will have a TP on Breed, who will be coming in straight away. Arrow goes off into Narnia. And that's going to be the soul point confirmed. Breed now in the middle of absolutely everybody. The Magnet Storm is good, but they're able to take down Breed before anything else happens. They're going to be able to turn back with Wei, and the AoE is just insane. LP is just too damn big. A flash from Angel, but he's already been revealed. A Gale Force into his face. This is RNG's game. NIP just cannot do anything about it.
I mean, who needs 3 items on the Jinx when you have a god tier composition when it comes to those 5v5 forces? And then while setting everyone up, and a beautiful follow-up from Wei's Cyclone as well. They're going to secure themselves this tier 2 tower in the mid lane, and of course the 23-minute Baron going to RNG's hands.
I mean, look at this replay. Again, you're forcing this because you know you have to, but you're too late. Like, you don't have the priority.
No priority, no vision. Arrow goes wide from Photic as well, and Cleanse forced out of Breathe. Although this Renekton does die instantly, but they no longer have the kind of DPS to kill anyone else. LP pretty much free hitting this entire team fight as Angel, the remaining member, flash for flash as well. While Talia is the one picking up the triple kill. We didn't even get to highlight this Annie's DPS when it came to that huge 5v5 because Wei just had a beautiful cyclone onto 3 people of NIP. And once again, NIP, I mean, you're just slowly bleeding because of how inactive you guys were in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that you brought that up for Wei and Tangyuan, is that the Cyclone Tibbers combination is a reason why this duo is so feared in most, you know, kind of pro teams, is that you just get so much AoE damage. And I mean, like, what's a Braum gonna do? Like, yeah, you put up a shield, but that's not gonna stop a Tibbers. That's not gonna stop a Cyclone. Like, that's a very niche amount of damage you're gonna be able to try and, you know, kind of mitigate. And we saw just kind of how useless it was. We come back into live, Baron taken. Only one outer tower left on that bot side, which is probably going down very, very soon, as Wei just kind of keeps this minion wave buffed up and alive to keep putting in the pressure. And this is starting to become an almost impossible feat because we're almost at that 3-item point here for LP. He's the Jinx that will shred through absolutely everybody. Good
Arrow does hit this time.
It's on to Breed, though. Not exactly the ideal target. He's going to have his stopwatch as well. They do have a little bit of extra time to work with him, and they just kind of keep pushing in the damage. What are you supposed to do? You have nothing that can deal with the true carries of the Annie and the Jinx. It's an ace for one. It's gonna be the game, and it's gonna be RNG taking the advantage.
Where is the damage from NIP? Breed lived for so long, and this game, 25 minutes, LP just popped up on this Jinx.
He really did. Got up to 2.5 items, not quite the third, but it was just more than enough. It ends up being a just under 26-minute win here for RNG as they take advantage over NIP in this best of 3.
We said from the very beginning, NIP, they needed to play through the silent. They needed Angel to carry on this Tristana and get those tower plates into his pockets as soon as possible, but unfortunately, RNG just flipped the script and they did it much better. And when it did come to those important 5v5s, they had the better team comp as well. And it was just a lot easier to execute with the Cyclone in hand, with the Tibbers in hand as well. So NIP kind of shooting themselves in the foot with this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, you pick the Ivern, you're kind of looking to buff up your AD carries, go a bit crazy and stuff like that, but we just didn't really see them kind of coordinating. It was like an Ash Arrow in a 1v1, which you're never going to kill the Jinx in. You're always just going to be able to harass and move back, never going to get the kill. Top lane, Cassante almost got a couple of things going, but then we just saw Wei kind of shift his focus towards that top side, and there was nothing that Invincible can do. And this Tristana effectively did not a lot. It was nice. It did a bit of damage, but you pick the Tristana to be a turret-taking kind of machine. You pick her to kind of get that early advantage and then move forward with that advantage with the rest of your team. It just didn't really come together. I'm going to be honest as well. The Braum was less than useless. It was just not really the pick they needed. So, I mean, a lot to change for NIP coming into the second game. But for RNG, look, they took it in their stride. They knew exactly how they needed to play. And it's great to see them kind of confidently going for a lot of these fights around dragons, which a lot of other teams may have said, nah, we don't really feel like we can go for this. They took it, and it gave them those early dragons.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the Braum, and I feel like something like the Alistair could have worked much better for the side of NIP because you already see that they were struggling to kind of start fights in terms of their own conditions. And with the Ivan getting locked in for Shadow in this game 1, he was just trying to be the peel that was kind of playing for the AD carry. So maybe it was a bit too defensive for this game 1, but once again, RNG, although LP and Lumao did struggle a little bit in terms of the early game, but I believe this Tristana in that early game only secured 2 or 3 plates, so that's definitely not enough to kind of carry everyone of the side of NIP on your own shoulders. And RNG, I mean, they just got every single objective because Talia somehow was able to kind of shop even more than Angel when it came to those 5v5s.
Also shows you that is like nothing in terms of damage. That, like, from what we've come from in the previous metas of, like, you know, 13 11 13 10 and stuff like that, that is nothing there. There wasn't even anyone at 20k. That's insane to me, I'm perfectly honest. But again, Tangyuan building up his KDA 3-0 and 8 on the Annie. I will check to see if he's undefeated on it, but he has been having a fantastic split on the Annie, you know, regardless of what way you kind of cut it. But I mean, again, NIP, you got to come out with a lot more kind of, you know, I suppose cohesive kind of setup. I feel like they just were a little bit lost in this composition, didn't really know how to execute on it.
I believe that puts Tongyun's win rate up to around 76 or nearing the 80 because he's had 11 games on
Not
it now
bad.
and he's won 8 games and he is on a huge win streak. We'll have to double check about how many games he's won in a row on this Annie, but definitely not a champion that you want to be giving over to Tongyun. A huge comfort for the side of RNG and of course Wei on that Wukong as well. Just great identity coming to this game 1 and RNG executed it perfectly.
Yeah, they absolutely did. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, we'll have game 2.
Oh,
we're getting a
we're on the
dive.
tower here. What is going on? JDG! They're just trying to flex all over NIP here. Kanavi goes down for a second time as Shadow has arrived. You get 2 kills for Ruler. Angel's here now too. And we got chaos early here, Kitty. As Knight's trying to make it away, does get Vault Breakered in the end. Angel has died to Ruler. One more auto. No, he heals. It's not enough. The fadeaway shot, and Ruler now has 3 kills out of seemingly nowhere. A magician with his hat.
Oh,
Can Shadow
Shadow!
shut him down? No! Give him a 4th kill, because why not?
Yeah, we're getting to the point now as well where Uzi, 4 items on the Ezreal, like, this is an absurdly fed carry with an Ocean Soul as Uzi flashes away from the Pop Blossom. Here comes Ning on the back line. I don't know if he has the damage to kill him. Uzi manages to kite it out. That was gorgeous play. Triple kill for Uzi as he looks for more. Fofo stealing the multi-kill, but EDG stealing the crowd here today. What domination in game 2.
Are kind of in a very similar boat where they have to wait. Oh boy. For a long time.
Hung's just going to get brought back there. There's nothing really he can do, but he's still taking up a storm. Is going to get the flash out. Not able to get it as Uzi, but Hope is going to take the brunt of Uzi's ire. And Uzi comes up big. We got to get him cut out here, though, as Iwandi's trying to take him down. He's healing a lot. He takes out another, and that's huge for EDG. He can't get the 3rd, though. Mako on the other side of Dodge, but it doesn't matter because WE have crumbled to dust.
The players as Ultimate's popped in the bottom side and LWX is here as well, but the Shy just jumps on top of him and turns him to pieces. The Shy is an absolute monster in the 2v1.
I mean, Cube, right? Guys, I'm complaining about Cassante, but Cube has still put on a clinic. Like, there is still a part of this game that Cube is still nailing. It's LNG forces TP from WE because they're around this dragon. It's going to be dragon number 3. We begin with another 5v5 in a 32-kill game, as that was a blind arc to stop Hung. Gets him to the back line, though. That's only onto Hung. But the jungler's burnt down. Seeker running in. Needlework, number 1 doesn't connect, but it's an AoE. The kinematic fusion scout knocks him away so that he gets his own kills. Gala flies in, flushes over, quadra kill. Gala is legendary. You know, it's Penta time for one of the best ADs in the damn business.
Just talking, but seeing as you ask me, you know that I will call it how I feel it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. If you want it to. If you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. If you want it to. If you want it to.
Still no answers. Someone's gonna pay for this. Watch me disappear. The days get longer, my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? In my history, I am the absentee. Where's the part for me in this story? But the colors rule the world inside my head, and the words of all the songs that I've heard. I'm a shadow of a thought that has not formed, somewhere in between. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me?
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second game of our first series on a beautiful Tuesday morning or night, depending on where you are in the world, as we do have literally two far corners of the world between myself and Kitty. RNG came out with a dub. They getting themselves right up into the series, trying to get the 2-0, and it was all off the back of big engages from Wei and Tang Yuan, and Wei is our MVP.
Yeah, Wei on the Wukong finding successful ultimates onto the enemy team. But honestly, I was a little bit iffy going into this game one because we saw how there was a bit of a troll invade from Mr. Wei himself towards that red buff. And we got a little bit worried, but RNG making up when it came to those 5v5s, and it was through Wei's initial engage and how well he was able to find these angles on the Cyclone. And of course, Tang Yuan's beautiful follow-up. This is just, you know, to kind of budge Angel just a little bit more with that no-scope ultimate from LP on the Jinx. But once again, these 5v5s were just absolutely insane from Luma, from Wei as well. And LP on the Jinx, I mean, I was kind of disrespecting the Jinx pick a little bit because I said how in the early game it was a very weak pick, especially up against Ashe and Braum, where they just offered so much. But I mean, if you have a beautiful front-to-back composition and RNG executed perfectly, LP was free hitting.
Yeah, I mean, LP just never really had anyone to threaten him at all. It felt like if Invincible wasn't immediately jumping onto him, it just felt like it was a lost fight for NIP, and a lot to change here for NIP coming to game number 2, because nothing worked. I'll be totally real. Absolutely nothing worked. I think the Cassante was still fine. Plenty of kind of ways that can work, but there's only so much a Cassante can do for you in these setups. So really want to see them kind of come in with a much different game plan to game number 2. They are on the blue side this time around, so they will have themselves that first priority pick. Maybe they pick up the Annie for themselves. Maybe they look to try and secure a little bit of the the jungle presence we saw with the Wukong. We'll have to wait and see. I just think that this team is starting to feel like the pressure is building onto it a little bit too much. And again, they are the gatekeepers for the moment, but they're not a million miles away from the top 10 of everybody else. Like, they're what? I think 6 and 5 or 5 and 6, excuse me. Ultra Prime 4 and 7. FBX, Fun plus Phoenix AL. They're all on 4 wins. You're not exactly safe.
Yeah, and I kind of gave NIP a bit of a pass in week 5 because they had very tough opponents in JDG and Weibo Gaming, where they were kind of experimenting with different drafts, playing through Shadow on utility, and of course Angel on these hyper carries like Tristana as well. But we see time and time again that it's not really working out for NIP, and they only have so many games left. So maybe default back to something that is a lot more comfortable and something you're a lot more used to, like playing through Angel with setup in terms of having a champion like the Ahri or the Nico, which isn't going to be led through Ahri and Annie. And of course, Shadow needs to be on something aggressive where he's able to be the initial engage, so allows NIP to have a clear indication of when fights should be committed to.
We'll see. Right now, it is still very much RNG's favored matchup, you would argue. Definitely after that game number 1, which was honestly not a lot of fighting. Not a lot happened, to be perfectly honest.
You
in that
even
first
talked about
game.
how damage was really low.
Yeah, it was super, super low. It really didn't kind of go anywhere as such, and that's why we're kind of maybe seeing a little bit of a shift into this next game. We'll see if it can go a little bit kind of crazier, but I mean, if it's that kind of bog standard style, it will favor RNG a lot more than NIP. It feels like this is a kind of exactly what they would want to be going for, and for the moment, NIP have changed up the draft and said, all right, Tangyuan, you're still an issue. We're getting rid of the Annie. We're not going to let you have something that you're super comfortable on.
Yeah, I really like this ban coming out of NIP. 3 mid laner bans out of NIP. Huge respect onto Tangyuan as well for this game too. But we still need to remember that Tangyuan's definitely expanded his champion pool coming into this summer split. And I have been extremely impressed with him on something like the Jace. So I wouldn't be surprised if NIP, they are going to straight up deny that away from Tangyuan, so there is something like the Wukong Ari still up and available for RNG to pick up, while NIP, they're looking to secure themselves an AP jungler like that Maokai for this draft.
Wait to see where they want to try and go for here. Maokai would be the most obvious pick. I hold out hope for someday seeing a Lilia as the kind of second one, as I am an Lilia
Shanty's
enjoyer.
Lilia was definitely a treat for the audience in the LPL, because I believe he picked
awesome.
it in top lane up against Sion or something, where it was just kind of scratching at a huge tank in the top side, and he was just having so much fun on the Lilia. I'm praying that I get to witness that once again in the upcoming this split, but we'll have to wait and see, because Tangyuan on this Azir, we saw RNG kind of experimenting with this Azir for the past few weeks, and Tangyuan, I mean, delivering very well with execution, but they are playing for those 5v5s, and RNG, given their kind of tendency to play out team fights, Way and Breed, they're very they go in quite fast and they play the team fights very fast, so I feel like they need to kind of chill a little bit to allow Tangyuan to have space to do that DPS on the Azir, which you so willingly want. But once again, I wouldn't be surprised if RNG kind of commit to this late game type of playstyle with something like that Aphelios or the Jinx for LP, and Luma just locks in a peeling Enchanted support, or maybe something like the Braum for this game too.
Yeah, and honestly, it's interesting as well, because for NIP, this is a poppy toppy. This is something that's going to be, you know, kind of seen fringes amounts. We've seen the Shy play it a couple of times, but definitely has arguably a lot more power in that kind of, you know, jungle role. We always talk about the level 3 being a poppy, a full build, having so much power and presence with so much CC and just kind of denial of escapes. But for NIP, they're going to put that in the top lane for Invincible, going up against the Renekton. So shouldn't have a bad time. Should be losing the lane in all seriousness, but not to a point where they should be getting solo kills. And we'll see where RNG want to try and take their draft now that plenty of these AD carries have been taken off the board. But the Aphelios has
It's an
not.
Aphelios?
I was going to say, because the
No
Blitzcrank
way!
was actually prioritized as a ban, which means that RNG are kind of feeling very confident in this. There's not many, you know, other champions that the Aphelios will be, you know, kind of afraid of.
I wouldn't be mad at Azir Rakan for NIP towards his bottom lane. Rakan, a great champion at engaging and disengaging, depending on what you really need for your team composition. But no, it's going to be the Ziggs and most likely either Leona or Nautilus locked in for Dro. And that is a great answer for LP. And they have so much lane party when it comes to that early game.
It's something that we've been seeing as well, the Yordles coming into fruition here on in the LPL patches, the Tristana, the Ziggs, and the Poppy, very much coming back into the forefront of how, you know, kind of powerful they can be. The Ziggs in particular has been such a great denial of something like a short-range AD carry like the Aphelios if he does not have that Calibrum gun. So last lock-in is the Rel here for the side of RNG, as they do end up getting themselves a pretty decent AoE kind of team fight. And again, if they can get the range, if they can kind of, you know, get on top of some of these carries, they will burn through them, but they are waiting for those front-to-back team fights later on in the game, very much so.
Yeah, RNG once again looking for those huge skirmishes when it comes to those major objectives, and they have double carries in Tangyuan and LP when it does come to that late game. But NIP's roster, I mean, they have the Ziggs locked in for Photic, so 2 games in a row, kind of leaving the limelight for Angel to shine once again on this Jace. So he needs to deliver for this game too, because definitely leaving expectations to be met from that game 1 performance. But this time around, they have the Poppy, they have the Maokai, great engage for these team fights and a lot of setup to allow Angel to pop off in these team fights.
Absolutely. We can see now that both these teams, as I said, desperately looking to try and lock in their playoffs as quick as they possibly can. Getting up to 7, 8 wins is 8 definitely is something that kind of can definitely try and secure for you, but 7 is nearly there. You're almost kind of getting yourself in. With the lack of series left to play, you need to start
Dipping
securing,
your
especially
toes in there.
dipping your toes, exactly. Especially for RNG, WE coming up next, BLG, Weibo, plenty of games they could be dropping. For NIP as well, they need to make sure they're not just the gatekeepers. They don't want to get outside the gate when they lock it. So they have to try and get themselves a win here to try and keep this series alive for them. Jesus.
Shout out to that guy who was shouting NIP in the crowd. That is like 1,000% of effort going into the fan chants and NIP's home arena. The fans are very excited and supporting their team, of course. But going into this game too, NIP's draft still a little harder to execute compared to RNG's very straightforward front-to-back composition, where you need to play through item spikes and, of course, Angels and Photic's poke when it comes to the Jace and Ziggs composition. We'll have to wait and see, because RNG, they have so much setup to really negate that type of early aggression as well.
Just good vision denial here from RNG, making sure that they're not giving over any kind of early advantages or early information over to the side of NIP, and both teams going to be happy to kind of start on the red buffs, move forward from there. And NIP is a relatively new organization in League of Legends, but it's kind of a weird one as well, because obviously such a huge name in the likes of CSGO and really kind of, pushing themselves into this, new scene here in the LPL, have a venue, only opened that up like properly a few weeks ago, and they really are making a proper kind of go of it here within the LPL. And honestly, this is, kind of the start for them. They want to try and start making playoffs, start making moves, to build up a little bit of a name for themselves, build up a fan base. And it kind of starts from here. You need to start taking down some of the more, kind of established organizations. You need to start making yourselves known. This is not the situation to be in. The Ignite coming down on the Photic really just kind of push him back. He is a Ziggs, so he should just be fine at CS from afar. But now Breed kind of taking a bit of a trade back into Invincible, who is very happy to kind of go back straight into him, as both these teams kind of going tit for tat for the moment.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight that RNG, they were able to secure themselves the Sejuani and Renekton combo for this top side. So Invincible, he doesn't have a ward here. Could potentially need to burn a flash if he's not too careful. But we will have the 2v2. Shadow's walking in here.
Yep, Shadow is walking in. Will have some decent CC to keep himself relatively safe. Might have to flash, but no. Angel has the first rotation. Now Wei in a bad position here.
Where
Wei's
are you
dead.
going, Wei?
He saw where Angel was coming from. Flash in, knock back, hammer down, get
He
bombed.
flashed! I mean,
Wait.
Oshin...
Wei flashed?
Wei flashed. I don't know where he flashed or where he wanted to get with that flash, but at the end, flash for flash trade out of the both junglers. Angel secures a red buff for this lane. That is going to be so painful for Tangyun to deal with, because Azir, you need to play through small pokes and trades, but with this red buff in hand now, Angel more than happy to kind of over trade and really bully out Tangyun when it comes to the mid lane 1v1. Great knockback.
Nicely done there. However, Tangyun with the Sand Soldiers just getting a much better trade. Yeah, I'm not sure why Wei flashed there. There is zero chance he survived that. So, yeah, bit of an unfortunate situation here for the RNG jungler. However, the rest of the lanes aren't going badly. Not quite sure what that interaction was. And now they're going to fully engage on the Lumao, who has to flash away. What was that interaction? That was curious looking.
Not too sure, but it wouldn't be League of Legends without a few bugs here and there. But once again, I mean, I'm pretty surprised that NIP is kind of giving up a punch up against RNG, who I feel like Ziggs should be the weaker out of the two, especially considering that we do have a Conquer in hand for LP when it comes to those long trades. We do take a look at the winner for top lane. It is sitting on a 75% win rate for the Poppy top. So Invincible, I mean, he has a very good chance of denying a lot of those engage angles from Wei and Breathe. And of course, Wei giving that first blood over to Angel. They need to look for these early objectives very early on.
Away, still being aggressive, still looking to try and find somebody, or even just find an advantage of his own. Good moves here from the side of NIP, despite the early pressure that comes out from the bot and the top lane. They are still very much keeping themselves relevant and on top. Lumao drops down a ward, which will be instantly cleared. That is just one of the worst feelings in the world. Dropped out a pink ward and it just gets taken away straight away. No value.
I'm usually on the one who does the troll wards and just gives free gold to the enemy team. So I can't really complain about that too much. But we do have a lot of priority shown towards his top side for the side of NIP once again. While Photic, I mean, on the Ziggs, he's just trying to keep LP and Lumao in lane with this bottom lane 2v2 and allow Shadow to kind of play towards their solo laners and get Angel ahead. He needs to get that Manamune as fast as possible when it comes to the mid game to allow for that poke where it will kind of have to shut down the game before the 30-minute mark. Because you have to consider that RNG, they have the affiliates, they have the Azir, they want the game to go late. So as long as there's no dragon stacking for the side of NIP, they're more than happy.
It's a big if. They are going to get the shift back, but not really over the wall. Like the idea coming out here from RNG to try and get a bit of pressure, a bit of advantage, but really not in position. Now that they've given away Wade's position, Breed just knows he has to play weak side, doesn't have the dominance. Wade kind of moving himself up here. Try and help him out. He's losing so much of this wave right now. It's just denying him that level 6 for so long. Now he's going to get engaged upon. He's going to get knocked back. He has to flash. Way is here. Maybe they look to try and fight onto Invincible, but it's going to be a difficult one for them to do. Again, no level 6s for either of these junglers. Look at the wave just dissipating, just disappearing.
Disappearing. It's gone because Breed just missed out 3 waves under tower. I mean, honestly, Invincible can just go back in and get that second tower plating as well. And NIP, they're taking full advantage of putting Breed behind on this Renekton.
Really are. And again, it comes from that first play where Wei dies. Wei loses his flash and is just kind of on a off kilter, then kind of, you know, resets where the kind of setup can be. And Breed doesn't even get a level 6 from that. You can see him there on the minimap. He's almost got himself up to level 6. We'll get it eventually, but this is just so painful for a Renekton, which, like we said, has to be doing well in this early game.
Yeah, especially when you have the Sejuani who links up so well with this Renekton in the early game. We aren't seeing too much from Wei, but I feel like purely it's from execution, even from that mid lane skirmish 2v2 that we saw from Tangyuan. Great setup with his ultimate, but Wei not being able to connect with the follow-up CC does mean Angel gets away with his flash in hand as well. So all of the execution falling flat, but I do like this statistics, 100% win rate for the Ziggs bottom lane so far in the summer split. So if Photic loses, I mean, is it the champion or is it the player? We'll have to wait and see, because Photic, I mean, something that I wanted to highlight is that I'm really happy that NIP is introducing us a different type of team identity where Photic is willing to kind of drop that carry position for Angel. And with this given start and the serrated dirk in his hands, they can contest for this early dragon.
See if they want to go for it. Sorry for the long pause. I took a much longer yawn than I thought I needed to do. As we see Breed, he needs to get this wave reset. You can see how terrible he's in a position, and will finally pop the Dominus. Wants to crash this wave so badly, and will eventually do so. No TP for either top laner, so they're in a 1v1. Flash away by Lumao because he knows he was in so much danger. Shuo just easily walking away from any kind of damage coming out. The Ocarina and Whites, you may want to fight. They're waiting for those minefields to kind of go away. They last for such an eternity. There's going to be Nature's Grass coming out. Only really lands onto one as they're looking for a little move. Photic does flash away, and Wei has been taken out. But look at these health bars. They're very low. And they know that LP could maybe start to stack up these chakrams. Shadow does back himself away with that phase rush. And yes, you lose the dragon in RNG, but the trade back in health means that NIP cannot take that dragon.
Although Wei does fall as a result, like you said, RNG, they do secure this party on the dragon, so it does allow for tempo for RNG to restart this objective. But I honestly thought Tangyuan had a great angle, but NIP committing the flashes, they just completely dodged that flank from the Azir, and that's a lot of the damage gone from the side of RNG. And Wei just got focused down straight away by NIP.
With all this pressure from the bot side, or in the bot side, Breed knowing he's very safe in this one here. And again, just kind of waiting for this one here. Look at the minefield just stopping LP from moving forward. And honestly kind of saves him, to be perfectly honest, because that means that Nature's Grasp is nowhere near him.
Yeah, I feel like if this fight was played a little bit differently, where the Azir was playing front to back, it would have turned out a lot differently for the side of RNG, perhaps a 1-for-1 trade, but naturally RNG going to secure this first dragon of the game, and with Rift Herald up, NIP is more than happy to kind of trade for this and plant that Rift Herald towards the mid lane, open up the map, get those tower plates into Angel's pockets, and get this Jace online as fast as possible and deny RNG of any hopes towards reaching that late game.
You get the trade back of the Rift Herald in the next couple of seconds, which you'll hear on the Rift. They'll know it's been going down. They might just drop it straight away in the top side because Photic's already here, and with that satchel, should be able to secure themselves that first turret. So nice rotations here from NIP to kind of make sure that, yes, they're losing out on the dragon, but they're not losing out on gold. Going to be able to turn this into about a 2,000 gold lead, you would imagine. Just trying to see where they're able to kind of move for it. There it is. Satchel goes down, and that's why you want to be prioritizing the Rift Herald over the dragons when you have a Ziggs on your team.
As long as they secure these early towers with the Ziggs, they are more than happy to take that. But RNG, I mean, we haven't seen too much out of the top and jungle so far into this game. 10 minutes, 2 kills into NIP's pockets as well. So although this is a very different type of approach from NIP, especially towards the top side where Invincible's on the Poppy, I feel like when it does come to those major 5v5 team compositions, Invincible has to kind of save his W for Luma and Wei in particular, but that also kind of raises the question if they're going to be able to get their hands onto people like Tanya and LP who have extreme range when it comes to those late game team fights.
Landry's Torment now, or Landry's Anguish, excuse me, showing my age, being finished up. Or is it Anguish or Torment? I've now forgotten.
I think it's Anguish.
Is it Anguish? Maybe it's Anguish. Maybe I'm showing my age. Yeah. It's just Leandries. That's what it is. It's Anguish. It is Anguish. It used to be Torment. Still pretty metal either way you look at it. Wei now in this bot side might be looking for Photic, who does not have flash, no cleanse, no support, and no health bar. Nicely picked up there by RNG. They might try and turn on the Zhuo, but don't know exactly where the Maokai was. They don't want to fully commit onto that one there. Nicely done here by RNG to kind of get themselves back into some kind of relative form. They need to get this tower on this bot side if they want to try and continue to keep that gold as equal as possible.
Yeah, that was just really clean from RNG as Photic consistently pushing in the side of RNG's bottom lane. Wade taking advantage of this and landing a really nice ultimate onto the AP carry of NIP. Shutting him down. I was surprised that LP didn't try to contest for some of those tower platings as he did have the red and white, but we do have Invincible in a sticky situation.
Yeah, and the knockback as well means Invincible has to flash away. Oh, he gets over the wall! Oh my lord, that was almost a terrible situation by Tanguin. Does force the flash out from Breed, but they get the kill nevertheless, and now this game's starting to get a little rocky again. Good start from NIP, but at the end of it all, not going to be able to kind of continue this momentum, this, you know, kind of setup of getting those objectives early.
I mean, at the end, it's not about the journey, it's about the result. And at the end, Invincible had to burn the flash, and he died as Breathe will secure at least 2 plates into his pockets. I believe there is a TP available for the Poppy, though, so that it might be denied. But NIP, because they had so much attention shown towards his bottom side, trying to get Photic to kind of chow down on that bottom tier 1. Invincible set up on an island, but can he look for the kill here? Not too sure about that, as Wei is around the corner. But we do have a trade inside, as we have 4 people committed towards that bottom side, and that is setting LP so far behind in terms of how he's able to reach for that XP when it comes to the waves.
Speaking of XP, like, Breathe was about half a level ahead. I don't know if he still is or not. We are going to see them kind of move in the bot side. The Nature's Grasp is doing a lot. Lumao trying to tank it up for his AD carry, who does have to flash away. The Magnastorm to try and reset. Breathe now in this bot side. Does not have the Dominus. Flashes being burned left, right, and center. Zhuo, I feel like that's a little bit of a waste there, mate. You're going to die before your mid laner can really come in. But now LP's caught between a rock and a hard place, brought down by the hammer. The Dustblade is there. Tanguin not got himself the ultimate just yet. Shadow goes forward. They trade it back. It's a 2 for 2 so far. Actually, a 3 for 2 as we've got the Rel coming back into us. There's a flash. Photic gets the flash away as he tries to take down the Tanguin. He does get himself a double kill. Wei is now all alone in the world. So many summoners burned. Flash forward. Knock back and triple kill in for Photic. The Ziggs is very much online as Lumao finds himself in this bot side. But while this has been happening, Invincible's been PvE topside.
That's 4 people dead for the side of RNG. Who would have thought that this engage from the side of Shadow would have resulted in a triple kill for the Ziggs this early on in the game? And that goes back to my point where RNG, the top lane and jungle, they play these teamfights way too fast. It doesn't allow Tangyun to look for that DPS on the Azir. It's only Ludens on Tangyun so far, so he doesn't offer as much compared to this Jace and Ziggs when it comes to these early teamfights.
Lumao and Dro did 0 damage to each other. I want to put that out. They both threw out all of their abilities and they did 0 damage. We got to come straight back into this one. This time around, RNG have the Emperor's Divide. They have the Dominus, so they are in a much stronger position, you would have to imagine. But that Nature's Grass is coming up off of cooldown very, very quick. Angel on the backside of this pick, going to throw over some accelerated Shock Blast. There is the Nature's Glass and the Keeper's Verdict to knock some people back. We're going to see Lumao kind of pushing himself forward to make sure Invincible can't finish off Breathe. There's a good Solar Flare, and these health bars are so low. Dragon secured here by NIP. It's going to be an Infernal Rift. More damage from Angel, but nobody will be going down at the end of it all. It's a 3,000 gold lead for NIP, and the Dragons being equaled up.
I mean, with the Duskblade in hand for Angel, the poke from NIP is just absolutely insane. Now working towards this tower in the mid lane and setting up for vision for this upcoming Rift Herald. RNG, they're struggling to get anything done when it comes to these 5v5s. Breed needs to be on the flank and he needs to get his hands onto Angel and Photic.
They're trying to force onto Angel right now. They've got the Gravitum. They will be able to lock him down. They're going to dive in with the Magnet Storm. He gets knocked back, but Wei is behind the tower. Will not really be needed as they do get that kill over to LP, and it's those kind of plays that will bring RNG back into the game. They actually should get this tower as well.
I believe NIP on the other side of the map, they will be able to get that Rift Herald, but this is the initial engage from NIP that ensued absolute chaos for this bottom side. We had 4 members of NIP, while RNG committed all 5, and it was just everyone kind of dying. But LP having the Chakrams getting stacked up, he was getting a lot of DPS down, but Photic untouched this entire team fight. It was just absolutely insane, especially when Tangyun's only sitting on the Ludens. He's not going to offer as much when it comes to Angel and Photic. And at the very end, Wei trying to get something done, but even the ultimate misses from the Sejuani, so it was just execution at the very end, and NIP come out on top.
Yep, good flashes being burnt here by Photic and Angel to make sure they were in a decent position.
4v5.
Wei, yeah, 4v5, but Wei was sitting in the bot side, but not going to be anything else. I tell a lie. I thought they would get that bot lane tier 2, but they did not get that tier 2. There is still three teleports available for NIP, so not going to be able to see kind of where they were able to how they were able to defend that. Maybe it was just a lack of a minion wave, or maybe might never know. We'll never actually know. But coming back into live, we do see now with the Renekton kind of putting himself back in the top side. It's what I wanted to mention was that Breathe being equal on levels despite losing 3 waves is honestly just kind of testament to how powerful the Renekton can be into a matchup like the Poppy, where he's just able to kind of totally control it. Now, though, Invincible, with that health bar, is just so much stronger in these team fights. It does feel like he's just able to kind of move forward and be a bit more of a nuisance, and having that disengaging Keeper's Verdict makes it so much harder for anyone on the side of RNG to make something happen. And speaking of making something happen, they're looking to go straight in. There's going to be the Solar Flare down.
Needs to TP.
Gets in, or does see if he can go for something else. There's going to be one of the 3 TPs now burnt. There's another one as the Poppy comes in. They're going to jump on the Tangyun. He flashes away. The Mega Inferno Bomb right in on top of everybody does mean the health bars are down, but you're losing 2 TPs 2 minutes before the Dragon spawns. Feels strange for the moment.
Yeah, double TP committed by NIP, but that forces double flashes out of the mid jungle for RNG, and they secure this bottom tier 1 tower as well, with Baron not being up and available with 1 minute away. I mean, NIP is just kind of scrapping away at these tier 1 towers and opening up the map so much to allow Shadow to work up these bushes and his little saplings and completely zone out the carries of RNG in these team fights.
And you get a second one now as well, because again, you still have a Ziggs, so he's just going to drop down the satchel. Actually burns it a little too early, so they will still get it, but just took a little longer than they maybe anticipated. So there's 2 towers off of a good fight here from NIP, and they get themselves back up to a near 3,000 gold lead. And so kind of longer this game goes, the more I start to look towards LP and how he's going to be able to try and, bring this one back for his team. Like you mentioned, 100% win rate for the Ziggs in the LPL, in the bot side so far this split. makes it very difficult to really kind of make things work. It's going to come down to how, you know, Photic's able to position. If they can kill off the Ziggs early, then a lot of that presence in the team fights goes away for NIP.
Yeah, they have a lot of go buttons for RNG in this team composition, but once again, LP on this, I feel is he needs lifesteal as soon as possible up against the Jace and the Ziggs, or you already saw in kind of hesitancy when it came to those dragon fights just resulted in LP getting way too poked out from the Leandres, of course. I was going to call it Haunting Guys, but we're not going to make that mistake. It's Leandres. I'm brainwashed now.
It's even longer time since that. We'll see the top side belongs to RNG. We will have lack of vision totally, to be perfectly honest, from the side of NIP as they now look to try and confirm it. Zhuo taking some gravitum to the face, but I mean, this Ziggs is so big right now. 3-1 and 3, really, really hard to try and, you know, burn down Photic, especially now that he has got that Seraph's Embrace. He's gonna have that lifeline coming out to protect him, and should he even get caught.
I mean, Shadow's just ulting to prioritize that vision control on this Baron. Photic surprisingly will burn down this Baron relatively fast with that Leandres in hand as well, so RNG need to be very careful, but Breathe is pressuring towards the bottom side. Having constant pressure towards the side lane is going to allow RNG to kind of have a bit of a breather, but we need to remind the audience that RNG, they have great setup. Oh, LP, where are you doing?
He's dead. He's dead. 2 summoners burned and a dead Hellfire. Not quite sure how he got caught out, but he did. And that's going to equal, honestly, it could be equal inhibitor broken open here, because Azir was on the top side. You don't really have anyone to defend this, and yeah, this is just going to straight up be the base cracked open. NIP just looking so much more comfortable with the Ziggs, and the Aphelios just getting killed is such a massive mistake here for RNG.
And the confusing thing is that NIP didn't commit a single flash, while LP no summoners available anymore and no Gale Force in hand. So it must have just been LP not respecting the vision control that NIP has been able to plan with Shadow burning his ultimate from a previous exchange. I believe Zhuo just catches LP off guard with the ultimate or the E.
And they knock him
And
back.
a really nice follow from Photic. I mean, that's double summoners away from your AD carry, and we already said how important LP's role when it comes to these 5v5s will be, and RNG pick up a second dragon for themselves.
NIP looking a lot stronger now in this second game. It's only a 3,000 gold lead, so definitely not impossible. When that death cap, though, gets finished up for that Ziggs, that is when this game goes from difficult to near impossible. He'll have permanent wave clear in that mid lane. Just being able to throw in so much. You can see with the minefield, just so difficult for anyone to really move forward and deal with this. Ziggs just constantly pushing in. And again, it's gonna... Yeah, I mean, Luma is just like not really in a position to go for anything else. He's on an ultimate flank. The ultimate flank. Will they be able to find it? I mean, if they catch the Ziggs, this game is so much more winnable for RNG. They're looking for something now. He may try and jump on the Photic, but will he be able to gain anything else from it? Here we go. Jumps on the Photic, but no one's really following up. Keeper's Verdict does knock away the Renekton, and this is just a bit of a bait. Lumao, you baited your team. They didn't need to go for that fight. You just went a bit trigger happy. And just like that, NIP find themselves with total control around this Baron pit.
RNG had no right to be looking for that flank onto Photic, as they had the option to scale. Just let Talion hit his 3 items and let LP farm towards that lifesteal as the third or the Mercurials, but no. I mean, LP just exploded in that team fight. I don't know how this Aphelios is going to live without that flash available.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like it was just such a weird force, especially considering that everyone was... It wasn't as if it was an isolated, you know, Ziggs or anything like that. It was just, you know, everyone was... I don't know. It's a strange one. Doesn't really make sense. And now, NIP, 5,000 gold ahead, have the Baron in pocket, have themselves all the pressure in the world. And I mean, like, Invincible's keeping 3 people at bay. You're not really going to be able to make this engage work.
And this entire team fight, Angel wasn't here. Angel did not contribute in terms of DPS, but locking down LP, no flash. He did have the Gale Force, but it wasn't enough. And at the end, 2 people do die as a result of this. But that fight resulted in Photic picking up his Rabadons. I believe we have Angel working towards that Seroldas. So we already know that once this Jace picks up that Seroldas, I mean, just the amount of slows is going to really put up so much struggle for RNG to even walk forward to contest any of these major objectives, which is going to be the Dragon in the next 2 minutes. But Photic has a lot of freedom in terms of how he wants to play the game now, and just working towards his top side with no contest whatsoever for RNG, because they can't really walk into these bushes blind.
No, they really can't. And you've had to have LP go towards that Quicksilver Sash. He now has a cleanse and a Quicksilver, which is great, but I mean, it shows it's going to deny him another little bit of time before he gets up to the Lord Dominic's, before he's really going to be able to try and burn down this massive front line that NIP have built for themselves. NIP trying to now, or not NIP, RNG trying to jump onto Invincible, who does have the flash and the Keeper's Verdict, and it does just that. The verdict is, I will not die today. Seeing if they can make something else work, but it's going to be inhibitors broken open. You need to make a play happen. Zhuo goes a little bit too far forward. Should be fine. Flash in with the stun. They try to get the knockback. It's only onto the Leona. TP back in from Invincible. Tanguan not really in a position to try and defend himself. As you can see, the LP just doesn't have any damage into the Poppy. We're going to 3 because there's no way you can defend yourself against this. It's 1 versus 3. And honestly, with a triple kill coming in, Photic might be looking for a quadra because there's no way in hell LP's defending this base.
I mean, there's a reason why Ziggs is currently sitting on that 100% win rate in the split so far, and Photic is going to continue that, bringing it to 5 games. And LP trying his best, but it's not going to be enough to clear out the Baron minions, and the amount of damage that Photic and Angel is able to show up for this game too.
Well, he's got himself 1 kill. That will be Angel going down, but the Nexus goes down before it. So there is the win. We're going to a game 3. NIP bouncing back much more confidently in this game number 2.
I mean, hey, we said that RNG, they needed to look for that flank onto the long-range carries of NIP, but not like what Lu Mao did, man. He went in, he was 1v5 on the Rel, and there was no follow-up whatsoever. You need to consider the positioning of where your carries are, because we saw LP, he was desperately trying to follow up as the damage, because you got a really nice engage onto, I believe, the bottom lane of NIP, but putting LP into such a desperate situation allowed him to misposition, and Invincible just got a really nice CC onto the fields, and he just exploded. So you have to be very considerate of when you want to take these chances. And of course, NIP definitely redeeming themselves from that game 1 and executing the macro game perfectly with those outer towers.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, is that I think the Ziggs just works exceptionally well. I think this is why we're seeing the Aphelios kind of dropping off in priority, is that the Ziggs is the answer. The Ziggs is something that's been having such an incredibly, kind of confident time going into him, because it's like, oh, you want to scale? I'll scale. And you want to try and push in, go, toe-to-toe with chakrams? You can't. Minefield, satchel charge, so many things, AoE that you're just not going to be able to deal with. And it's really great to see teams kind of really embracing this change. And it's why I love watching the LPL, just so, kind of seeing their meta changes happen so often, where it's like, look, this is meta, but we found an answer. And by the time you actually kind of get to that point where you're able to try and, be in Aphelios as such, it's too late. The damage was done. I will also say Tanguan on this Azir, I don't think it was really it. I only had 2 items at the, towards the end of the game. Didn't really have that moment or two to pop off. And his ultimates were good, but then again, just not really good enough. So really need to see RNG trying to bounce back a little bit more prominently in this next game. But for NIP, great to see them kind of really coming into fruition here and making this series a little bit closer for them.
I mean, we see this continuing trend of RNG where when they do draft something like the Azir, you have to play towards it. You have to play towards just slowing the game down as much as possible, allow this Aphelios and Azir to work up towards those 3 items, and then you start forcing these 5v5s, especially when you're up against someone like the Poppy, the Maokai. It's going to be really hard trying to, fight fire with fire, but we saw Wei and Braid consistently trying to look for angles, but Talion just didn't have the situation to really DPS out on this Azir, who did go the Ludens first, and unfortunately, because of how much poke there was, I mean, the Banshee does kind of work because Photic sitting on that Rabadons as that 3rd item. It was just a terrible day to be Azir, but once again, I mean, NIP showing up that they can play flexible team identities and they can play through macro, and Photic showing us something new with the Ziggs getting locked in for the first time in summer.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be, I think it's the 5th game of the Ziggs so far. Now 5-0, 3-0 on over the Aphelios does feel like it is just such a massive, massive pick for anyone in the bot lane to try and just deny this AD carry. It's real kind of anti-AD carry meta to pick the Ziggs into that bot side. But yeah, I mean, great to see from NIP. Wait to see what RNG have got themselves, you know, kind of left in the tank. But we're going to send it to a quick break. And when we return, we'll have picks and bans for game number 3.
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, when city lights blur the evening. Hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
We're back. We're here in Shenzhen for our first series of the day. We're in a 3-venue day today as we go from Shenzhen to Xi'an, back over to Shanghai. I am still just Oshin. I am joined by the absolutely fantastic Kitty. And we got ourselves a series, 1-on-1 NIP popping off, and one particular player popping off. It was going to be Photic doing exceptional work here on the Ziggs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be real. I think that was the first time I've ever seen a Ziggs get 3 kills, a triple kill in those team fights, and it's just very impressive. I mean, he was just untouched throughout the entire team fight, and he was able to kind of just carry. I thought the team composition was honestly setting Angel up for success, but Photic managed to outshine on this AP carry, only having a Leandri's in his pockets as well, and we need to bring everyone back to the fight where RNG committed 5 people towards that bottom side, but Photic knowing how to kind of shoot out DPS on the Ziggs just shut down 4 members of RNG. I believe it was even 5. Lumot died way ages ago, and it just turned to look like a 5-man, look like a 4-man death, but still, I mean, this Ziggs was untouched, worked towards that Rabadons, kind of knew his positioning in those team fights as well. I believe he did get caught that one time, but that doesn't really matter because NIP, RNG needed a lot more than just 1 death on the Ziggs, and once again, Angel on this Jace as well, doing a lot of damage, but I feel like this game in particular, I was talking about this to you in the break, where these junglers that we have in our hands, Shadow and Wei, it really feels like whoever crumbles in the early game just explodes the game out of control, where it doesn't allow their carriers to really get to that stage where they do fight those desirable team fights.
I like how you use crumble on broadcast, but you used a very different word on the you used a very different term on thing. But, you know, don't want to flame players too hard, of course. But yeah, honestly, it does feel like that. It does feel like the junglers are putting a huge emphasis on how both of these teams are able to play into that mid game. We're coming into the 3rd and final game of this first series. And I cannot stress how important this is for both these teams. You're looking at a RNG 6-5. If they lose this, they will go to 6-6, which means not only did they lose, drop down to 6-6, but NIP will then move up to 6-6, own the head-to-head. RNG will still technically be ahead of them because they have got a better game differential, but again, you're being dragged down into the rest of the groups of, you know, kind of people looking to fight for those playoffs. But it is going to be a huge moment here for either of these sides to really kind of solidify themselves for a top 10. And again, I you know, keep making emphasis on it, keep pushing it forward, keep saying it all the time, but it is just kind of a huge moment where the longer the season goes on, the less and less games you have, the more important these games become.
Yeah, RNG definitely trying to continue the momentum bouncing off their series win up against TT, where it was a very hard-fought one. But I was just kind of skimming through the crowd that we have at the live arena in Shenzhen, and there were a lot of RNG fans, and one that caught me by surprise was someone was straight up in a teddy bear suit holding the RNG logo in front of them. This guy in 40 degrees, China is in summer, by the way. It's 40 degrees every single day, and he rocked up in that suit. He is a committed fan, and RNG, they definitely need to show up with this final game to seal the deal, to allow these fans to really be happy as well.
Well, we'll see how this series ends up finishing up, because we are jumping into picks and bans. We already have 6 of them already out there and ready, and NIP saying, look, we recognize that the Annie is an issue for us right now, and RNG going straight back for that Renekton. So recognizing for themselves they need to get something to breathe. But I was just about to say, you could just go Jace into Maokai here and just 100% lock this yourself in. That was perfect for NIP in game number 2.
Yeah, we have the exact same draw playing out for from game 2, but I wouldn't be surprised if Tangyun changes his type of approach into this game 3. It is going to be the Tristana getting locked in, and I believe it's also our first time seeing Tangyun playing the Tristana in the summer split, or even in his entire career history. So I'm really excited to see how he's going to be able to pilot this champion, because we already know the win conditions. It is through the silent, and it is through those early game tower plates where the Rift Herald is going to be extremely important, where both mid laners really depend on getting those early item spikes. But once again, it is going to be the Poppy getting locked in as the answer into this Renekton in the top side. And we saw how well Invincible did on this Poppy, and it really denied Breathe a lot of that early aggression for this 2v2.
It really, really did. You will have the Tristana locked in here. So RNG not going with a vastly different one. However, the big difference here is going to be that Ziggs ban, as they try and make sure they do not have to deal with that once more. We'll see what NIP want to go for. Again, the Kai'Sa has been a pretty prevalent ban for them. Maybe see that one kind of coming out once more. No, gonna go with the Xayah. So recognizing, look, we can take the Rakan ourselves, or maybe we just don't care about the Rakan because they've got the Tristana anyway. So that can technically still be a flex to LP in that bot side.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I shouldn't really cancel out the idea that this Tristana is a double flex towards the bottom side and Tangyun. I mean, you already see the J shown towards NIP, so either the Ahri or the Azir could be considered, but no, it's going to be a Kai'Sa for Aphelios trade in the ADC position. But Photic on this Kai'Sa, I would love to see an engaged support getting locked in as that final pick. But Lumal, I mean, we saw him play something like the Rel, where it is extremely high priority in the current meta, so we'll have to wait and see what RNG's approach is towards the bottom 2v2. They can also take away the Braum, which does provide a lot in terms of the team fights. But yeah, I've been calling a Rakan for ages. Don't play with my feelings. I want to see a Rakan because I feel like Rakan is the most fun support that we get to see in these team fights, because there's just such a high skill ceiling when it comes to positioning and how they're able to look for engages. But no, it could potentially just be the Rel up against someone where Droid can lock in the Alistar as that final response.
Yep, and exactly as you said, Coach Kitty back on the case as NIP get themselves the Alistar locked in and ready to go. And honestly, this is kind of a very, very similar composition for NIP and for RNG, going in with very similar win conditions. I will say the biggest difference, though, this time around is going to be a bit much early, kind of earlier presence available for RNG with that Tristana rather than the Azir. And on the other side of this one, NIP have got themselves the Kai'Sa, which isn't going to have that same safety as the Ziggs as they had in game number 2. So for NIP, they're happy with the disengage. They're happy to kind of, get themselves everything else in terms of the pieces, but it's going to be a big, big ask for Photic to do the same level of kind of damage that he had in game number 2.
Do not be fooled, because although Ziggs was taken away by RNG, we need to remind the audience that the current meta AP Kai'Sa is more than viable, and once Photic gets those 3 items, I mean, we could potentially see a repeat of game 2 working through the poke, and the range that the Jace and the Kai'Sa is going to be able to provide into those team fights is going to be the key to make that difference. But once again, RNG, they need to bounce back from how devastating that game 2 felt, and it has to be through Wei once again, where he has to get Tangyun ahead on this Tristana by securing that Rift Herald very early on to allow those tower plates to go into his pockets.
We'll have to wait and see. We are going to jump onto the Rift for our third and final game of our first series. We are starting to build up some momentum right now for these two teams. They really want to make sure they come out on top. Big, big moment for either of these sides to really get themselves locked and loaded for playoffs and build that kind of setup going in, that foundation that you need to do well and do a deep run. We'll have to wait and see who comes out on top as we jump onto the Rift. Just love that. Just so visceral, like so genuine as well. Just like, ah! Sounds great, but RNG gonna lose their ward in that bot side and about 40 gold. Nicely done to NIP to make sure they get the vision control that they need. We'll wait to see what RNG want to do. They're kind of pinching right now, looking to try and maybe coerce NIP into a little bit of a bait fight, but not to be taunted too much. NIP will get themselves to the safety of their own jungle and will back themselves away.
NIP did secure vision onto the dot bush towards the bottom side river, while RNG traded for this raptor, which they predicted Shadow to start for this Maokai in this game 3. Invincible's gonna leash though, so that is going to allow Breed to have priority in the top side. But once again, I mean, we kind of highlighted that Wade needs to have early tempo to really shine as that jungler. We were kind of critiquing how this player feels on and off depending on how he does in this early game. And I feel like RNG found the most success when Wei was on a champion that could carry, like the Wukong, who can go Sunder very early on and make up for the lack of DPS, and the working of Tangyun, who most likely would play something like the utility, but this time around the roles have been reversed, and hopefully they can kind of still deliver on that as well.
This is why we have the Alistair coming in over the Rel. Not even over it, but into the Rel, because you can do stuff like that. You can just basically knock somebody up, stop them from getting any kind of re-engage onto your carry, and get a nice little disengage once you hit level 2 with that headbutt as well. So we shall see. Wei is moving himself, or sorry, yes, Wei is moving himself in towards this bot side, but honestly, it looks like it's probably just going to be a straight-up invade, knowing that the Maokai started on that top side. So Wei just recognizing, look, I'm on a stronger champion at level 3. There's nothing you can really do. You're losing your blue buff.
I mean, the last time this happened, Wei was also looking for the blue buff, but NIP somehow made the rotations first and killed Wei off at the 3-minute mark. But this time around, can he get it? He got it. Lucky Wei. Just about. So that is going to deny the clear from Shadow quite a lot in terms of the early game and how he's going to be able to show up when it comes to those 2v2s. But Wei, once again, going for the re-invade.
Yeah, looking for a little bit more info to see if he can maybe get another camp or two, but recognizes the... Yeah, too many cats. Too many cats around to deal with there. We'll say that Shadow will end up picking up that farm and pick up that camp. We'll say that spotted on this ward, so Wei will know that this is happening, and now Shadow going to find himself in a little bit of a precarious position. Going to have that Bramble Smash and Phase Rush to eke himself away. But honestly, I feel like Wei's wasting a huge amount of time here. Does have priority in mid and bot, but I see Tangyuan now getting caught out. They're going to flash in, get the Bramble Smash down. Great buffer from Tangyuan. Just wasting the flash of Shadow as he just gets a little bit of a trade back at the end of it.
Oh, but we have a 1v on the top lane. Breathe is getting so low.
Oh, flash! It doesn't get the slice and dice! Invincible! Gets himself the solo kill. Well, that's happening in the bot side. A cleanse comes in. It's Photic has to cleanse himself away. Lumao and LP looking for it. No flash is available.
Oh,
flash
good
in!
flash.
Knocked back! Does get the W off. Oh my lord, Photic, that was risky. But at the end of it all, it's all Summoners burning that bot side, and Wei still being a thorn in the side of Shadow.
I mean, Photic pretty much lived because he had that health puck chugging for him, but RNG, they're looking to zone up this AD carry from his own play and getting that wave in. I mean, there's chaos happening in all 3 lanes, but once again, first blood going into Invincible's hand. Great stuff for NIP.
1 for 1. Does mean that you see a little bit of that CS kind of building up as well in that mid lane and for the side of NIP or for RNG, but top lane's already got himself 10 CS before that wave crashes, so definitely not an ideal situation to be in here for RNG.
We need a replay of everything.
We do.
I need a replay of this bottom lane 2v2. But once again, starting in the top side, it was Invincible getting a really nice grasp trade onto this Renekton, and I just feel like the final touch of this flash W onto the Renekton to secure that first blood was just so clean. While RNG, I'm assuming Dro went in first, and Luma had the follow-up CC to counter it.
Good flash.
And with the flash committed, yeah, LP played that really well. And lucky Photic, he had that pot running. I'm pretty sure RNG could have killed him here. Really good cleanse coming out of Photic as well. The final flash not going to be enough. Oh, I mean, it really was just single-digit HP difference. Maybe LP could have committed a second auto, but he really thought that last one was going to finish off the AD carry. But no summoners available for the bottom side of NIP, so Shadow in a very sticky situation if he wants to play towards the side.
Very, very sticky situation, but Breathe. Be careful, buddy. That's a Balmy Cinder kind of ticking away onto you now, so we'll have the Dominus and maybe feeling a little bit more confident now as the Slice and Dice has been used. Does have the Cold Meek to bring down a little bit more of that health bar, but now the ultimate burned here by Breed just to gain priority in the lane and just put a little bit more fear into Invincible and say, hey, you got lucky. I'm not going to be losing to you again.
Yeah, RNG are setting up this first dragon where we already talked about how NIP, they lose so much priority after that exchange in the bottom side. And yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, you can't really blind Rel in this day and age where Alistair is just the perfect counter when it comes to the 2v2. Even in those teamfights, Sure doesn't have the flash available. He is straight up dead.
Yeah, they'll flash in with Tang Yuan. He'll get the headbutt back, but 4 members turns him into mince beef. So a little bit of a greedy play there to get the ward. Does mean, though, that you have pressure in the mid and bot, so they get easier resets. It's not the biggest end of the world, I'll be totally honest. RNG get a kill, but they get the dragon as well. And NFP, like I said, will be able to push in those waves. So not the worst situation. Does suck that you gave it up, though.
Should be fine, as Invincible is still finding a lot of successful trades when it comes to the isolated 1v1. Although Dragon went to RNG, I still feel like this Rift Herald is anyone's game because we still have a lot of flashes available for Angel. Well, we have the flash available for Angel, so he's going to be able to find a lot of angles onto the RNG roster. But Shadow already planting down the vision and priority for this top side, so it's going to be relatively hard for RNG to kind of walk in, especially with how Shadow's going to be able to utilize that level 6 once he gains it. I believe it's still 1 camp away, while Wei has got his Glacial Prism, so Photic needs to be careful here.
Needs to be very, very careful. We will see Zhuo moving in to get the kill on that particular cannon minion. Level 6 is now hit for the AD carries. Just wait for the supports to get their access to theirs. Again, much bigger team fight presence here, I would argue, for the Rel than it is for the Alistair. The Alistair's more just kind of a massive meat wall once he gets his ultimate versus the Rel, which is going to be actively looking to engage with that Magnet Storm. And now, good rotations coming out here from RNG and recognizing, hey, look, we got bot lane showing on, you know, kind of the bot lane. We can rotate ours up here and potentially take this Rift Herald, but Invincible walking forward, not really in a position to contest this, has to flash away. But will NIP be able to contest? That's the question. They do have a fair bit of damage on its way. No Tristana, the Keeper's Verdict, gonna knock back Wei, which means there's no jungler here for at least a couple of seconds. They're gonna maybe just reset the Rift Herald and we're back to a 5v5.
My Shadow has committed the ultimate, not rooting too many people. The
Oh, 3-man knock-up! Huge there from Zhuo, gets right on top of the carries. LP goes down, the Rel is to follow. Tang Yuan says, good luck to you, Sejuani. Nothing to be done, and that is just a great play there from NIP.
I mean, that choke was just beautiful for NIP to work of. We had the summoners available for LP and Luma, but they couldn't react to it as they committed every ultimate onto Invincible on this Poppy, so it was very hard to try and re-engage that skirmish. So NIP coming out on top, although they were the ones late to the fight.
And I gotta really give props there to Zhuo. Really, really well done there on the Alistair. Just immediately flash engage, get in on top of 3 members and just become absolutely unstoppable. The perfect kind of engage you need, especially when it's kind of your only engage, to be perfectly honest. Everyone else is either disengaged or kind of an afterthought. So really well played there by NIP to get themselves a 1,000 gold lead, a couple of kills, and the Rift Herald as well, so they can decide where and when they want to try and put that buff down and who they want to funnel that gold into.
I'm hoping we get a replay because that teamfight was just so well played out by NIP, as we had RNG trying to desperately dodge out of the roots from Shadow's ultimate, but that in the end occurred with 3 people stacking on top of each other, and Zhuo making up for his early game and getting that nasty 3-man knockup as every ultimate committed to this Poppy and knocking Wei out. Although he doesn't have the ultimate available, he is still the engage for RNG. Tongue at the back as RNG was extremely split up, but look at this 3-man kind of dodging out on the Maokai roots, and Zhuo coming in with the combo of the Alistair. Flash available on LP, but it wasn't enough as everyone just melted in this choke.
Just so well done there by the side of NIP, and again, just little things like that is why we start to question RNG and how far they could really make a playoff run, you know, make a playoff run, because it does feel like these little mistakes where you're going in all, you know, 5 members to try and make something like that work, just not really in a position to happen. Invincible taking a very unfortunate trade here. Will get hit by the Glacial Prison, and Wei gives him an out. That's a really bad play there from Wei, not because of the ult, but because he gave him an option to go away.
Wei commits the ultimate, and they lose all priority on this upcoming dragon. So a bit of a misplay from the side of RNG, and honestly really well played by Invincible by getting rid of Breathe out of the 2v1 situation. And NIP, they secure so much control towards his bottom side. They still have the Rift Herald in hand. They can just plop it mid lane. and force a lot of pressure towards his mid lane.
4 seconds. No Glacial Prison, no Dominus. No Keeper's Verdict either. So you could argue that it's an equal enough trade in terms of the disengaging ultimates for RNG, but with a Demonic Embrace already finished up here for Shadow, he'll start to burn through a lot of these tankier members. The Rel and the Sejuani, the two riders of this game, not going to be in a good position to try and go for this. And this is a great dragon to pick up here for NIP, even if it's just a solo one, because the Mountain gives them so many extra stats going into this for the Alistair, the Poppy, and of course the Maokai. We will have ourselves a Hex Rift, and there's a lot of priority, a lot of movement, and also a lot of creativity to come out from both these sides with those portals available.
Oshin, can I just quickly mention, can we get a moment of appreciation that we're no longer hard-stuck Yuumi Lulu meta? It's Rel versus
pretty
Alistair, and that's why this game is so exciting to watch again, because there's action happening at all these major objectives. Rift Herald beginning one because NIP, they were the ones behind, but Dro making up with that insane engage onto the carriers, and especially LP, his positioning needs to be perfect because NIP have so much follow-up with this composition in Game 3.
Angel getting jumped on by Tang Yuan, but that means that you don't have that available for you should you get caught out here. And they're saying, cool, we baited you. We actually want the Rel. LP comes in, but he's just dead already. The Moonlight Vigil not really going to do a hell of a lot, to be perfectly honest. He flashes onto Angel because LP knows he needs to get something else out of this. They've already committed the TP. Breed does have flash. Angel does not. They flash in, and they do land the bola. That's going to be enough for a kill back, but while this is all happening, Invincible stayed top because he had no TP, so he's going to get at least 2 plates off this.
And we still have the bottom lane duo available in this bottom side, but Wei wants to look for the dive and force NIP out of here.
It's difficult. I really don't think you can do it with the Alistair still being here. And all 5 members basically be on this bottom side, I mean, this is going to be so much gold and so much experience going over to the Poppy now, who is 20 CS up. Breathe is having a terrible time into this Poppy right now.
Shadow, what's that Rift Herald doing there, buddy?
Oh, you can TP to the Rift Herald. Did not know that.
Yeah,
Did
you
not
can.
know
You can
that.
TP to the Rift Herald. You can TP to Dragonfly. Very similar, but that is going to be the Rift Herald dropped in mid lane. And is Invincible going to drop a... Oh, he missed it.
He missed it, but they're just trying to get the Rift Herald to get off. That's all they wanted to do. They just wanted to make sure they got the gold, and they're going to go for an immediate fight. Invincible gets flash away. They're going to try and burn down Lil Mao, who's tick, boom. He's already dead. And now in Angel, just get the knockback on it, and Breed, who flashes forward, trying to burn him down, send him back to the Shadow Realm, but Breed may trade his life for it, but a jump back in, flash back forward, as we can see Zhou going in. A TP going to be joined by Invincible, who wants to regain the fight. Voting is here. There's the Nation's Grasp, as they finally get themselves a little bit of a trade back. They killing off the Tristana because LP is in no man's land and should be taken out by Invincible eventually.
At the end, it's a 3-for-1 trade. He's out. LP just duped Invincible with the Hex Gate. I'm surprised that NIP isn't committing towards his mid lane tier 1 tower. I really feel like they should take this as it opens up the map so much to allow the team to work towards that Rift Herald. But once again, NIP playing these fights so well front to back and also playing it very slowly, as Shadow also committed the Nature's Grasp at the very end and it secures both the carries of RNG. We don't look at that Keeper's Verdict. Angel, that was just a zoning ult from Invincible. Lu Mao on this roll. Once he engages, he is so extremely squishy as NIP just instantly focus him down. As we do have Kai'Sa very far away, so it was a 4v5 to begin everything off. I honestly thought Breathe was going to go sicko mode in this team fight because he got a really nice Gorn Drinker onto 2 members, but Tangyan playing the fight a little bit too fast as he could have just played with his range instead of jumping onto NIP, but Invincible once again making it back with the TP made the difference as Photic on this Kai'Sa getting a lot of kills into his pockets.
Yep, 2-0 on 3 now. 8-5 is the kill score, but that mid lane turret going down equals out just about a 5,000 gold lead. Maybe a little bit less as that tower and bot lane goes down, but now that you prioritize that bot lane turret, second Rift Herald goes over the side of NIP. This is going to be more pressure with a minute till Dragon spawns. NIP are starting to pick up the pace, Kitty, and RNG are really struggling to keep up.
We have Duskblade available for Angel as well now, and it does seem like Photic is going to go the AD build instead of the Poke Kai'Sa that we've been seeing so popular in the LPL. So a lot of reliable damage and consistent damage to really shred the front line of RNG in this Game 3. But Dragon is going to be spawning in 40 seconds. We have Summoners available for the side of NIP's AD carry, so he's going to be very happy with free hitting, and I feel like Lumal, when it comes to these 5v5s, he has to look for engages out of vision. It's going to be incredibly hard trying to get a really nice ultimate when you're so squishy after you really pull the trigger.
Lumao. Yeah, gonna get himself knocked back over the wall just to make sure he's not in a bad position, as the power of the Rel does have a nice little dash to kind of make things work. But this top lane is the priority at the moment for RNG, as we can see that Angel maybe feels like there's someone sitting. Yeah, he's just gonna reset, has no vision of where anybody is, and does not want to get caught out just before this dragon.
Very disciplined by Angel as well, picking up, I believe, his second item very soon, but we'll have to wait and see until this graphic goes down.
Boots!
As Boots!
He got
He has
boots.
ninja tabbies.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
He's
not,
got
it's not ninja tabbies anymore. What is it called?
Steel-plated
It's
toe caps.
Yeah. Only
Yeah.
OGs would know what ninja tabbies is.
Ninja tabbies makes more sense. And if you don't think it makes more sense, then you're wrong. But let's see how that ends up working right now. RNG moving in to try and contest some of this vision, but NIP with the Rift Herald, like I mentioned, will have priority now in mid lane. This could just be the Dragon gone. You have got basically double AD carry with this Kai'Sa and the Jace, so that's the tower dead, buried. And you're not even close to trying to find a fight right now. They will let Shirley die. Just try and just continue a little bit more of this priority, a little bit more of this setup here for the side of NIP, but a good flank from Breed is definitely nothing to be underestimated.
I mean, Oshin, look at the vision control that NIP has been able to secure towards this bottom side. We talked about how RNG, they need to work of plays where they engage off vision, but Breed didn't even have an angle to kind of TP2 to make that flank for a fight to happen, as Tangyuan being forced off this second dragon going towards NIP. He's just going to trade it for that top tier 1 tower. They're not going to spot out Invincible, are they?
They are not, but now Invincible towards this top side finds himself in a 3v1 situation. Gonna ult away the way. And that's gonna be Dragon traded for a tower here, possibly 2. As Photic will struggle for the moment to try and clear this one out. Yeah, he doesn't really have the priority to trying to defend this, so he's just gonna back himself away. That's, ooh, actually never mind. They don't feel too confident to go for that turret trade just yet, so NIP will get the trade back on the bot side, so still winning on the side of NIP in terms of objectives.
I feel like NIP is just being a lot more proactive when it comes to these map plays, and they've been able to secure so much great vision in the opposing jungle. You already see it towards the bottom side, so Angel does spot out the jungle and support, linking up and trying to find angles or any picks on this Jace, but with the Baron spawning in 40 seconds now, Drow once again denying any vision and entry of RNG. They have to work it through mid lane and through the push of LP and Tangyuan on this double AD carry composition, but we'll have to wait and see because we do have summoners available, and Tangyuan, they need to play the fight a lot slower if they want to find success in a 5v5.
Navori quick blades finished up for both the Kai'Sa and the Tristana. Going with a little bit more of a cooldown reduction build for the Kai'Sa. Gone are the days of the static shiv. I think everyone's just kind of realized it's a little bit of a bait mate. And we'll see the Nature's Grass coming out here. Wei looking to try and tank this one up for his team. Will do so, throw out his ultimate. His Shadow jumps in on top of the jungle. They're trying to burn down Wei. Not really doing a lot of it. Now Invincible puts himself into the fray. Whoa, nearly goes down. Flash over by Luma with the Magnet Storm as they finally kick out Shadow. The Keeper's Verdict doesn't hit and they go forward. Jace trying to get some more kills, but the resets are coming in for Tangyuan, but he goes a little bit too far forward. Photic can't really go forward on top of the Renekton and ends up being a 3-for-3. So close in this fight.
RNG played that fight so well. They were able to buy so much time for Lumal to find that perfect ultimate onto the opposing team. But Tangyuan, I really thought he could have gotten more, but he jumped onto Poppy's face and he couldn't get out.
Got the steadfast presence. It meant that he got fairly rooted fairly quickly. But let's have a look at the replay here because it was chaotic to say the least.
Yeah, Wei just trying to block out this Maokai ultimate that started everything off, and Invincible trying to get his hands, but a really good ultimate out of Tangyuan to deny that as well. And Luma, although he was on vision, NIP, they were all stacked on top of each other, and Tangyuan was the kind of shining star of this team fight as he was just getting kill after kill, but I feel like he didn't need to jump in a second time here where he instantly died. It could have been another kind of numbers advantage for RNG, but Baron is up and available now, and NIP trying to kind of suffocate RNG out of any vision control once again.
Also interesting enough that the people who survived were both the AD carries and the top laners from both teams. That's rare that you see them both having the exact same impact on the fight, but come back into live. Baron is up and available. Minute 30 or just above it until the dragon spawns. That will put NIP onto soul points. And I will say LP's kind of shredding through health bars right now. Zhuo needs to be so careful with how he kind of engages right now. All ultimates are going to be up and available for a potential next fight. And we've screwed the side lanes. We're A-ramming right now. This is a straight up LPL A-ram. Moonlight Vigil goes out, but doesn't really get a lot out of it. Angel moving away, just making sure he doesn't get caught out. That's a great Nature's Graph. They throw in on top of the Kaisa, and there's just not really a lot they can do. They're just completely killing him off. But look at LP moving forward with the cleanse. The vote that goes down, jumping down on top of Tangu, and they try and kill off LP. But a great flash from LP keeps him up and alive. Finally, the Poppy gets on top of his face. All carries are dead. It's just Breed and Lumao left to try and pick up the pieces. But Breed just says, I'm sorry, my friend. I have to leave you to die. And he will just be that. Breed's looking for an exit out of this jungle, but it's going to be difficult to see if Invincible can try and take him down. I don't think Invincible should be able to kill him.
You know what, Oshin? Screw the carries. Screw Jace and Kai'Sa. I'm done highlighting the carries of this roster because Invincible on this Poppy, he's an assassin and finishing up the carries of Tongan and LP every single time in these team fights. I mean, we need to highlight this guy even more because we have the initial fight of Lumao just getting ulted away by Invincible, forcing that 4v5 as well. We really thought RNG got a really nice kind of situation because LP had so many chakrams in his pockets, but CC after CC, NIP couldn't, RNG couldn't really play the team fight. And you just look at LP dashing in with the Gale Force as well into 3 members. And I mean, the goon squad of Draw, Invincible, and Shadow is just completely unkillable for LP.
Comes straight back. No such thing as a side lane anymore. Everybody's going to be fighting now because 2 big objectives are up. It would be Soul Point for NIP or Baron as they continue to have control. No one checking that brush at the moment. They do know it's there, but he didn't want to go and contest for that pink ward for the moment. We come back in now again. AD carries are the big focus. Photic will have his cleanse. LP will not. Still very few flashes, if none at all, available for anybody. We'll have Wei having getting his available very soon. As we can see, there's no vision really whatsoever on that bot side for the side of RNG. So they do not know that Kaisa is taking this dragon. And that means they're not going to be able to kind of hard force a trade on this Baron.
The main difference is that LP has picked up the Lord Dominix as that 3rd item now, so he should be able to put out quite a bit of a punch if Invincible oversteps here.
Yeah, Invincible just turned into paper. He actually flashes away, finally gets taken out, but now Zhuo puts himself in a bad position. Force the flash as well. Dragon does get secured here by NIP, but no Poppy for the moment. Good poke here from Angel, but it looks like they're going to try and hard force this. Lumao, a little bit isolated, to be perfectly honest, and yeah, and RNG recognized this. They're going to try and maybe burst down on top of Angel, who is doing exceptional work to try and make sure LP gets caught, though, and they're going to try and burn him down. Tanguan, though, finally gets himself the kill to reset. Not going to see Shadow be able to kill off that particular carry, but now Angel can turn and burn. And RNG, what is happening? You lost 3.
That one's RNG's fight to take. That was their Baron. But we saw another disconnect coming out of the support, trying to get his hands onto Angel, as we even have Wei committing the flash as the follow-up. But hello, we need to protect our AD carries in the back. You see the initial engage from this Rel and a really nice commit onto Invincible as he was just caught out of position. But I mean, RNG, they look like they're on different pages because they need to play front to back so desperately as they start up the Baron now, as NIP was kind of depending on this poke from Angel, so they needed to shut this guy down ASAP. Flash from Wei, but look at LP. Photic hiding into the bush, and they didn't realize that their carries have died in the backline. And it doesn't matter if you get your hands onto the Jace because you have no damage to kind of finish them off.
Oh, this is just rough for RNG. Really struggling to go around. We go straight back
again.
In. They're going to have the damage on the way. The steadfast presence to stop him from leaving. Now Invincible gets the knockback, but not before he goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. What is this game right now? I don't think we've seen a side lane for such a long time. NIP, though, going to go straight back in on top of this Baron. RNG not to be done just yet. Yeah, I think with Dro resetting, there's not really a chance you can go for it. They're just kind of maybe delaying or denying a lot of time for this Baron to be taken. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on right now.
That's how everything started. Dro went in with the Hex Flash over the wall, and we had ultimates committed from NIP as it was a 1-for-1 trade. But RNG, they don't have the jungler to commit to this. They can't even contest.
Can't even contest as easy as you like, which means you'll now have the Baron right up until that dragon spawns. Just about kind of putting the last few finishing touches here for NIP. It's been an absolute brawl, to say the least, but they are eking out in front. They are coming out ahead in these fights, and they are looking like they're going to be going up to 6 wins.
And the strangest thing is Tongan even commits the TP late to that Baron as well. So he won't have that side lane pressure for this upcoming dragon, which is going to be Hex Soul for the side of NIP. And we have double stopwatches available for Shadow and Angel. And this Maokai is a menace, by the way. 7-1 and 10 in the Game 3. Definitely redeeming himself from that Game 1 performance and having so much control around these major objectives, working with those saplings. And it's really giving RNG no chance of walking into this visionless bottom side.
They come back in. Tanguin still has damage. That looked like it should have missed, but it hit. We'll see the ultimate come back out here. Not enough damage. There's plenty of damage available on the bot side, though, as, yeah, Angel's dead. Not quite sure what he was hoping to do there. Maybe not expecting all 3 other members of RNG to be bot side, because Fodic's uncontested in the top, on the mid lane, so he's able to crack open the base with that Baron push. Now we wait to see where the next kind of play is here from the side of RNG. They got themselves a nice little Baron buff denial, and they're able to keep themselves alive. But again, 1 minute's time, Hex Soul is there and available.
Lucky for NIP, like you said, the dragon is going to be another 50 seconds, so Angel's death shouldn't matter too much, but I'm wondering why this chase was so pushed up in the first place. We have the TP spotted out by Breathe. Fotic can't cancel that. It is going to be Breathe going towards the top side as NIP has complete control of this bottom side. But once again, play through the poke of Angel. We get a replay of what happened. I believe it was just a flash engage. It's not even a flash engage from the side of RNG. They just got their hands onto Angel. Angel had flash, by the way. So overstepped by Angel in the side lane. Definitely not what you want to be doing, especially when Invincible's drawing so much pressure on this Poppy, as well as RNG secure this mid lane push.
We come back in, 10 seconds till this dragon spawns. You have to fight this if you're RNG. Cannot let this one go to the wayside. W lands on the LP, already a little bit of poke damage. You can see now, moving forward onto Invincible, feeling invincible, as the poke really does come in. There is the dragon.
Double knock up!
Not quite enough, though, but can they take the fight afterwards? LP has to flash away. They can now jump in right in on top of the tanks and start burning them down. LP and Lumao not really in a position to be able to deny this. Invincible flashes forward to get a little bit of a slow. Fotic shotguns himself into the backside. Tanguin goes golden, but Angel brings down the hammer. The Angel of Death trying to seal the deal, and he will do just that. Yes, you get the dragon, but you will lose the game and the series. NIP up to 6-6.
I mean, Invincible starts the fight with just deleting RNG's double members out of the fight, and a great follow-up from Shadow once again. I mean, from start to finish, these team fights just really seem like NIP knew what they were doing, and RNG kind of getting played around, while these carries, I mean, they were just getting absolutely destroyed, and NIP once again 2-1 and securing the series win up against RNG.
Big victory here for NIP. Not only are they getting themselves up to 6 wins, a nice 50-50 scoreline with wins and losses, but they're also bringing RNG down to them. RNG, where 6-5, will now be 6-6 alongside NIP. RNG will still be ahead because of the game difference, but now they're starting to get a little bit more muddied in the water between that, you know, like kind of 7 to 11 position.
Yeah, and this was a much needed win for NIP as they finally end their loss streak from the recent weeks. And honestly, game 3 in very convincing fashion as well, looking at just the KDAs alone of the top side from Shadow and from Invincible, the Poppy putting in so much work, and the solo AP Maokai was honestly 1v5ing when it came to those major objectives, which allowed Photic and Angel to really put in their damage as well as that follow-up. But once again, I mean, we see the Tristana getting locked in 2 times for tonight in the series, and it didn't really deliver what we were expecting when it comes to the early game macro. And I feel like this is something that they need to kind of refine a little bit more for the upcoming weeks.
Yeah, I mean, look, game 1 from RNG was hella clean. Hella clean. But it was also off of the fact that NIP didn't really do a lot. Game 2, NIP found themselves much more proactivity, found themselves a lot more kind of safety. And honestly, Photic in game 2 and in game 3 was phenomenal. I really do feel like he's finally getting himself into a stride where he can be relied upon to be a carry right at the end there, putting himself literally in the middle of 4 members of RNG to make sure they had the damage to finish it off. Just really solid play. Yes, he gives over his life, but he knows he's gaining the game for it, and those are the fine margins that are going to win you series, that are going to push you forward into playoffs and possibly beyond.
You know what, Oshin? That makes the Alistair 5-0 now up against Arel.
Yep.
So still 100% win rate, continuing both the Ziggs and Alistair from this series, sitting on that 100% win rate, of course. But we definitely saw that Luma was struggling quite a lot in those team fights on this champion. There was just way too much disengage. You have to consider the fact that you're going into an Alistair, a Maokai, a Poppy as that champion. So NIP kind of just read this pick like a book, while another thing that wasn't really up to satisfaction was Breathe on this Renekton. We see so much priority when RNG had that blue side and they picked this Renekton paired alongside the Sejuani, but unfortunately we didn't see too much duo synergy coming out of the top end jungle of RNG, where I feel like they didn't utilize this pick to its full potential.
Yeah, I really did feel like they just kind of, as you said, just kind of lacked a little bit of imagination with that and struggled, to be perfectly honest. I think NIP, once they got a foothold into the game, were very much looking like the favored ones, and you can see it there with the goal difference over time. It just kind of little by little, bit by bit, they're constantly coming in. I will say again, big shout out to Invincible on this Poppy. It just completely shut down basically the entire engage system of RNG. You're thinking of like a Rel, a Sejuani, a Tristana, all trying to jump in or dash in on top of your face, and it just wasn't possible in this setup. So really well played there from the from Invincible on the Poppy. And again, just everyone doing their job. Massive win here for NIP. Really cannot understate that. And they go forward, kind of looking at their schedule. They haven't got the worst one in the world. It's kind of like an equal one, or a kind of a some good, some bad. They go up against BLG later this week. That's going to be a tough one there. Then RA, FBX, they should, you know, kind of come out with that. And then LNG to finish off the season. They could end 8-8, which should just be enough to get themselves into playoffs.
I've been saying this for like the past half a year, Sheen, but someone that's extremely underrated and my personal go on NIP is Invincible. He is just such a fun player to watch, as he is the perfect representation of a coin, and today he delivered on the Poppy 2 games in a row. But working alongside Shadow, man also popped up 8, 1, and 13 on this champion. And talking about the damage charts and kind of the damage share, the Maokai and the Poppy did just as much damage as Photic on the Kaiser, who was sitting on 3 items with 4 items with that Lord Doms in hands as well. So I just feel like, although RNG, yes, you killed the carries of NIP, you forgot the other squad of the Poppy and Maokai, and of course a Draw,
the true carries.
Yes, where there was just way too much CC, and this really does throw me back to tank meta, where AD carries don't really have a say in terms of those team fights.
True, but I think the tanks that we're getting right now are a little bit more interesting, shall we say. The Renektons, the Poppies, they definitely have a little bit more, you know, kind of vibes to them, shall we say, than the previous metas. Again, you know, point and click CC and getting instantly bursted down. Not my personal cup of tea, to be perfectly honest, but we'll see how the meta changes. Of course, we have one more patch in the regular season to go, which is going to be 13-13 on Monday next week. That will be our last week of the regular season. We'll see if we do swap over to 13-14 before playoffs or after playoffs might not be, again, we're flying through, Kitty. We're flying through absolutely everything. But yeah, look, for RNG, this is a tough loss. This is a really, really tough loss. You're now 6-6. Your last 4 series are going to be up against WE, another playoff contender, BLG, our literal top 2 team, Weibo. I'll be totally honest, that's a bit of a hit or miss. And then your final series against LGD, which actually screwed over RNG in the last year in Summer Split. So we'll see if that happens again. But yeah, really, really want to see how RNG do, because they need to get 2 wins out of those, and the WE one and the LGD one are kind of the 2 most likely I'm looking at.
Yeah, RNG definitely need to step up their game. And once again, I've been saying this for like the past 2 RNG series. Wei and Breed need to show up in these team fights. Maybe draw something a little bit different, because the Sejuani and the Renekton 2 games in a row definitely wasn't getting utilized to its full potential. But I feel like someone else that we also need to highlight is Dro in these games. I mean, not Dro, Lumao in these games. Dro did great on the Alistair. He made up for himself in that early game, but Lumao...
Yep.
I mean, it potentially could have just been drafted for the Rel to really shine in those team fights, but I feel like he had a bit of a disconnect between him and the AD carry when it came to those really important 5v5s late games where you saw LP kind of alone on an island, and he just got straight up assassinated by Photic on the Kai'Sa, so that is definitely not something you want to be having when it comes to those late game team fights. But I was just celebrating a little bit for 13.13 because that is the death of Static Shiv. We didn't get a single Static Shiv for tonight's series, so teams are definitely picking up that this item, bit of a bait item when it comes to AD champions. Everyone, we need to remind the audience that this item became OP because people realized that you can go full AP while still going Shiv, and that still does a crap ton of damage, but not on AD. AD is just like, it kind of does its thing, you know? It doesn't feel the same.
Yeah. Not only that, but it was also kind of like only OP on LeBlanc because the distance traveled between her distortions counted towards the Static Shiv. So you could distortion in, Static Shiv, distortion back out, and then have it back up with another distortion within like 2 seconds. It was a little bit broken. Of course, they have taken they've taken away the scaling on that, the AP scaling, of course, and of course, as you said, it's going to be the death of it. But we got ourselves the MVP. It was Shadow on this Maokai. You mentioned him. Honestly, it could have gone to many of the tanks in this particular game. Honestly, anyone, but 8-1-13. God damn. Really putting himself to the forefront there and just being that, kind of disengaged tank that they needed on the team.
Yeah, and something that stood out to me on this Shadow on this Maokai was in those teamfights, he didn't just straight up use his ultimate right away, as he was holding onto it for a very long time. But this was the turning point for this game. RNG were in the lead, but really nice ultimate zoning RNG into a 3-man stack allowed Droid to follow up with a really nice 3-man knockup as well. But these grassroots were just such a pain for RNG to deal with. Wei always being at the front trying to tank for it, but that instantly kind of allowed NIP to play front to back and shut down the front line, and honestly one of the main engages for RNG to work off. And once again, this is a very sad death compilation of LP just dying to CC, not even damage, just dying to CC from Shadow and Invincible, as you only have so many dashes with the Gale Force and the Flash available. But yeah, this Maokai having those items online, the Demonic, he just utilized those bushes with the sapling so well, where RNG, they really weren't in any circumstance to walk into those major objectives.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like, he put himself in the right position at the right time, constantly jumping onto LP. You can even see it there, just making sure that even though he's technically separated from the fight with his flash and his cleanse, doesn't have an opportunity to be able to try and fight back onto that one there. So NIP up to 6-6 kind of puts them on the kind of same wins as such as like, RNG, as we mentioned, also Weibo, EDG. This is the kind of clump, if you will, of our 6th to 10th position. And then we're looking now towards our next series, which is going to be WE versus Weibo. Big match there for WE and for Weibo. We'll have to see which one comes out on top. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, we'll be gone, but Mazel and Jamada will be taking over. So we'll see you soon.
it's just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you, it's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you, I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight. I met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bored me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam. But you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part. Had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acted the
Welcome back, everyone. A warm how do you do, and welcome into the LPL Summer Split. We're continuing on with our Super Tuesday here. We all have Mazel and Jamada coming in to reinforce the cast. Thank you to Oshin and Kitty for taking up the vanguard at least earlier on. But we're also jet setting because we're going straight over to Xi'an. We're trying to catch up with Weibo versus WE, and it should be an absolute banger. I think WE are never one to count out, especially when they are losing, because they are an angry beast on the other side of it. And Javada, we'll have to look at what the draft has in store for us, but as we get into the game, got to set some stakes here in Weibo, trying to solidify themselves as the real deal.
Yeah, they are, right? For Weibo, it was a similar story in spring. It's a similar story now in summer as well. They need to just be consistent, for God's sake. They need to take down teams like WE, who they should be borderline swatting aside. So this is going to be a good series of technically gauge for them, I suppose, right? In a WE team who's starting to potentially be backed into a corner. Fast turnaround series, difficult series as well, with the strength of schedule.
Yeah.
If they can pull apart WE today, it'll definitely be a good sign for them. But for WE, opposite end, 5-5 now. Remember, they were 4-0 no longer than like 2 weeks ago. They need to start turning some results around. Otherwise, the reality of the fact is, playoffs, it's going to start to look slimmer and slimmer that they'll get in.
And as we go over to WE's home arena here, you get to hear all the crowd noise, but especially get to see a little bit of this level 1 action. I don't think you necessarily want to fight into a Braum level 1, but that might just be me. And I will say I want to go through some of the compositional strengths. When we come into these games like this, it's a little quick, it's a little fast, it's a little dirty. So I do want to say, the Shy on the Renekton against Cube on the Ornn, a very differing matchup, but one that can have a lot of potential to influence the rest of the map. But I'm specifically looking at Weiwei versus Hung and the Sejuani skirmish ability in the early parts of the game.
Yeah, definitely agree with you though. Mazel. I think for Weibo, There's a lot more early skirmishes. I think for me, once those level 6s come online, right, there's a lot of power on both sides of the map. So looking at first Dragon, first Herald for Weibo, and looking at the lane priorities and seeing exactly how they're looking to set up for those objectives, I think for WE, whilst there are a lot of powerful ultimates that sync up quite well with each other, actually, for me, WE's composition, I prefer a fair chunk more than Weibo's. I think it's a little more flexible in what it can get achieved and how they work off one another. Definitely will look to be waiting till first item, second item completion realistically until they try and contest this Weibo side, just because I feel like for Weibo, the champions will just be naturally a little bit stronger at those times.
I will just say Xiaohu on Nico is always so scary. But I on the other side of it though, Shanks on the Annie, I feel like for me, Annie love has fallen off a little bit. At the beginning of the split, it was super huge. The decisiveness was super big, but it was also the champion just feeling really strong. Recently, it feels like if you are not proactive and extremely decisive on this champion, you seem to fade off into existence as the game goes on.
Yeah, it definitely can happen to you. I think in this kind of matchup as well, I've seen so many Nikos into Annies. It feels like if you're on the Annie end of this matchup, sometimes you can get a little bit outspaced, a little bit outranged. And just being set behind in lane can kind of make you feel, I don't want to say useless, but you definitely don't get as much value out of pick sometimes if you're not able to actually go over to a side lane or actually support your jungler in a skirmish. So we'll see how Shanks gets on. I do agree with you though, the priority, it feels like it's still there, but it's not quite as borderline pick ban as it was perhaps at the start of the Summer Split.
But the thing is, that changes all if you just start landing some crazy Flash Timbers ultis and make game-changing decisions. So the thing is, I feel like Xiaohu and Shanks will have a lot to say about the team fights in the early skirmishing once we get to these first items fights, once you get to level 6 especially. But now, we see Weiwei actually going for a bit of an aggressive path up into no man's land because Hung has already cleared up his jungle. And both junglers will get the bad news, but Hung and Weiwei at least getting a little bit of vision game down.
Yeah, I was wondering for half a second because Cube is quite low on mana. Whether or not they were going to consider diving him, but the Shy is also about half HP. So, don't look like they want to risk the dive at all. And of course, at the end of the day, Hung could technically just be beelining up towards the top side, which technically he is for his next reset of camps. So, not going to be dove. Weibo will just take a back foot on that one, and Weiwei's already back out on the map with a reset. Whereas for Hung, he's going to take his Raptors, probably his Krugs too, and then look for the reset. So he's going to be a little bit behind on like tempo overall, but once he returns to the map, he'll be a little bit stronger, have a little bit more gold in his back pocket. Bottom side, maybe was aiming for something, but generally, like, getting in the face here of WE's bottom lane is kind of the big issue. They kind of have to overextend. There's no hook champions, it's just slows until the concussive blows actually stack up for the stun. So whilst the Weibo setup is technically quite strong, once it happens, the actual build up to the CC itself is obviously rampant.
It's just crazy to me. Oh, we get a little 2v2. Oh, nice concussive blows connects there. I want to be able to shield out a decent amount of that. We'll see some heavy trading leading in favor of Weiwei, now taking aggressive moves into the backside of WE's bottom lane. See if this crash is enough to really get a dive. Feels a little bit iffy here. Maybe something if Weibo can pull this off. A huge advantage for them. We'll see the TP pulled, and that means Weibos are out, but big resource utilized by Cube, who's going to have to instantly back and get back top lane.
Wow, this felt really old school, didn't it? Like teleport to defend the dive. Just to
I love it,
now,
man. I love it. I miss it. I miss the like
so
5 minute.
So do I. Look,
quad
I think
TP's bot lane.
we know what my tile is, my unofficial or official, depending on how you look at it, tile is. I do miss those days, right? Just like 5-man complete Armageddon fist fights in the bottom lane. This is going to give the Shy, though, an entire plate plus. God. Cube is going to miss some of this wave for sure. He's very fortunate that it's
this level 6, yeah, the Shy just takes that. He's going to be able to take out a decent amount as soon as he gets back to lane, Jamada.
Yeah, that's problematic because Weiwei is actually also on the top side of the map. So, depending on how long he stays up here, I mean, at the end of the day, it's on, right? And he's going to be level 6 now as well, so it's always kind of difficult to diet Cube in these scenarios.
You're losing plates, like you're bleeding gold right now.
Exactly, it's rough. It's really, really rough. So, the Shy getting off to a good start in the lane. Something that we don't always get to say about the Shy sometimes this year.
Hey, all right? Sometimes I would say he gets lanes. But then things happen, okay? Sometimes we like to flip a little bit. We like to have a little bit of burgers. We do see Hung, though, maybe. Ooh.
I'm a big lover of burger flipping.
Oh.
So is Hung, apparently.
Xiaohu caught back or caught shopping a little bit there with Pop Blossom. And I don't think he makes it out of this one. The flash comes through from Hung because he is bloodthirsty, and this could just be first blood for WE. One more smack of the stick. Iwandi actually blocked him as Hung's just going to try to get out of this one. Should be able to, taking the chunk of his health, but it's first blood for Team WE.
Yeah, all right.
Wait.
Xiaohu out on the rotation.
God, that is a bounty of gold waiting in that bush. It's not going to happen.
No, would be funny though. We'll just come down here, clear out the vision. Placed on the way in, and yeah, Xiaohu just caught on a rotation. Wow, Shy getting this tower ridiculously close to one more plate.
It's only 7.5 minutes in, by the way.
Yeah, this is definitely a bit of a problem for WE. Shanks is now up here to defend the tower. I guess he will just clear away the wave, and just the range advantage should keep the Shy away from picking up that next plate. But he's going to reset on a ridiculous amount of gold. Well,
yeah,
actually,
he is.
He's holding himself. He's waiting. He wants to go one more wave. So this does make me wonder when Weibo are actually going to pull the trigger on the Herald. If this is the way that the top lane state is going to remain for the foreseeable future, I'd like to see them pick that one up. And generally, Hope and Iwandi have kind of had either complete priority, or it's been, you know, they've shoved in and then they just let Weibo kind of slow stack a wave in.
Yeah.
I'd like to see them personally take the Dragon, but it seems like they actually want to try and contest this. They've got first move all the way up from bottom lane. Hope and Iwandi are here. Hope's actually going to hit 6 on this wave. I'm not sure about Iwandi's XP situation. That's going to be huge in following up on some of this engaged CC. And it could actually just push Weibo away, so we could just end up seeing Light with this red and white gun stay down here on the bottom side of the map and pick up loads of plates, right? We know how fast Aphelios can chew through this, and it's a cannon wave too, so it's going to stay alive for a pretty lengthy amount of time. So this is the gold trade. This is the map trade across the board. It's
I'm
Aphelios
surprised
getting
though.
that.
Like, I honestly, with the amount of priority they had top lane for Weibo, I was like, that's 100% going to be theirs. But WE find a way in and they take it away. Couple plates did go over there. You did say spot that out, but now we can reposition down towards this bottom side. A lot of vision going to be gained by Weibo around the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, and we spoke about the skirmishing power, right? And for Weibo around this dragon, it's going to be really, really powerful. And Cube is up here right now with no teleport, and Unleash teleports in 30 seconds. If the dragon can stay alive for a little bit longer, then it's actually probably a bit more of a window for WE to potentially try and look to contest it. So see exactly how that one goes on, because again, you know, Sejuani, Braum, concussive blows and the permafrost stacking is really obnoxious to deal with, especially when you're such a short range composition. But WE, again, I feel like tools as the game goes on a little bit later, a little more flexible, right? Over the head engage from Ornn always kind of lets you know, all right, is this the good signal to engage? Does it hit 2-3 people? Can Hung get on top of those members to then set up for Shanks? That's kind of the thought process for them.
Yeah. But we didn't really get a chance to set a lot of the stage for both these two teams when we came into this one, since we just came straight in. And while we're getting set up around Dragon, I do want to highlight Weibo. You were talking about consistency earlier. They have not been able to find that this split. An up and down cannot happen, as we only have 6 series left for them coming through here. So they need to find that consistency, and it starts by getting Wei a little bit of comfort onto the Rift. And I think we've seen that lead to their success in previous series.
Yeah, I do agree. And all things considered, it's mildly easier as well, I feel like. You're not really dealing with a team, well, I don't know, man, anyone's legend if you've been here on some of our previous casts. But joke aside, it is some of the teams that are struggling or towards the bottom end of the playoff race for Weibo, so you would expect them to take down most of these names. As the Shy is in trouble.
He is 100% dead. Some new boots for Cube, and overextended the Shy.
Very easy pick off, but the commitment does mean that Weibo should just pick up this dragon. Wandi and Hope are looking to play Annoyance as Light's coming out from base, but it's likely just going to remain that, just Annoyance for now. Light might have to just come over and rotate to make it a numbers advantage, but yeah, Wandi and Hope are just kind of chilling around. They need to be careful because, yeah, the CC definitely there, and with Xiaohu rotating, it definitely could have gotten a little bit dangerous, but won't really turn into much, and Weibo finally do pick up this dragon. But you have to remember, Hung still having this Herald in his back pocket means that he does have a tower that he can take a good couple of plates off of, and you expect that it will go towards Hope or either Shanks in the mid lane.
There it is. I'd like to see it towards Shanks. Just get this duo unlocked because I feel like it can be so powerful towards the composition of Weibo. You see Iwandi dodging out of that one a little bit with that grand entrance out of the Moonlight Vigil from Light. So cooldown use, charge in the mid lane, get Shanks some gold. Now we're actually looking back top lane for WE. They have a 3v1 up there.
Oh,
okay,
hello.
2v2 down here going out. Light is knocked off. The double comes through, and Iwandi has come up clutch for WE in bot side. Hope has been fed some gold, but Weiwei's here to punish. Not a lot of mana for Iwandi. You got to be a little bit careful. Glacial Prison does come through, and the Xiaohu has arrived. Pop Blossom onto Hope, and they are taking separate fights, but they'll clean it up all the same. Iwandi, oh, Weiwei can't get the flash, and Iwandi's too quick for you, bud.
Iwandi and Weiwei were just sharing plants there. They were battling over them. Flash comes out for Weiwei. I don't even think if the W hits, he would have killed him, so it's just a bit of frustration on his part. But either way, Weiwei isn't able to pick him up. Weibo get the dragon from past, and I think maybe this is why WE feel so happy to go in. They're kind of anticipating that no longer will Sejuani be down here. And yeah,
that's
it's
bold
just
from Hope. That was insane.
It is, but this is kind of the ability that a champion combo like Rakan and Kai'Sa have. They can slip past the Braum, right? They can actually very easily dash past the Unbreakable. Iwandi's the target here. While Xiaohu was killing off Hope.
Oh no.
The replay. The Shy again is a victim.
Okay, the Shy's in a little bit of trouble. There's a lot of ultis coming your way, and the Dominus will not be enough. He just got knocked up to Kingdom Come, and that is a top lane under siege now.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be at least 2 plates here just because it's really low. Could even be 3 because of the Demolish. Weiwei's here to defend actually, so it should be alright. Cube. No, just hit it. Just proc the Demolish. Makes me sad.
You really wanted it, did you?
I mean, Demolish is like, I don't know. It's what's the word I'm looking for?
Pure dopamine.
Yes, it's so
pure,
good.
unfiltered dopamine.
But it's nice to see that WE didn't fall for the classic curse of Lost Platos, because they definitely would have been collapsed on by Weibo. A Light picks up 450 gold though. Yeah, exactly. So WE still kind of losing out on these rotations, right? Like they pick up the Shy, that feels, you know, great, but not really achieve too much else, right? It's not like you still had the Herald from earlier on to take out a lot of that tower, so feels like just a pick.
Yeah.
At the very least, I will say it's Hung getting a second kill.
The Shy's pretty strong over here. Shanks needs to be a little careful. Yeah. Luckily, he has the turret right behind him to save the day. The rest of his team's coming out as well. I just want to highlight there, we saw the stat come up, but I don't think audience did. Weibo at a 72% turret first blood rate here now after that one secured. And that's honestly just incredible. And it shows that Weibo typically do look for those early advantageous plays. It's just about honing in the edge and finishing the game with it.
Yeah, exactly. It's one thing to be a very strong team in the early game. It's another thing entirely to be clinical, right? After the 15-20 minute mark, and take those leads you get and actually finish off the game. We'll see how, and I mean that's probably just generally a critique of Weibo anyway, being 6-4, because we do see them with leads a fair amount. Not just because of that stat, but just generally we do. As hello, bye bye Hung. He wanted to make sure he's not going to go get any more information or vision there. But yeah, I think now that Weibo have this this Herald, it does give them a little more flexibility at this next dragon. A little bit under 6 seconds time. And again, remember we spoke about strength of champions. First items are in across the board. Not only realistically for Weibo, but also for WE. So if they want to fight and look to contest for it, they can. We saw how slippery Hope and Iwandi can be. And that's going to be huge again when you're talking about the ultimate from Cube coming over the top. Crisp is going to have to be really on point with blocking those Ornn ultimates just to ensure that he stops that setup and that crucial bit of team fight synergy for the rest of WE.
Well, we already had WE set up with a lot of vision around the Dragon Pit. The tower in the side lane will end up going down before this fight ensues, but both teams sitting cocked, ready for a 5v5.
They want to fight. They don't want anything else. Herald's here. That should just about kill the tower. The tower might be left on like 1 HP, but if someone auto attacks it, should die. He just one taps it. No, there.
Nobody's in range. Weiwei's gonna
There you
walk
go.
up, and there's an auto attack from Light. So the outer tower is gone. All outer structures for WE gone. But the dragon is still here, looming large over this would-be fight.
Yeah, WE a little bit scattered right now. I mean, it's fine if Cube's behind everyone because he can always just add to the fight with his ultimate, right? But for WE, looks like they're trying to go for a little more of a flank approach. Try and pincer Weibo as they come in. They want Shanks to find a big ultimate on the back line, then have that be the initiation. But Weibo are very, very patient with
Cube
this
has
approach.
TP. He has some wards. He's going into the pit. So Shanks has been waiting a long time for a flank, but they have a control war in the side. Dragon is about 2,500 health now. Weibo sitting on a line of skirmish, but ready to go. The Dragon goes over to Hung. The Glacial Prison has been utilized. Iwandi wants to try to pick him up, but guess where you went? Straight into the waiting arms of Shanks. And Weibo are just trying to get themselves out of dodge, but Xiao, who wants to go back forward? He's indecisive, though. Everybody's indecisive. But once the Shy is taking on the world, and the Moonlight Vigil comes and gets him out of dodge. What a weird fight from Weibo, but they make it out with everybody but Weiwei.
Yeah, they didn't get the dragon though. That's gonna feel a little bit bad. Weiwei accidentally forgot where Shanks was. You know, it'd been a long time since that flank had started out, and the Shy goes in, kind of 1v5, buys a lot of space, but no one's actually there to follow up on all of this AoE, so doesn't really matter for Weibo. W get away with the dragon, so they're happy with the exchange overall because they also picked up the kill. Goes into Hung's back pocket, so he's 3-0 right now. But we take a look at the fight. The smite goes over to Hung very heavy-handedly, and then Hung gets engaged on by Iwandi, so he feels pressured to just try and escape from it. Doesn't want to necessarily puff back towards his team. It definitely would have been the easier thing to do, though, I have to feel. But maybe just kind of thinking, if I go back into my team, then I'm just setting them up to also get engaged on here, right? So doesn't want that. Stopwatch from Shanks. Stop Xiaohu from going in, but then look at this. Gordon 5-4-man Q from the Shy. There's so much space, but Light was a little bit too far away of the Moonlight Vigil whilst this was going on, so it doesn't hit as many members as it perhaps it could have if everyone was a little bit quick on the turn. And because Xiaohu had used his ultimate a little bit too early, looking for another turnaround play in his own right? Fortunately, nothing quite comes together for Weibo.
I know I'm memeing a little bit, but the Shy just did that to show that he could, right? Like, he's just like, man,
Yeah.
I see 5 people on top of each other. I really want to see how much health I get back.
I mean, as we all know, you know, the Shy is just, he's a demigod. So sometimes he has to flex his power and just let him know.
of course.
And that was one of those moments, you know? And then the other times in lane, he shows that he's actually part human. And, you know, he gives the enemy laner a bit of a chance, you know?
Gives him a chance and says, "You're welcome." Anyways, but get that reference. You know, you're a Disney fan. Anyways, we do see the side lane pushing here up in the top side. Not going to get much. And I will say, I think I've really appreciated the way that Weibo have approached this early game in terms, I guess now mid game, of that structure control, right? They got a lot of just standing gold from those plates. Now, it is a very hotly contested game. We are nowhere in a Weibo lead, but the composition right now has a lot of strength because of the catch-out tools with no defensive structures for WE.
Yeah, I do agree. WE, though, even though that is pretty much the case, and it's going to be around the Baron now where it's super important, it might not matter that much as long as the first person that goes in is Cube and he doesn't get one shot. So, well, okay. The vision talk.
Were you ready for the caster curse? Were you ready?
I was so ready.
Just getting ready?
The vision toggle was so funny, man. I couldn't. Okay, well, again, no, it's fine. No. Bellow's breath. It's a great ability. It's fine. He's all right. But this is the thing. Cube can like check these rushes. He is tanky enough to not die, right? And I think that's the important thing because then, you know, Rakan can fly in behind him.
Look at the flank.
Shanks and Hung can follow up.
Look at the flank.
Shanks. No.
Nobody's there with him, though. You gotta be a little careful. He had the idea, but that means he missed the flank. They wanted to take him out. Shanks will have to burn his flash, but the Pop Blossom flash from Xiaohu was also utilized.
Yeah, they do lose a little bit of their pressure, though, up here. The whole vision was kind of reclaimed by WE, so they're going to feel a little bit safer. Weibo will try their best to try and clean a lot of this out. And in fact, they will succeed, so kind of goes back to a bit of a reset. Ends up just being mid laner's flash of flash. Definitely limits Shanks' overall threat on the back line, so we'll track that. But it's the same thing for Xiaohu, as are you oohing at the Shy having 2 items, or?
Well, most 2 items, yes, but also Hope. Ended up going the Navori Quick Blade second item completed for the Kaisa. So very interesting indeed. But looking at these 2 item spikes, I think that's something very usable on both sides.
Yep, definitely agree. I feel like we're starting to see the trend away from Static Shiv on Kaisa, but I guess it just genuinely
They're just getting ready for the next batch.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Okay, so this Baron is being burned down quickly. Tell me.
Do you like burgers? Hey, Jamada, do you like burgers? Because we're flipping, baby. Get set! What do you like on your burger, Jamada? Do you like cheese? Do you like lettuce? Well, Hung likes it all.
Oh my god, I think you need to be asking Weiwei and Weibo that question, Mazel. They're the ones that like burgers because they're the ones that bloody flipped it. Hung gets the Baron and he gets out.
I could not believe they just did it. It's fitting because here in the United States, it's 4th of July. We like barbecue food. It's honestly, thank you, Weiwei. Thank you.
Oh man. Keep Weiwei away from the grill, I think.
I love that your brain is just like, I still, that happened. That actually happened.
I mean, what did they think was gonna happen? Like, I don't know. It's just a bad bit of discipline. They also know where the Shy is now, so this is about to be really awkward.
The Shy's in some trouble. He's gonna get completely turned around on Weiwei. Just tries to capitalize on the Shanks, but he goes golden. The outer tower is now dust, and Weibo don't have a top laner anymore.
It's 4v5. Baron's on the map for WE still. And all those outer structures we spoke about, which were standing gold for WE. That's less valuable with the plates. Hello, Shao.
All right, Xiaohu will connect that when the combo is good, and Shanks falls.
Okay, that was a lot more damage than I was anticipating. I'm not gonna lie. Shanks with no flash doesn't have the same gap closer or opener, I suppose, in this instance it would have been as the Rocket Belt. So falls prey to that, and that play should just about, for the next 30 seconds at least, just keep WE at bay. I think, by the way, whilst we was in previous replay, the dragon was picked up. Hung.
I just forget the directed cam. What's the chat status of Hung right here? He says, screw your Glacial Fissure. I'm going straight in.
Yeah, 144. There was 144 damage early on the smite from Weiwei, unfortunately. And Hung picks it up. And you know, this was the choice from Weibo. They actively just burst it down and tried to keep Hung out of the pit, and it did not work. So now they're dealing with about a 3k deficit, and a lot more gold than what should be sitting in WE's wallets is now sat in it. So where do you even go now?
Though, I will just say, looking at WE's side, you are happy as can be. This is a team that needs something, man. Anything. They started off so damn hot in this summer split. They went off to Road to Asia Games. They came back. It has not been the same. They are in a huge loss streak here, and a statement game against Weibo would be a nice step forward.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to remember for WE, they still have JDG and BLG left, right? What I would like to dub the Taxman games, as that just seems like how it is. If you're against JDG and BLG, you're paying the tax, unfortunately, and that is a series loss. So if you can pick up a win against Weibo, when you have RA and RNG, two teams that are right near you in the standings as well, it really does set you up for a lot of success for playoffs.
Everything's going forward. Hope has used the killer instinct, and they've already gotten the big old croc as Crisp is taking a little bit extra damage there. Weibo, they have not been able to set their feet. They got hit by a haymaker, and they have not looked the same.
They've been dazed.
Oh,
They've been on shaky legs.
That might be more than a haymaker right there. His light is gone. Team WE, they said they lose, they are angry, and they come out fighting against Weibo. Xiaohu's just going to try to clear the wave here, but it's not going to be enough. It's Cube's TP that saves a little bit of it. And Xiaohu's just going to buy a lot of time. You see Hope going right back to the wave, and the goal is the inhib turret in mid lane.
It's going to be enough, though, I think, for WE to at the very least get the inhibitor. It's not going to be enough to actually end the game. So really smart from Xiaohu. Cube, if he actually teleported on the cannon minion, maybe that'd be a bit more of a wave, and they could have walked away with it. But
no inhib.
Oh, no inhib. Wow. And Xiaohu, he's not going to execute. He's got too much HP. We'll just go over.
He gave it to Shanks.
I think the Molten Shield, actually, because he damaged the target on the way out. Hope now. Not going to be collapsed on by the Shy. But either way, that feels like one of the last couple of nails in the coffin for Weibo in this game, unless a big overstep comes out from WE. And, you know, even though the Shy had an amazing laning phase, man, outside of lane, it's been a struggle. He W'd the control, which, to be fair, wouldn't have really safe. Okay, right. Now I know why the observers were highlighting it. Never mind, I didn't catch that flash in live.
Walk away!
I thought he just died. I thought he just died. I didn't realize the flash. But Iwandi's wraparound here is excellent. Finds light. Easy peasy. Cube
Dude,
as well.
I thought our players were bloodthirsty, man. Our observers. They're picking them apart. As we're going to be looking back at the map now. We have Dragon coming up in about 20 seconds. WE just looking to press in some lanes before that could come up. But we also have Baron on the other side. And that could just be one fell swoop for WE to end the game.
Uh-oh. Okay, he's fine. He's fine. You know, I've seen him in that position so many times this game, the Shy. Just, you know, man
Get a little antsy. A little antsy. I understand.
Yeah,
I understand. Yeah, I understand. We did just get another Ornn upgrade completed there as the Divine Thunder for Hung be upgraded. Now the engage coming out from Cube along the corridor.
No.
They are slammed into the walls that would cage around them. WE have come out in game one with an indomitable performance, and that's just it.
Oh, Weibo fans turn away. Support players as well. Crisp shield basically seals the fate there. Cube hits a strike. I think all 5 members. And now Weibo.
I feel like we just took a time loop. Like it feels like Weibo just all of a sudden found themselves in the future. They were losing the game. They went from one decision of taking a Baron to losing the game minutes later. What a game from WE. What decisiveness from this team who has been not filled with hope, even if he's on the team.
Yeah, incredible turnaround time here, right? Because you could start to see the constrictor was constricting, right? As Weibo, they were looking to, you know, really suffocate W out of this game. They had vision on the top side. It should have really been a relatively easy closeout, all things considered. But they make one decision to flip the Baron, and it's all WE needed. And, you know, you kind of ask the big question of how do these compositions work? How do they scale against each other? Realistically, WE's a little more flexible on how they can engage and how they can actually interact with this Weibo composition, right? All they really have to play around and with is just the Braum Shield in terms of the Cube ultimate. Outside of that, you know, plenty of ways to actually get to the backline. And you saw that once the game actually opened back up after the Baron. So yeah, Weibo, I think, just don't flip the bloody Baron and you're probably all right.
The game literally, there are 2 futures. Like Doctor Strange is sitting there like you chose the wrong one, man. Like you literally don't do that. The entire game, what is different? But you do that and this is the result you get. But I do have to give huge props to WE. And I think it's much needed, right? We were looking at this week, we're like, this is a hell week for them. They have to play 4 series in 1 week, 4 best of 3s. And they were already losing before coming into this against LNG, against EDG. They lost to LGD to kick this week off, and it needs to turn around for them if they want to have some hope.
Yeah, exactly right. So I have to get on the board here. And again, it's not just them, it's both teams here, isn't it? So also, yeah, for WE, this is an exciting game one, right? This is now, you take down Weibo, the reality of actually getting to playoffs is there, right? Because you've got 4 very beatable teams on the other side of, or rather, 2 beatable teams, 3 beatable teams on the other side of this series, right? With RA, RNG looked sloppy, to be polite today, into NIP and FPX. Those are teams that you can win against. And hey, you know, if you can beat Weibo, maybe, you know, if BLG and JDG are having some, you know, experimental days, then perhaps, you know, you never know. Reaching quite far there, but Hung got MVP. Yeah, he was a bit of a monster this game. Picked up all the kills. He was around all of the big moments for W, and of course, he was the one that stole away the Baron to get this turnaround going.
I think that was it. Honestly, I was like looking at Iwandy. I was like, man, you have 93 KP on the Rakata. It looks real good, and a lot of the engages were actually set up by Iwandy. But you steal a Baron like that, that was literally game deciding. Like, absolutely. And the decisiveness there, the fact that he literally took that Baron flip 1v5 and denied all of Weibo. It was pretty intense and a really good start to this series for WE.
Yeah, and now I wonder where the thoughts go from Weibo, right? Like, do they change up the draft? Do they feel like they, because they got loads of S-tier champions across the board, and they should have realistically been working fine. Do they just go, all right, let's look for a bit of a run back and just play around the Baron in a way where we don't flip in honor of 4th of July, right? That's going to be the big questions for me. But for
That's
WWE,
definitely
I
what
think
they
just
were
looking to
thinking
scale
about.
up again, right? I think looking to scale up again and just find team fights into a Weibo who today seem a little bit off page with one another.
A little bit chaotic here. We're going to step away for a little break. We'll be right back with game number 2, so don't go anywhere.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. No light, no, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that skating. Never gonna start to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no.
Welcome back to beautiful Xi'an as we are in our second series of the day. It is Weibo taking on WE in WE's home arena, where WE came out, got a little burgers, had some barbecue for themselves, and ended up winning a game while they were at it. It was an incredible game for Weibo up until it wasn't, and then they flipped the Baron, and WE swept the game away. Now, that was our game 1. We'll be diving straight into game number 2, Jamada, so I expect a bit of a change from Weibo and maybe a little bit more consistency to try to stabilize this series a little bit.
Yeah, let's. I'm very curious to see where we're at with Weibo now, because that was a very well. It was a game, and Weibo have ended up on a similar.
That was a game of all time.
Yeah, it was a game of all time. So they've ended up with Zyra Khan, same top side, whereas WE have still got Ornn and Niani and the Kai'Sa, but supports have swapped up jungle as well. So a little more skirmishing power, a little less team fight power, I suppose, from the jungle role, but outside of that, W's composition functions very, very similarly. But for Weibo, a little less defensive tools, I suppose, right? Sejuani and Braum work really well into short-range compositions, typically, if you can proc those stuns up. So maybe W actually have a little more room, actually, to navigate these fights, in my opinion.
They could?
Yeah, I feel like they can realistically contest a little bit earlier on. I think for Weibo, the story and the trajectory of the early game should remain relatively consistent here. Weibo should be able to pick up the first Herald and the first Dragon if they want it. We did see last game it didn't quite go that way. Things were traded out as opposed to how we expected them to go. We'll see how priorities lie once we get back into game. And of course, naturally, I believe we're not actually that far behind. We're actually quite close to live, which feels pretty good.
It does indeed. As I will say, I do appreciate that Weibo were pretty much saying, you know, it was an execution diff. And just kind of running back with a couple different pieces. I like the Wukong takeaway, though. But specifically, a lot more stability down here on this bottom side and safety. I feel like they also get the Rakan for Crisp. No big deal, as he's going to be pretty good on that one. And I expect there to be some more of that early skirmishing still. And even though last game we didn't get a lot early, it was about that vision control early on from both teams.
Yeah, exactly. Junglers both ended up full clearing. We could see a very similar thing here as well. So it will just be about vision exchange here for both sides.
That's not fair. That's the Shy didn't lose that game. Okay, well maybe he did.
Look, man. I'm no Ashin when it comes to criticizing the Shy. All right, but I do like to be real and I do like to be fair to all of my players. I say all of the players I commentate over, unless they're rookie, because rookie can step on me. I've said that plenty of times.
Oh my god,
that's
my
goal.
Bro, same.
Yeah,
anyways, we're gonna move quickly forward. So we should not focus on that and focus on this game. And I do like this push, maybe coming in with a little bit of the lollipop action here. Iwandi says, you want a lick? And WBG will be under tower now in a bit of trouble because another wave's going to be crashing. You also have Hung hovering over this wave. See if they can get any proactivity on this bottom side.
Yeah, maybe. I feel like for WE, though, it's more going to be about just securing Skullcrab and then look at that same ward that they found game number 1. Whenever you end up with junglers both doing full clears, this is kind of what you end up with. So I don't expect too much. Maybe this time around, Wei makes a visit to the top side and maybe blows Cube's flash. And we saw how well the Shy did into lane, and it actually had a lot more to do with what happened on the bottom side of that, though, right? Because Cube defensively teleported and actually gave a little bit of room to open Iwandi to not get dove. Iwandi and Hung.
I like this connection so early, though.
Oh, well, Cube is very fortunate the Shy does not have cooldowns right now.
Calculated, man. Calculated.
I don't know about all that.
Did have an aggressive move from Wei over into Hung's jungle, but now with him coming up towards this top side, the back does get completed. At least you have a lot of safety up here for the Shy. Not going to be looking to flip anything more in his lane with a lot of vision control up here as well. We do have Dragon coming up, and that was an interesting conversation from game number 1 because we didn't get Dragon focus. We had more Rift Herald focus, more lane focus, but I do wonder now with the fact that Wei is pathing down this way, and if they can try to get a gank to answer Hope and Iwandi's strength down here, if they want to go for something like that to give them more breathing room later on.
Yeah, I would like to see it. It's very interesting, by the way, that both junglers have elected to land on the exact same jungle clear that they were on in game number 1. So everyone has about the same amount of information. I even think this bottom side wave was crashing at the exact same time. So Weibo have an opportunity to do a dragon on spawn here if they really want to. But it would mean that Hung would be able to, you know, kind of just walk into the river face first and would cause some issues. So it looks like Weibo are going to take some resets. This time, to break the cycle, the Shy does not cancel his. At this time, that I do remember. So we're not actually
not
just in
deja
game
vu,
one.
it's a different experience,
Yeah,
at
it's
least.
it's not Groundhog Day. We're not just in game number 1 again.
You better hope not if you're a Weibo fan. You don't want to go back there. You never want to go back there. You want to go forward. You want to walk away from that experience, as WE will walk towards the experience of getting first dragon for themselves. They had a little bit of presence from bot side, as well as a little bit of presence from Iwandi moving up towards mid. So easy, early, objective secure for Team WE.
Yeah, and this could actually be as a response to how game 1 played out, right? Because they kind of know where Weiwei is and should be. Pick up this dragon. Mid lane as well, they had Shanks. Actually technically in base, but he was teleporting back out. So it's not the end of the world. So all is well for WE. They get the first dragon here, not bad at all. And Weibo don't really have anything in their own back pocket to respond with this. So
Chris going in, though. They can make it happen if they find Hope down, but he is able to pop some damage back into Crisp and Light.
Pops the ghost.
They're in a really awkward wave state here, though. They just keep trying to crash this wave, and it's just not working. But at least it'll get them going.
Yeah, neutralized out now. Hope does have 2 biscuits, but his health is kind of low. It's got the plant to go to, though. So that's going to just alleviate all of that pressure. And Weibo kind of get a bit of a reset on that. Weiwei stealing away some camps, so I guess maybe, you know, the extended cross map on the dragon, this is what it is, but it still feels not the best. Not going to be able to necessarily go up towards the top side. The Shy, again, it feels like, definitely having a good start to this lane.
Yeah.
Weiwei
Weiwei has been consistently on this top side, though, I will say. And I think that is a little bit different. He was hovering sometimes towards the other side of the map when things were going a little bit awry, but you'll love to see that, you know, they realize how much of a lead the Shy had last game. They want to try to emphasize that a little bit, but Hung also wants to respond to how the lane state looks up there.
Exactly. I would like to see some interaction from the junglers here on the top side. We didn't really get to see much intervention of how the lane was going, and I might actually
now
have
we do.
My wish answered. Knock up.
Oh, the Shy, you don't have 40 CS this time. You don't have any way out, and the heartbreaking situation has come for Weibo as their top laner is no more.
You know, Mazel, sometimes with the Shy, I wonder if it's just like he's had a bad breakfast, you know? Like he's not had his SpaghettiOs, and then he kind of just forgets that the jungler can come up here from time to time. To be fair, it didn't happen in game 1, so you know I can forgive him.
I don't know. I'll just give some caveat here. I'm a super positive person. You know that. I feel like everybody knows that
and
at
you
this
know,
point.
That's why I love this
love
duo.
the Shy. I absolutely love the Shy. I think he has had some incredible moments. He's literally a name known around the world. And for me, right, I'm always the one that's like, give him some slack, guys. Like he is still literally the Shy. And I think he has shown that this split to some extent. But then there are moments like this where like, feels a little bad, man. Weibo still able to dig themselves out of this one. They've got the shovels, and now they're looking at mid lane to put a lot of pressure onto these plates potentially early on, but it was really all about the Rift Herald.
Yeah, exactly. Weibo will secure the Herald. If they
Did I have too much copium?
I mean, like I was saying, this is why I like our casts, because you really are the glass is half full, and I am very much glass is half empty. But look, I don't think it's too much copium. I feel like it's fine. You can back the Shy. You know, he's X-Bowl champion. He is occasionally that guy, but he's not been that guy so far this series. And I hope for your sake,
he almost was in game 1. Okay. All right, now I really got to put the copium away. Anyways, we're gonna come back.
Put it away. Let's take a deep breath.
It's too much.
Yeah.
Anyways, the thing is, though, constant pressure has been levied for the Shy top side, but as Renekton into the Ornn is fine with this because you get a lot of trades backs in mistakes moments, but it's also keep just scaling up to infinity on this pick that loves that. He is the engage for Hung to find the resets here as we move forward. So I do want to see Weibo put a little bit more pressure. Weiwei has constantly invaded on this topside jungle, but we haven't been able to see any answers onto Cube just yet.
Yep, not just yet. But you're right. This is the kind of lane that I feel like for me, Ornn loves. It's kind of strange. He just loves to soak up this kind of pressure, so he's happy to sit there. And in Cube's case, the Shy last game definitely did get the better of him, but it was because of a self-sacrificing play. This time, because he's not had to make that self-sacrificing play, he's really been able to chill out inside of this lane. And even though he's falling behind in CS, he's down, what, like 15 maybe after he collects this wave. It's not the end of the world. You're playing Ornn, like you said, you scale to infinity. And you will be setting up WE for teamfight success, so it's going to be absolutely fine.
All right, then, where are we looking at for Weibo? I think Weiwei has had a bit of a quiet game so far. He does have the Rift Herald available. He's headed down towards this bottom side. Light can be a beneficiary of all that, but I'd like to see Xiaohu get some gold. Cube going to get a 1v1 up here from the Shy. Is this the redemption arc? The flash comes through, though, and Cube is alive.
Cube's fine. He's got teleport, too, so we'll just come back to the top side of the map. I actually wonder, what would be really cool here is if he teleports to the bottom side tower and they force a play and actually look for Dragon off the back of it. Even if you give the Shy, you know, 2-3 plates, could be something for them to look for. The Shy's also going to have teleport now, so maybe they both hold on to it for this next Dragon. As you can see, both the teams are really kind of just eyeing up for it right now. The only difference between the two is that Weiwei does have this Herald, so that's going to be an extra tool for Weibo to tool around with.
Okay, Iwandi will get the preemptive flash into the dredge line combo. The Spidey hook is good. Light, aggressed by Hope. He has the killer instinct. Does he want it? A 1v1 is all I could ask for in the ADC role, but now we get the fight in the fight of the Dragon Pit. Iwandi's already gone. As Xiaohu has picked him up, Hung is just looking for resets, looking for something. Can he get Weiwei? He can. Weiwei makes it out alive, and WE, they're scrambling. The Shy is a little bit overextended here as the rest of Weibo are chasing on the backside. Some decent poke from Xiaohu, and the Shy ends up getting caught after all of it. Does have that nice heal up, flashing away, and makes it out alive by the skin of his teeth.
You have to feel like Weibo kind of got away with murder here by not losing anyone. I feel like WE's collapse should be a lot stronger, but things just sent in different directions, I feel like, for WE. And then the Dragon being aggroed, sending Weiwei across the wall and giving him the opportunity to actually get out. So we could just end up with a full reset. Cube's going to be actually on the top side immediately. The Shy's also, I think we're just clearing. Ooh, if I saw that correctly on the minimap.
It's gold, okay.
It's gold, it's gold. Face checks, gets away from this engage from Chris. So that's one ultimate down now, right? From Chris at the exchange of Iwandi's flash. Hope goes in, looks for a good trade onto Light, and whilst this is going on, we actually start to have a collapse and teleports come through on both sides. Now this Ornn ultimate, if it actually goes towards Chris and Xiaohu, I think this fight looks different because then the rest of W can really pounce and collapse, but because it doesn't go onto him, because it goes onto Weiwei instead, it gives Weibo the opportunity to just kind of disengage very slowly.
Yeah. And Hung getting pushed out of the Dragon like you mentioned, man.
Yeah, like everything just comes up Weibo favored, right? Every way that you could have kind of felt Weibo could get away with this collapse that comes through from WE, it manages to come to fruition. So feels pretty fortunate for them. A little bit unlucky for WE, and even to make things a little bit worse, they're not even going to get this Dragon. Even though the setup, you have to imagine, it felt like was a little more them favored.
We also saw during that replay, we actually had the Rift Herald utilized in mid lane, got some plates there for Weibo as well. So they'll have a decent advantage now, and something we definitely could not say last game after about the 17-minute mark. So love to see this from Weibo, a little bit of the pickup. Oh, feels bad, man. Won't get that one. But you do need to continuously realize that WE are scaling. They will have Cube providing a lot of late game potential, but also Hope is going to be starting to come online. And right now, as we transition into a bit of a lull state, my next eyes are on those second items coming out for both Light and for Hope, and how influential that'll be in a lot of the skirmishes we'll see coming up. We have Rift Herald at about 35 seconds.
Yeah, we do. Last game, it didn't really feel like it was a battle of AD carries, as this meta so often dictates. It was really about just teamfight execution, so we'll see whether or not Hope and Light can have bigger contributions to those team fights this time around. Last game was a lot about the junglers, a lot about the mid laners, kind of battling out for wombo combos. And with 15 seconds left now, it's take a look at the map, because I think, again, Weibo are kind of set up a little bit better for this. They're already here, which is definitely a good start. And
It's not the Baron, that's also a good start.
It's also not the Purple Worm, which is even better. Yeah. It seems like Shanks is just going to look to trade this bottom side tower alongside Hung. And Cube is going to try his best to deny the Shy for as long as he can, but unfortunately the Shy is quite strong. And Matt Weibo are getting everything this time. They're getting top tower,
That's a lot of turrets.
tower, they're getting Herald, so this is a much better outlook for Weibo compared to where we were in game number 2, just in terms of, or game number 1 rather, just in terms of how quickly some of these structures fell. But I still feel like we're getting deja vu, because this is roughly what happened last game as well.
They just didn't, if they didn't flip the Baron, it was different, right? That's what we said. And it can be different this time around. Also still maintaining that 70+% first tower rate. Our Weibo, they're looking to crash even more in this top side. That's a tier 2 under threat, 15.5. That's huge. And a decent gold injection, which now balloons their lead over 4,000.
Yep, usually they're even going to allow this Herald to charge. Oh, really nice. The eye opens right as it charges. That's definitely a feels good moment, but yeah, for WE, losing out on a lot of structures still. Now, Mazel, often are you the glass half empty or full? It's only half.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna do that, but for WE, because I've just it's taken me a little while to notice for some reason. But we've got a Chemtech Dragon and Grid, and obviously that's not necessarily the best for snowballing, right? Now it's only 1 dragon apiece, so it's not gonna come into fruition anytime soon. But even if Weibo can't close out for a very long time and they get soul, it's not really gonna help them that much. I feel. I don't know why. I mean, I guess there's some degree of frontline here. But I'm just being the hater that I am for this dragon. I hope that they change it.
It's definitely something to think about moving forward. Yeah, for sure. I will also say Shanks opting out of the Leandries this time and going for the Luden. So a little bit more of that burst damage potential here for Shanks, and I love to see it. That decisiveness is going to be key as ever as the Shy. He's about to go down. Cube has to flash out of the turret range. I don't know how you ended up here, but you're about to go down to the stick. We'll see if Weiwei can finish him off, and there you go. It's actually the Shy who gets the kill.
All right, the Shy's on the board. All hail and all the rest of it.
How did Cube get there?
Because he E'd in, then he tried to R in, and then he flashed it. Look, sometimes I can respect a player who's got that kind of passion and drive to just go forward, you know? I'm not saying that he should have done it this time around, but it was definitely an option that he had, which he probably shouldn't have used. And it did give Weibo another kill. Shank is actually still up here, and with Hung collapsing, this should technically be another tower trade. So it does feel alright for WE to at the very least get something back again. But definitely the initial play itself was not particularly executed well. Dragon's up in 30 seconds time. See exactly how W want to try and contest this, if at all. So he tries to hit the E on the Q, but the Q comes up late, and he flashes out of the way of Weiwei. And then Weiwei would have interrupted the R anyway because of the Cyclone knockup. Then he flashes away, but he's actually just used 3 gap closers to get further and further away from his team. So, you know, it happens like that sometimes, Mazel.
And sometimes you can only see forward. You can't see backwards. There was no world where Cube was going to go back to his team. He was going forward through the tower. Why not? But that is something that Weibo pounced on, and the decisiveness is actually pretty big for them because now they're in position, at least, to contest this dragon contest that WE do not want to give away.
No, they don't want to, but they're 4,500 gold down. Is it a fake gold lead? A little bit. Everyone's actually on 1 item, so this is actually, for now, the closest that W will get to an equal fight. So it's alright if they take it. You can ignore the gold lead for now. They're actually going to start this one up. So look at Xiaohu, see if he can find flanks. Look for Crisp as well. And same thing. Specifically, Shanks has to try and find the back line here.
Horn just came up.
Yeah, all there.
Shanks is around the corner. It's a battle of the mid laners trying to find a flank, trying to find it in. Cube is stepping up. The dredge line goes wide. The Shy looking on the flank here. Shanks indecisive on his pathing. He needs to figure something out because his team's getting engaged on it. He's already gone. Cube not even going to be able to get much influence with that ulti as he just gets dragged down. The flash from Shanks, the big damage. It's a double kill already for Light though, and he is carving away with the feathers as the Shy is over on the side in a 1v1 with Shanks, and he goes down. down. WE have to head away as the Heartbreaker comes through. Crisp once more. Hope is caught out. He has to flash himself, but Light wants it. Light goes down, though, and you get the resets for Hung, but he gets locked out and taken out by Weiwei.
Oh my goodness me, what a messy, messy, messy fight. Cube isolated on the side of this, whilst his entire team basically just kind of gets run over a bit. But it ends up being a much more extended trade than I feel like it actually deserved to be. We'll get a replay. We'll break that one down. That's not getting post without one. I'll say that, Weibo. They'll get this dragon. And WE, this is probably the last time for a while that they was going to get an equal fight in terms of items and completions. But it's all a bit split, and like you mentioned in the call, the fact that Shanks is so indecisive, right? Weibo just decided to pull the trigger. They just anticipate that Shanks is actually closer to that flank than he actually is, and Iwandi gets one shot, isn't able to turn around anything. Cube's ultimate gets called defensively and doesn't really find anyone either. But I really like this decisiveness from Shanks. Flashing onto Xiaohu, Hope goes in as well, and they do get that form, but fortunately, the Shy then gets isolated with Shanks. Runs him down, no one on W can actually get to him, and then Weibo start to recollapse onto WE.
I will say, though, troubling situations, I find myself oftentimes seeing Shanks in a position like this on the Annie as well. So I, want to see some decisives. I was calling out in the draft that Annie doesn't look as good if you are not decisive, and that's going to need to change if W want to take a clean sweep here. Weibo have a monumental lead now. We have seen them be dicey before, but this feels like a composition that now is going to be hitting its stride.
Yeah, now this is where we need to actually take a look at the items, because again, 5k gold lead. Oh, we keep on getting pop-ups. It's fine. We'll see it in a second. But only right now is the Shy with an item advantage. Everyone else is actually still sat at one item and component. So WE, if no resets come through, can actually take a bit of an even fight. Because Shanks has gone Shadow Flame and not Death Cap like Xiaohu is, they actually have one more complete item, which is going to feel nice for now. So again, the gold lead is a little bit fake. It's not the fakest in the world. So they're actually still in with a shot, in my mind. I will also actually say Crisp has finished up that mythic. The name is foregoing me right now. And Iwandi's still sat on components as well. So we'll see whether they can get to that Evan Shroud. I believe that's what he's building to.
Radiant Virtue.
Radiant Virtue, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I got you. You know, we've been hanging out a lot recently. Feels like we're, getting on the same. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, you just let me. You just let me. I was
What,
gonna
the
say
page?
you say
my bad.
wavelength.
Oh, wavelength page.
Or page.
Dude,
I don't know, one of the two. But you just let me hanging, man.
I thought you were just gonna
these last
look,
4
look,
days.
All right, hold on. You
What
know how
is
this
this
whole
bit-
stick works.
bit building to?
For those who don't know, Mazel and I technically hear each other at like half a second of delay. So often we'll give each
feel
other
like it's
space.
more than that.
It's probably a little bit more than that. But we give each other space so we don't talk over each other. So I don't know how he expected me to finish off that sentence.
Because I was
feel
just
like,
gonna be quiet until you talked. Just leave it open-ended there. But speaking of open-ended, it might be a closed book question here on the top side. And it's all 3 of the WE members that decided to put a campfire up here, snuffed out.
Nothing is open about this except for maybe WE's base. Once Weibo get the Baron, it's a closed casket. It's funeral for those 3.
Jeez. Much
Weibo.
different though from Weibo. I'll just say, like, you don't flip the Baron. This is a 2-0. Weibo actually had. Hey, I say what I said. All right, I said what I said.
What do you know when you don't flip the Baron?
What
You might
happened?
not actually lose the game. Who would have thought?
Crazy.
Oh, no way, guys. But yeah, a really nice collapse from Weibo. Just being able to spot out. I think the fact that Weiwei actually spots Hung on the sweeper just gives them the inkling that everyone's still here and around. Yeah, collapse.
God, the combo,
Two-man knock-up. And
Rakan right
Iwandi-
now is the MVP for me in this series. I think both games we've seen extreme influences from Iwandi and Crisp on the pick.
Yeah, agreed. Crisp is definitely having a very, very solid showing on this. This would be very game 1, wouldn't it?
It absolutely would be. He's going to try to get out.
Oh.
He gets locked down over the wall. Can't make it over the edge. And that will be 650 gold given over to Hung.
Not my goat. Say that. Not my goat. Weibo.
Yeah, 'cause he's a
still gonna be able to
crocodile.
press onto some towers. All right, you know what? I'll give you that one. No contest. Light's
Got
still
him.
going to be able to get this tower. And the
Isn't
next
it great
dragon's
that I
up
can
in
say God him
about
on
50 seconds
broadcast to
time.
my co-caster? It's great.
and you don't get smacked over the head? Yeah, true. I agree.
We do have Dragon coming up in about 35 seconds, though. Weibo getting a bit of a reset here, at least for Crisp. But maybe with the vision game here for WE, it's going to be theirs.
Yeah, it should be. Let's see, though. I feel like the Shy is so strong right now, he's actually very, very close to Sterax. And once he picks up that, he's going to be kind of close to unkillable here. But the rest of the map is kind of close to item parity. There's a couple of differences here and there. So if somehow WE can very quickly remove a target, which, given their composition, they certainly have the tools to, then maybe they'll be alright. But we haven't really seen WE be particularly decisive yet.
By the way,
speaking of
they've been on the
decisiveness,
turrets
yeah.
like this entire time. We were just like taking a wally around the rift. But both turrets in mid and top are almost dead.
Yeah, that's not a good look. So, Weibo, with all that priority earned in those solo lanes, we'll just pick up this dragon pretty much for free. No one W is here to contest. And they'll be sat one away from Soul. And we'll see where
Trinity
that gets them.
Force for Hung here, and Deshai getting caught out again. My goodness. That's twice in a row now, as Dragon number 3 goes to Weibo.
Alright, silly topic, because we're going to have a little bit of downtime here
Uh-huh.
as the Baron comes up. So, earlier on I mentioned that the Shy needs to have a good breakfast in order to just, you know, not do what he's doing in this mid-game and the last mid-game. What constitutes to a good breakfast for you for the Shy?
I'm just gonna tell you,
What
it
do you
might
think?
be straight up, it might be gross. I don't know. Fiber, whatever it is, you need consistency, my friend. You need to be able to be able to pass some movements, okay? And I think I think you really need to be able to get some fiber in your breakfast to shine for some stability.
Yeah. There's a.
But what is it though, Fiber Rise? You said porridge. I'd say toast, something
oatmeal,
bread-like.
toast, yeah.
Potatoes.
There's a very suitable nickname
Those
that
are
the Shy
carbs.
has, which I can't say on broadcast, which is pertained to potentially having fiber in the system. or
He
not.
was invisible. This was like, oh no, oh god.
Yeah. It's to be fair, that's should he be rotating that way? No, he could have blast coned over into the river. It's just one of those moments where you feel like you're probably fine until you see the Ornn ultimate flying over your head. You can't really blame him.
I will
But
just
still,
say, Hopium open. The Mazel's Hopium Emporium has opened its doors right now, just for a minute. Hung is you know, starting to get pretty strong. And if they get resets now with the 3-item hope, things look a little bit good, but they can't get caught out. They can't get snuffed out. Hung playing beautifully with the pressure that he has in the Shroud.
All items are also starting to come online, by the way. So the overall worth of some of these items going to go up, and you know it kind of closes the gold lead. It starts to look a little bit smaller technically by the items.
Even if it looks like 8,000.
Even if it looks like an 8,000 gold lead, it's like closer to a 5. And again, you know, item completions are what's most important in League of Legends. Those are what change how champions work. Even though, like, you know, has a much more expensive third item, I will say that, compared to Hope, they are still at 3 items. So they still do have the opportunity to whack out damage, just in different ways. And the only real big discrepancy right now is in the top side of the map, where Shy is at 3 items, but I've got some pretty sad news. The Shy's not really been able to put those 3 items to use in a team fight for a while, so it's not really the end of the world for WE, as long as they can maybe be ready to fight the next Dragon or the next Baron, or really try and make Weibo sweat for either objective.
I like this though, man. I like
out
this.
of it.
They are getting stopwatches for WE. They realize how important these next fights are, especially with a countdown to 2 minutes till that Chemtech Soul. I know you were saying earlier it might not be the most important, but it's seeming a bit important for WE. They do not want to rest control on the map, and they've got to make something happen. Speaking of making it happen, Hope stepped way too far forward, and the west of Weibo are coming. Xiaohu with the haymaker from the top rope, and Light with the flashover. They thought they had something, but they just couldn't get caught. But they get caught with their pants down, and Shanks out of sorts here and out of the fight. Now have Xiaohu and Crisp chase him down, but Weibo pounce, and that decisiveness comes up clutch as Xiaohu getting locked down, but it's the Shy coming to make sure that everything goes well. They're just going to chase him down here, maybe give Crisp a little bit of breathing room. Okay, they take a long time to get him. I guess they just really want Crisp to get the gold. He gets it. Look at that. Give him the tip of the hat.
So, a couple of things. It did take them a lot of time Cube also doesn't go down in the end, the Baron will still go over to Weibo, and actually it keeps Shanks dead and off the map for a little bit longer. Not that it will seem to matter, I think, in this particular instance, but I just feel really bad for beg your pardon, WE, who are looking for that contest.
Hope was the one that stepped forward.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he just thinks he has more damage than he does.
Kind of way too. That's what I'm surprised about.
Yeah, like it's not like Iwandi was in the bush when that started and they dredge lined it in, you know. So without all of that additional CC, he kind of is just able to turn things around. And Xiaohu comes in with a massive ultimate on top of it. So yeah, very awkward from the side of WE. And I think now we're starting to approach a territory where, you know, I can cope as much as I want. I can be like, yeah, look, Cube's giving out his third Ornn item, and the completions are there. The execution this game just hasn't been there for WE. So
I
will
say
about the game state until they actually pull something through.
We didn't get the stopwatches used for WE. They realized that this fight could be more important, so we still have some defensive natured tools available for Team WE, but it's Weibo who are going straight down mid lane.
This is awkward. W are gonna have to actually commit, I think, for the dragon at this point. Acknowledge that Weibo.
Or they just lose the game at this point.
The problem is, oh no,
they got their back stopped. Oh my god, and they're just gonna win the game. The first tower's gone. WE are scrambling here, but Weibo actually spending a little bit of time chasing Shanks instead of going for the end. The two Nexus towers are down, but they have to whack away now. I feel like a little bit of decisiveness here for Weibo could just be one final push. The engage comes through, but stopped by Iwandi. Here comes the big knockup. Hope gets locked down as soon as he goes in, and Xiaohu comes in once again with a big pop blossom. The gold dip is just too darn big, and Weibo are pushing us to game 3. And WE, they'll be pushed to the brink.
Awkward way to end that game for WE, but for Weibo, really well executed, and I think this is just what this series might look like if they don't flip a Baron. That's it. That was the only difference between game number 1 and game number 2. Weibo had control of the early game, they had control of the mid game, and this time out they had control of the late game because they were actually able to secure the purple worm and actually strip away some structures and put a lot more pressure down onto WE. For me, WE just need to get on the same page. That's the only difference between these two teams right now for me. You know, I feel like compositionally WE, like WE compositionally are right there. They understand that, you know, they should just go in. They should just press their R keys, but they're not doing it at the same time. They're a little bit too split at the big decisive moments, right? Whereas Weibo, very quick and easy to just snap engage, right? I think Crisp for me, he probably won't get MVP because I feel like supports often don't unless they have really pop-off games.
Good.
But yeah, like Iwandi as well on the Rakan in the previous game looked great. I think that's maybe a pick that has to be prioritized a little bit because, it's looked really strong on both sides. Renekton as well maybe has to get a look in because I feel like even though Cube has done a pretty good job of, for the most part, staving off the Shy in lane, it's been a little bit too much of a power pick. So I'd love to see how the draft actually develops. Of course, we were catching up as we got over here to the Xi'an Arena for this series, so we didn't actually get to watch either of these drafts live. We did get pick orders, I think, if I recall correctly, but it's not quite the same as watching it happen live, so I would like to see what developments actually go on for game number 3, because I feel like WE want to try and strip away maybe the Nico, maybe the Renekton, and also the Rakan, maybe just off the table altogether.
Some key picks, though, so far in the winning conditions have been the Wukong and the Rakan. See what kind of priority does have in the end. And it is actually Crisp who gets MVP. So feels bad for Iwandi, who had just about as good a performance, if not better, last game. Didn't get the MVP. But Hung got that steal.
Yeah.
Crisp, there was no steal for Weiwei, so he gets the MVP.
Yeah, exactly. No, good showing from Crisp. He really was the facilitator in a lot of these plays here for Weibo. I think it makes the most sense. And yeah, I feel like it's a power duo that might need to be stripped away from. I will say though, even though we can definitely credit Weibo for a lot of strong decision making in this game, I feel like if WE were on the same page at some of those critical moments, right, thinking second dragon, third dragon, you know, that topside skirmish, Weibo have to sweat a lot more for this game. So I feel like Weibo can't really keep their foot off the gas moving into game number 3. They need to continue to try and stomp WE out. Otherwise, I feel like WE could sneak away with at the very least an early or a mid-game lead, and then we'll see
Yeah.
how the game develops from there. But this is definitely a series which can be competitive. WWE just needs to get their head in the game.
I think Hope also was overextending a little bit, but you love that try to be a killer instinct style player coming through. We are going to take a little break while we get over to game number 3. So go ahead and get some water, refresh, and come right back here.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I died in my own mind.
Welcome back to Xi'an. I welcome you with open arms back to the LPL Summer Split. We are in week 6. We're day number 2. We're on Super Tuesday in our second series of the day, not our third. And we're going to 3 games, baby. Weibo woke up. They actually took a game and took a fight against WE. They didn't flip a Baron. They didn't want any burgers this time around. And the Shy didn't cost them the game. So it looks really good for Weibo coming into it, but I do expect a fight back from WE. It is a team that I expect when they lose to come back with roaring vengeance as we enter our draft for game number 3. Weibo will be on the blue side. We got WE on that red side. We got the Cassante, the Vi, and the Poppy banned away by Weibo. And the LeBlanc and Tristana actually banned by WE.
Yeah, so Jace will also remain banned. So is this just going to be Nico or Wukong? It's going to be Wukong. So we didn't really get a look at the order, I don't think. So this is now where I'm very interested in how WE approach this draft in terms of what are they actually going to prioritize? Do they need to split this Nico up? Do they feel like that's the problem? Also, Renekton, right? Can you just go Renekton Sedge and feel happy about that? Can you change up the jungle matchup entirely? These are all the questions they have to be thinking about in my mind. Do they just go back to a Shanks Classic? I mean, to be fair, the Azir is one of the few champions that I feel like can actually answer the Nico quite well. In lane, you can definitely get shoved out a little bit in the earliest stages, but I think once you've got a couple of levels underneath your belt, just because you can play at range as the Azir always feels alright. Oh, Weibo just forego it entirely, or is it just a hover in this Annie, right? Kind of taunting Shanks, saying, hey, you've had 2 games on this. It didn't look the best, did it?
It's his second most played champion on the Azir. I love it for Shanks. He's also, for me, I'm all about development. He's also a piece that WE have committed to for a long period of time now. He was a call-up from the LDL squad, now coming and being a main staple for WE for a lot of this. So love to see him get a staple pick for himself. But apparently the new staple for Hope, it's not the Jinx that we had seen so many games play. It's been Kai'Sa back to back to back into trying to find a way to make this pick work. On the other side, that Annie actually did come through, and I want to see what kind of stability and safety they can give Light and Crisp again, because that looks damn good last game.
Yeah, definitely agree. I would love to just see Rakan get slammed here for WE.
The Shad's like, give it to me a third time, all right? Give it a third time. I promise you, I'm not dying in the side lane.
Yeah, so I think there's 2 options here for WE, and I'll speak quickly. They can either go towards the Rakan, or they can actually go towards either jungle or top, because they already see those answers, right? Go support, ban out 2 more supports, or go towards this top side and then look to still remove away some of the more awkward AD carries perhaps that you don't want to have to deal with, as Jax will be locked in for Cube. Now, I'm cautiously optimistic about the Jax from Cube because we were both witness to his, you know, his at times over aggressive flashes, okay? We'll see whether or not we get that out of the top side, because I feel like the Shy is particularly feeling aggressive today, and Cube, when he is on the Jax, it feels like all he sees is red. So we'll see whether or not that turns into fireworks in the top side. For now, though, WE, I expect them to just remove away AD carries. There's the Ashe. I wouldn't be too surprised if we also saw the Varus, just to ensure that, at the very least, the pairings that we know of the Heimerdinger are just gone. And you can still leave light up things like the Aphelios, because you kind of know what it does. You know eventually it's going to scale up, but picks like the Ashe and picks like that Heimerdinger, the Varus that pair up with the Heimerdinger so well can really put you in the ground early on.
I do appreciate the fact that Cube has said, I've had enough of the Ornn gameplay. The Shy really wants to fight me. Now I really want to fight him. We'll see what the sidelight actually has in store for us as well, and how much pressure that a Cube can exert there. I do appreciate the failure focus in the second phase, but that Sejuani ban over there, prioritizing something that can really combine well with these solo lanes. And there's that Varus ban by WE joining the Ashe.
Yeah, so no Heimerdinger pairings. This is just going to be Viego for Hung here. I feel like it's kind of given. I think what would be... see, the problem is... So I think WE really want Rakan, but they also would prefer to have counter pick support. But if they give up the Rakan pick and go towards Hung's pick, then they just give over Xayah Rakan. So WE kind of have their hands tied behind their back. I think they understand as well, so they're just going to lock this in because they don't want to go with Xayah plus Rakan at the same time. Plus, it's been such a pivotal pick throughout the series. Rather not. So Weibo now, AD carry, Xayah's probably the most likely, and then Mortalus, is it? I mean, there's no other reason to do anything else. Get a little bit of extra engage for a side that definitely needs, you know, very easy to execute point and clicks to kind of get this party started. So that should be it. And now WE looking over to Hung for what his pick will be. because this should just be Nautilus. Oh,
Let's go!
Okay,
It's Chris Blitzcrank here. This will be the second time of the summer split he's picking this one out, but it is absolutely a snowbally champion. Got to see what the answer is going to be on the other side as well for WE. It's the Ivern coming in for Hung.
You know, I was thinking it, but I didn't want to say it. And now it's happened. I don't really get any credit for it, but it does synergize quite well with being able to buff up a bruiser like Jackson. Even having 3 champions that really want to go in and dive deep. You can shield those guys up and make them deal a little bit of extra damage, make them a little bit more unkillable. I don't mind this angle for WE, but they have to be able to maneuver the early game correctly, right? Ivern, one of his big weaknesses is being invaded, so he needs to have stable lanes. These lanes are far from stable, Mazel. They're all quite volatile. So
it's scary.
I feel like, for me, a lot is going to be on this jungle matchup in the early stages in terms of what Hung can achieve, how, you know, can he get to level 6, get to Daisy without being undisturbed, and what will Weiwei do with what should realistically be a jungle matchup with an abundance of freedom, right? He should be able to kind of just walk up into the face of Hung whenever he feels like it, more or less, and just get really aggressive. So I feel like Weibo have quite a few proactive tool options, and for WE, definitely a much more nuanced approach.
And you got to remember, both these teams coming into this, Weibo sitting at 6-4, Team WE on a hell week here in week 6, sitting at 5-5. Both looking for stability. WE looking to stop this this loss streak slide that they have and get on a win streak themselves. Weibo on the other side, they just need to be consistent. They just need to find some stable ground to sit on. But we've had a topsy-turvy series here as our second series is coming to culmination. It's Weibo Gaming taking on Team WE and Xian. Let those gyos ring, baby, as we might have a level 1.
How ready are they? The crowd that is. Oh, man. It's gotta feel bad. You're in your home arena, you get worse gyos than the team. Weibo fans out in bulk in Xian, it seems. And unfortunately for you, no level 1. Just glancing over the runes, nothing seems too out of place. Just always like to get a look for that, especially with picks who are a little bit more on the fringe, like this Ivern, and I'm sure the Observer's going to be following him around a lot in this early game. Now, Mazel, you and I had the privilege of watching Kanavi play this.
The treat that we got to watch Kanavi pull off, like it was incredible.
Now he was dancing on the rift. He was like doing the whole the Q on over the wall from here. He was doing things like the blast cone Q. He was clearing really efficiently. I'm talking like one-trick pony levels of clear. As we get the tickets off. So let's see how. Oh. Don't worry, the observers are.
We went
100%
back in
up,
time.
Smile. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's still a cool shot.
So the idea here is Hung is going to start all these, go up top side, do the red, smite it, come back down, get all the camps, then be on the rift potentially to look for a full clear or look for some options early.
Correct. So basically, what's really nice about this clear is that you kind of have the flexibility to be on either side of the map, right? Like, if you want to path towards the top side, you technically do that, right? You smite the red, pick up all the rest of your camps on the bot side, and then you just end up back up on the top side. Or if you want to level 3 the bottom lane, you can do that after clearing all of your bot side camps. So a lot of flexibility in what he can do here, Hung. And we'll see exactly where he wants to go now. I know why the observers are looking at him, and it's because I want to know whether or not he can do the blast cone trick, which is you Q the blue buff as you fly over. We'll see it on the minimap whether he does it.
Oh no!
Clear,
Did he do it?
clear.
He did it! Let's go!
So, yeah, very, very awkward timing trick to do, but basically you Q the blue buff, hit the blast cone, go over to the wolves, eat the wolves, recast Q, go over to blue buff. It's a very, very neat trick. Save you quite a bit of time, actually.
Oh, the shy. Counter-strike that come through. He goes for it. It's this little bit of slice and dice action up here. It is Topsy. But we see Cube and the Shy walk away, though.
I think Cube was confused about that as well. I mean, so the idea there from the Shy is that he's up a level, right? So he feels like maybe he can get through the health bar, but the Shy just backs out halfway through. Look, man, all I'm saying is if you're going for a play like that, you gotta send it. You know, you gotta just let it happen. Just send it, man. So anyway, Hung's gonna come up here, help Cube get a good reset, and that'll be all to it. So flash blown by the Shy. We'll see how much of an issue or non-issue that ends up being in the future, because Cube, as mentioned, loves to flash forward. Loves it. He's an addict almost, I feel like. So we'll see whether or not that comes into play, that flash deficit. And also, Hung being on the top side of the map doesn't mean that naturally he could just stick around for a little while. Crisp isn't going to look for the rocket grab there. So yeah, I do want to know how Hung prioritizes his lanes here, because one thing is Ivern, unless you've got like a very easy setup hard CC. All right, Shanks. There goes your mana.
Doesn't have much mana, but still able to get some decent poke.
Yeah, unless you've got like a really easy setup of CC from like the bottom lane or the mid lane. Typically, top laners are actually the easiest to gank because they're normally both melee. Oh, Wandy should be alright. He's got the mobility. Goes in.
Not going to need too much more, as the wave does end up crashing to get the back off for Light and Crisp. They are going to try to stop their backs here as we have Hung hovering topside. He's consistently been up here, but now he's looking for a little bit of aggression in Weiwei's jungle.
Yeah, don't forget, with Smite, he can technically counter jungle faster than any jungler in the game. You know, mark the camp, Smite, walk away. So we'll just get that Gromp. Second rotation, don't forget. And this wave now pushing up means that, oh, Hung, you sly dog.
Go. He's going straight to where he knows the leaky sieve has been, and the Shy does not have any way out of this one. He's going to try to slice and dice because you got Weiwei coming up the way. He's trying to get here in time, but the Shy cannot live, and that's first blood for Team WE.
Oh, I love me an aggressive Ivern play. And that was certainly it. Hung flashes over the wall from the tri-brush. You can't expect that as the Shy. You just can't. So, goes down. There you go. His flash not being up comes into play. Much easier to lock down that Renekton. Weiwei looking for mid lane because Shanks still hasn't reset yet. He will look to reset likely right now. We'll just get a ward on the Raptors, so we'll get information that Weiwei is there. That'll be just about it. Hung can't really contest, so that's the other thing. The reason why it's so easy to invade Ivern, his early combat prowess, not necessarily the best, but also in order to actually pick up a camp, he has to mark it, and then it has to be fully marked, right, after the duration it has. Or he has to be able to smite it. And the channel of that passive can be interrupted if he takes damage. So very easy to actually get those invades going. But yeah, the Shy kind of just gets baited into a trade. Hung
Schmovin'.
She is schmovin', that's for sure. And yeah, really easy. Placing the W on Jax as well, just to give him a little bit extra damage. But also don't forget, Ivern gets more damage out of that. And yeah, flash comes out because they don't want to waste any time once that Q doesn't connect.
Oh.
Wandy.
That was the ignite. Learn as a little bit of essence down here for some aggression that I love to see that we necessarily haven't seen. Hung again finds another connection. I don't know if they chase this one down. Wandy wanted it. He tried to flash. He got the flash out from both Light and Crisp, though. I love the essence of battle down here, as we do have the dragon actually started up by Weiwei.
Yeah, should be picked up. I don't feel like WE can actually contest this, right? Wave underneath the bottom side of the map, and Ivern doesn't have Daisy yet, so Hung a little bit hamstringed in terms of his skirmishing capabilities, and Weibo as a whole just a little bit stronger right now. Scary to check into. They'll check in now.
Oh, wow.
This is actually a slow dragon. They might be able to find the fight after the fact.
Wandy steps up, though, gets engaged on, and is immediately down. So far, Weibo have gotten the dragon. Here comes Shanks. Big pushback with the Shuriba Shuffle, but it brings Weiwei in to take down Hope. So it's a bit of a trade back and forth. More importantly, 2 kills went over to Xiaohu, and you do get Shanks with a pickup there as well. They're trying to push this mid lane.
All right, I mean, kills 1 each into the carry of WE, so it ends up being a 2-for-2. It's not the end of the world here. Weibo, they're the ones that pick up the dragon, so they've got that one stacking in their favor. Let's get a replay, because this dragon ended up taking a lot longer than I thought it would. I think Light disengaged, right? He wanted to go and catch the wave before the dragon was free. A little bit of disrespect here from Iwandi and the ability for Chris to just flash forward. Shanks goes in. Knockback is super clean. Like you say, it does bring Weiwei in. It's Tibbers that actually finishes the job.
Man, yeah, it actually is. Ooh, we got a little 1v1 action. The Shy, that Dominus pop, and the Grandmasters as well. See the noodle fight continue, but you actually have Weiwei on the flank here with Hung close by for a 2v2 that could be brewing. We have Rift Herald up, so that is what they're contesting over.
Yeah, it is. Daisy available here for Hung. He doesn't want to face check. He's going to find him now. So the Shy gets his base reset. Not the end of the world, but the priority is certainly in favor of Weibo right now. And they also have brought up Crisp towards the mid lane. Now Wandy and Hope down on the bottom side of the map. And it's a little bit awkward to dive on the bottom side, right? Because Light has Featherstorm, so the best you can really hope to do is maybe force him away from the tower, get a couple of plates, feign the fact that you could have more than just these two members here, and Light is going to pay the respect.
Oh, if Light plays a little bit off this tower, this could be one fell swoop for the bot lane. If they connect one bit of CC, Hope can join with the Killer Instinct. Luckily, Crisp has finally made it down here, as they will lose the plate, but Light will not fall.
At the end of the world, one plate and a half. Honestly, they're about as much damage as a Herald will do to a tower. So, all things considered, not the end of the world. Weibo still are the ones that got the objective though, so they'll be able to place that wherever they want. You'd expect they want to give it back to Light. We'll see, that tower's on 3 plates down there in the bottom lane, so it's very close to being picked up. Hung's going to pick up this red buff. Steal that one away, but he's not going to be able to find any more aggressive plays. Feels like that window for playing around top is not necessarily gone, but it's a little bit more awkward now that the Shy has flashback up, and you don't really want to invest too many ganks up here. Unless it is your full-blown game plan, right? Which, for WE, doesn't seem to be the case. And Weibo can kind of sit chilling for now with the Herald, but they are down 1,000 gold. It's interesting how that's kind of come to fruition. The Shy's going to, at the very least, claw a little bit of this back through the top side.
There seems to be a little bit of a difference, though, as we redeploy onto the map. The Kraken Slayer versus components down in Light versus Hope. So I want to see if Hope maybe uses that to his advantage to some extent, at least, as we do get the 1v1 renewed in the top side. Both ultis back up. Cube will jump out with the leap strike, and the push should just come through from the Shy.
Yeah, push will come through. Ult for ult. We see this a lot, especially between these two. They've been doing it all series, to be fair. That's 3 games of Shy and Renekton. Very happy.
Except before, it was just the Shy punching Cube. This time, Cube gets to punch back.
True. And this matchup will be one where Cube gets more and more favor over time. So it feels good that you're basically going even right now with this Renekton. And you technically have a kill up. So once you get Divine Sunderer, the trades are actually going to feel a lot better.
Not going to find anything down here on the bot side, even though they're continuously looking for Light. And that's some of the safety that this Xayah and why the priority has risen so much for Weibo provides. And I think now we see the Rift Herald going to need to be used. We see actually a movement out from Weiwei down towards bottom side, but I expect the Shy to kind of be left up here for a little while and see where Weiwei wants to look next, because now on the map with a completed item is Hung.
Yeah, got that Moonstone. For me, it's the strongest mythic on this champion. I think the fact that the reshield, now, I don't know if I'm talking out my backside here, because I haven't actually played that much renewed or reworked Ivern, but I think the Moonstone, if it gets that shield rebuffer, where it gets to reapply it again, I'm pretty sure that that same shield is then reapplied by Moonstone to somebody else. So definitely the strongest item by a little while. This Herald is going to go down, get 2 plays for everyone involved in this play, and that's just going to be about it. So gold, again, clawed a little bit further towards Weibo's favor. Cube up here didn't actually receive a gank. The Shy didn't get those, nothing like that. So there was no cross map from Team WE.
Yeah.
They could actually get caught out here. There's still 3 members. You have to be careful.
3v3 brewing as Dragon spawns. Whatever happens down here could influence that next objective take. As Weiwei is looking for a bit of an angle down here. You have Shanks moving as well. There's the TP ward, nicely highlighted by Observer. That means WE will immediately turn tail.
I like the idea from Xiaohu there, but a little bit too much disengaged and the timing a bit awkward.
Oh! Chris makes a clutch catch out on the Shanks. Iwandi might bear the brunt of it, but they've actually gotten out of it. Now connecting. Hope goes forward as it's a little bit dicey. It's a little bit scary. It's a bit tension-filled, but WE want to continue to follow it up because they've got their 6th man, Daisy, as Light will have to utilize that Featherstorm. A lot of things used from Weibo means that Dragon could be WE's.
Dude, we've got Hexakill back, because Annie on one side, Daisy on the other. It's always going to be a 6v6. That's going to be
Who's
fun
better,
to look
Daisy
at.
or Tibbers?
Oh, damn, Daisy, man. It's not even close. Daisy's brutal. Like, you can ask everyone watching. Like, I'm going to go open up the LPL chat. What's more broken, Daisy or Tibbers? I think we all know what the answer is. Daisy is Mike Tyson in his prime.
It's not fair, because Tibbers is older.
I don't care. I don't give a monkeys, mate. This is, yeah. It's not really Iwandi's fault, but also it's just a little bit of unlucky timing. He's able to get a lot of CC in, and this Q connecting here onto Weiwei, then set up for Hope to go in. It does look a little bit awkward because Hope then has to immediately recast ult in fear of potentially getting burst down, but yeah, very easily disengaging just through all of the shields. Another Q, which would have hit light,
So
forces him to use the ultimate. And this is the thing about Root Cooler. It's such a powerful basic ability in terms of forcing out some of these summoner spells, or some of these key spells as well on the opposite side that, oh, Hung's going to get that.
He can just
Didn't
steal it
interrupt his
away.
damage.
It's so dirty. He tries to
Oh,
flash out,
no.
though. He overextended now. And the Shy has come in. Xiaohu gets to take down the tree, but Cube is fighting him back. Crisp is coming over the other side, and WE have to back away. They don't get something back, and Weibo pounce.
Weibo do pounce. Hung gets a little bit too far ahead of himself. The blue buff is steal is cute, but fails the flash over the wall into the river, and then the collapse is sweet from Weibo. So they pick something back up in return, and now they might be able to just force Cube underneath this tower. Shank should be fine, he can do that. But will they be able to dive Cube is the question, because down here, Hope should get this tower. Actually, it might be a little bit close as the Shy approaches to come and make a defense happen. Cube got chunked out, but not enough people are here.
Chris playing with a little bit of fun here. And I will say it's been a really nice step up from Xiaohu. I think first 2 games on the Nico, a lot of influence, a lot of good pop blossoms, but here on the Annie, he can absolutely burst somebody down. They've got to find a way out of this one, though, because it's WE that want to make a preemptive strike. It's a nice flash counter strike, and Chris could just die here. I wonder, he wants Xiaohu, though, and he'll fall as well. The flash even burned at the shutdown. Oh, no! As that's huge, they're going to turn right back onto this Rift Herald, and WE have just swung things back.
Yeah, really, really good collapse from WE, and it's going to get them this tower in the top side, the Herald as well. They can kind of double dip here. I don't think there's any issue in it. Not enough members on the map for Weibo. Shao will trade out this tower, but man, Mazel, that's not good if you're supporting Weibo. If you want them to pull out a win in this 3rd game, Jack's getting a 600 gold shutdown and a bunch of assists is not what you want to see. Starts off with an attempted pick onto Shanks, but you can see how much damage on the back end that shield blocks away.
This
good
flash.
interrupt on the jump, but again, the flash comes through, and it's a little bit too much as now we come out of the replay. Hung is going to dodge out on that, but unfortunately, I don't think he can dodge out on this.
I don't think he can. You can't just walk out. He's going to try to get something out there, but he will just fall. And that's a nice pick out from Weibo, and the gold goes to Light, so he finally gets his first kill of the game.
Finally, he's there. He's involved. See how close that gets him to his next item. But I feel like for Cube. Now, Mazel, what's the conversation that we've had about top laners recently when they get on carry picks? It's a very, very common running trend of a lot of teams. I'm going to answer the question I asked you anyway. They don't really play for their top laner very frequently.
Okay.
Even in situations like this, where Cube is quite accelerated, I would like to see WE make a pretty conscious effort to give Cube some resources here.
But does he just build Hullbreaker and say, see you later?
I mean, he can. And in fact, I'd actually say this is a pretty okay game to do it. But I think when you've got an Ivern buffing you up, you can build to just team fight instead. And as long as you're buying the space for him, it's ridiculous. Jax. I think there's only one champion that feels nice to play Ivern with out of the Bruiser class, and it's probably Irelia. I think that's the only other champion where you're like, yeah, this isn't balanced. So for WE, that's on the wish list for me.
Yeah.
And they do need to try and play through him. But
I'll just say, Shanks there. Nashor's 2 start. Look at the Chad, man. Just go for the attack speed 202. You know Xiaohu's building up to something here, and you want to shut him down with your big pick, and especially something you feel confident on. I like it from Shanks. We also get the crash in from WE in mid lane, but Weibo, we're trying to pounce, and Xiaohu whiffs his ultimate.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I'll get a look on the replay there. I wonder if he whiffed it or if Iwandi just randomly backstepped, because that can definitely happen. It was actually, yeah, Iwandi just backstepped on the bush, so a little bit unlucky there on the side of Xiaohu, but for WE, that's a massive tool, right? Now used, and not going to be available for burst. We'll be there for a little bit of zone control. WE have priority in the mid lane. Tower's almost dead because of that Herald, so they should just get this dragon. Maybe Weibo can sneak through the bottom side, but even there, Cube's got priority, so everything on the map just spells WE.
Wow, they actually lose the turret and they lose the dragon here.
Not a good look. Not a good look. They're hoping that someone here from WE like overextends to put down some more vision, but It's just not going to happen. And now W can cross the map, cross the mid lane, and then start setting up vision on the top side of the map, because Baron spawns in a minute and a half. They can really make the life of Weibo quite awkward. So what Weibo want to do right now, after this mid lane wave, skip the next mid lane wave, maybe light reset, go set up vision in the top side, and just hope that you can catch them as they come back out, thinking it's their turn to try and reclaim a little bit of vision.
We are seeing, though, some more item completions come through. Just got a black
this is
cleaver for
perfect.
Q, but nice the catch out comes through. But Emperor's Divide is right there. Wei just wants to follow up, but now he's stuck on the other side, and Shanks has all that attack speed. You just go down in the dirt.
It's perfect if Light's there. Light had to catch the mid lane wave, and he caught it so deep on his side of the map that he couldn't actually get over to this pick. He was making his way. Not quite enough, so WE actually still turn it around in their face. I feel like Weibo, by the books, they made the right play. They just didn't have the numbers for it. So now WE can just very easily reclaim topside pressure. And we go back into a situation where Weibo kind of have to sit on their hands and hope that WE start up the Baron a little bit haphazardly. Perhaps afford them the same luxury they gave WE in game number 1.
Should take a look back at this one. As Shanks.
It's the right play.
Yeah.
It is the right play. It's just that Light's not here in time. That's just it. Maybe if they do it in the bomb brush, I'm not too sure. But like you said, Wei's stuck. The Emperor's Divide keeps him trapped.
And National Shoot does serious
way.
work there early, too.
Yeah, a lot of damage. And now, I don't build Crown, and I can't recall it off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure Shanks is actually going Leandries with, yeah.
There it is.
Now, I know there's been a lot of criticism for this Crown build that's been flying around on the Azir, but this is maybe the one game I would have liked to have seen. It makes a little bit more sense than Leandries.
I like it. I don't know what you're talking about. I like it.
You know what? It's damage, right? It's damage.
Shanks is like, yo, this is me. I am him. Himothy Neutron.
Exactly.
That is going to be him.
You're stealing my lines now, Himothy Neutron.
Exactly. I'm just saying, we spent a lot of time together over the last, 5 days.
Yeah, we have.
We're going to start melding into each other.
We get a break tomorrow. We're not with each other tomorrow.
I don't want to break, Jamada.
I mean, I'm not saying I want to break. I'm just saying that we do have one. All right? Calm down. I know.
We're just going to have to just keep casting together every day, even if we're not on. Anyways, we do have a setup around this pit. I think something for WE in this game, their vision control has actually been suffocating towards WBG.
No, it has been. And it's actually a little bit easier to do with Ivern as well, because you can check brushes with your own before you actually approach them. Sometimes from angles outside of line of sight. So it's very easy to actually set that up and get a forward line of vision further up the map. They can just continue to do this. Maybe they look for a pick onto Shanks, but again, I think as soon as Shanks sees Xiaohu in the lane with his passive stacked up, even at 2 stacks, he's just going to take a step back and just be like, nope, not doing it. Not really feeling this. And he's got vision enough to be able to rotate away quickly as the rest of the map returns for WE. 90 seconds until the next dragon. They will probably look to reshift their focus down there. And that's going to be fine. It's going to be perfectly alright. Because they are still stronger right now. So
yeah.
Weibo have to find something. And I feel like it's one of 2 things. It's Crisp finds a really good rocket grab onto a high value target. Or WE start the Baron and they flip it. Also, look at the size of that shield. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know, that's another thing. Crisp might have to unironically have a really well-timed ultimate on a target that's frontlining with all of that shield because it's
look at it.
700?
He even gets to grab him. It doesn't even really matter at that point.
Yeah, so that was Rakan passive plus the shield. So Ivern's right now shielding for about 500 HP per pop with Airy helping out. It's a little bit obnoxious. I didn't see who got that red buff. I'm pretty sure it was Cube. So he's now got that on the side now. Or maybe it was Light because he's got one around him. Either way,
we are
Dragon's up now.
Yeah, I was about to say, we are getting set up for this dragon. You have a 1v1 on this side that Cube actually wants to take onto the Shy. He'll make it out. You see a lot of vision from WE is on top side. They're going to need to get prio in mid. They still have this outer defensive structure and then push into the dragon pit if they want to take this. This would be sole point for them.
Exactly. WE can do whatever they want. If they let Weibo get this next dragon, which given where Iwandi is, Not trying to do Cube. Oh, Cube.
Got a
collapsed on
weird
here,
double
little bit
pincer,
awkward.
but they need to make the move. WE need to pounce. They need to go in. Weiwei has gotten back over to his team. They are clumped up, but Weibo, they're trying to take the fight back on a Cube. Killer instinct from Hope, though, and he is huge right now, too. He's getting gunned down by the Shy. Flashes, can't get him, and Shake shuts him down. Huge damage potential and huge execution from Team WE.
It looked a little bit sketchy at the start when Iwandi gets picked off, but unfortunately for Weibo, even though the Shy puts in a lot of work to potentially take down Hope, Hung's there for the shield, and the rest of Weibo cannot provide enough damage to actually kill off any more crucial members. Xiaohu's still got Tibbers, Light's still got Flash and Ultimate. Maybe they can make things awkward inside the pit, but it's just such a tall ask. The Baron's gone, and that's 5 members with it. WE, Iwandi's death timer was quite short, and they can go back towards the bottom side of the map. The Shy's got teleport, he's up in 10 seconds. Maybe Weibo can fight for this dragon, but I feel like, for the most part, Shanks coming out with a stopwatch now. A little bit of extra health so he can't get bursted down. All the items that surely have to be getting completed for WE. There's no way they can contest this without just losing the game.
Third item there for Hope as well with that Phantom Dancer. Weibo are right back here to contest it, though. WE know they have a bit of an advantage. I mean, they have a giant gold lead here, almost 5,000. And Weibo are going to have to prove something. They're going to have to make a miracle.
They're angry. I think this is a bit of an emotional play. They need to let this one go. Because if they take this fight, they just lose. They lose the game. So I'm glad that Weibo took a step back. So WE definitely feel
It
a
was
little bit
almost not a
apprehensive
step
as well.
back, all right?
Yeah, maybe it wasn't as big a step back as I thought it was. They'll take the step back now. That's the important thing. WE just need to let these side lanes play out. Cube's alright. Very, very strong.
Wins that,
I think
I
he's
think.
also got a stopwatch. He probably... No, I think he loses it, but he might take Weiwei with him.
You go in with enough confidence, maybe you just win. As you do have the Baron buff for another minute and 40 seconds for WE. They will be looking to siege down as much as possible. You still have a lot of standing gold, even with their gigantic gold lead left on the map. But we're going to take a look at that. Ended up being a flank from Iwandi, but the play from WE.
Yeah, play from WE. Hook goes forward, gets the shield as well. Shanks is pressuring. Everyone's starting to collapse. Cube couldn't quite collapse at the angle I think he wanted to.
Oh.
We come out.
Okay,
I mean,
well...
Cube.
No, please.
Oh,
No, please, not like this.
No.
No!
Oh, man.
Cube,
Oh, boy.
you're too good, brother.
Oh, boy. I know Coach Stream is going to be mad over that. I feel like I know what's happening in those streams right now.
You get that 2-2 and
loads
then
of big
taken
shy.
down. Yeah,
Loads of big
yeah,
shy fans
yeah,
out
you
there.
know.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. That's rough. WE, they walk away with everything, don't they? 4K gold, Baron power play. Next dragon, Ocean Soul spawns up. 3 minutes time, they can just suffocate Weibo out. And I just
Yeah.
don't think they've got options now. I don't think they've got options. I think this one for Weibo is going to be something short of a miracle to win this one out. Third item's completed for Hung. Spoke about Hope already having that Phantom Dancer. Now also has a stopwatch. So if it wasn't hard enough to kill him before, it's certainly going to be harder to kill him now.
Yeah, you also have the Zanyas for Cube. You got the Ardent
Oh,
Sensor there for Hung. A lot of strength coming out from WE's side. A little bit of a timer for a Dragon. They will just start looking for picks. And honestly, this is a much needed strong point for WE. They are a team that we were talking earlier. They are on a huge slide, and they need to turn it around in a week that will be hell for them. This is the second of 4 best of 3s that they have to play this week, and it's good to see them having some breath and some fight left in them.
Absolutely is, because like you mentioned, the turnaround is absurd for WE. And this is only going to be the beginning of it. And picking up this win feels great for your top 10 chances. FPX, R8, RNG, those are teams that if you beat Weibo, more than feel beatable. You've got to pay your taxes twice in BLG and JDG, chances are. I'm sorry WE, I've got faith in you, but not that much.
I was just saying they're making the awful win rate Ivern actually work here. Maybe they're onto something. I think it said it had like a 15% win rate or something in the
Something
LPL.
ridiculous. Yeah.
Oh god, it was not great. Not great.
Not ideal. Not ideal at all.
Maybe
But,
this is it. Riley does get completed for Shanks though, and you also got the Bloodthirster for Light. So you did get some more 3-item spikes, but particularly for Weibo, maybe they have some fight left in them with Light, as we were saying, but they don't have a lot of structures on the map. And again, WE's vision control has just been incredible in this series.
And the question to me is, as Weibo, how do you break it ever? Because anyone you send in kind of gets one shot, right? You send him Weiwei, he dies. You can't really send him in anyway. He's a jungler. You need him alive at all times. The Shy has 2.5 damage items. He's basically just HP and tenacity with a stopwatch. And Crisp, you kind of want alive for his rocket grabs. So it's a bit awkward. They do actually have temporary control of the bottom side, but they're a little bit split, and I'm not sure Weibo necessarily have an idea of where exactly they want to be.
Oh no, Crisp is just gone. Hope picks up his 4th kill. And you're looking topside as well. A little bit of a catch out on Cube, but WE are going mid lane to try to take down an inhib tower. They can join up with Cube as well. And Weibo are just desperately trying to throw themselves at WE. Oh my goodness. Trying to get in the Cube is just baiting them all at WE mid tower. And now they might actually catch out the inhib too.
Look away, Weibo fans. WE are coming to upset your day. They're not going to get any inhibitors, Mazel, but they're going to get something which is arguably a little bit more powerful. They should get the Ocean Salt. And in this kind of game, when you've got an Ivern buffing you up, do I really need to say anything about how obnoxious this Salt is going to be on top of all of those shields? I don't think I do. So now Weibo, they're in the hole, and they have to throw a Hail Mary. I think it has to be at the Baron. I think they're going right now.
Gotta try to find something. I'd rather
they're
take
not
a
going to be able
burger
to start
flip.
it up. They're not going to be able to start it up in time. They have to... man. Okay.
That's a flash out.
He only flashed,
and a
he's not
heal.
dead. Yep. Alive is better than dead.
True.
So,
that was the key factor. You said, you know, Chris needs to be alive. If Weibo were going to find anything, he needs to find a big rocket grab there. With the Sun Disc set up in the mid lane, WE will just force the hand of Weibo by pulling the Baron.
Baron start. Oh, no, they actually contest the midway.
Hope wanted the Baron.
Yo, Shanks.
Does get stunned down, but he had already gotten the shifting sands there. Cube is on the flank, but they're already looking to pressure Weibo as they try to make an escape. Shanks is looking for a big Emperor's Divide, but Iwandi finds the engage there, and Hope goes forward with the killer instinct. The flashes as well, and WE smelled blood in the water. The Shy was nowhere even nearby, and Cube catches him out in transition, but already 3 members down. WE are putting the nails in the coffin one by one. They could end this loss streak that they've been on.
They've got a minion wave as well in the mid lane. And I think this should just about be it. Nexus Towers, they've got Daisy as well. Kill the inhib, lads. Equal up the scoreboard to Weibo.
They're doing it.
Cube's
They're
in.
going in one more time. They got a lot of AS from at least Shanks coming in, but oh, you got a little bit of a catch out on the Shy. He goes golden stop, getting hit by the turret. The Shy goes down. Only Nexus is bare. WE went from a strong start to a rocky mid-game, but they stopped the slide. They lost to LGD, but they'll take a 2-1 over Weibo Gaming. Stability is king, and WE take the series in their home arena.
And you said it, Mazel. Stability is king, and it's just not been there for Weibo, and WE exploit it to its full extent. 2-1, 6-5 now. And again, 2-3 series, arguably very winnable for this WE side when they're on form. And they have their own stability, so this is huge. This is a series that they needed to take so much pressure off them when it comes to moving towards the final couple of weeks of the LPL here, getting into the top 10. And especially, I think one thing that people forget, if you've got teams that are like dominating like JDG and BLG are on the top side of the table, it means you've got teams on the bottom side as well with fewer wins. And what that often means is the boundary to get into playoffs is a little bit lower than it normally is. So this is huge right now for WE. And Weibo, a lot more soul searching to do, it feels like. They're going to drop down to 6-5, and now the middle of the pack of that top 10 is a real mixer from basically 4th or 5th all the way down to 10th. Every single team is on 6 wins.
That's what I love. We have the clump, the blob, the soup, whatever you want it to be. That's what we're getting here. And you'll love to see it, but also just heartbreaking for Weibo. I feel like you've been looking for consistent success, and we haven't found it, right? They're always finding tough-fought wins into tough-fought losses, and finding ways to try to correct that is important. We've seen interviews from them, right, trying to keep the mentality together, a lot of the friendship being the glue, but it's got to work at some point, right? And I think you've seen it work out in more or less not the case here, but in the past as well. They still do have a positive record, but I think for WE to come out here and handle them the way they did, and also the decisiveness in that game one representing itself really strongly in game number 3 feels really nice for WE. You just needed this, right? They were on a huge downslide and able to kind of turn that around.
Yeah, and you want to just see this version of WE now in the series where it really matters, right? In the RA, in the RNG series as well, where, you know, RA, very bloodthirsty team in the early game. RNG, similarly along the same lines as Weibo right now, going through the motions of being a very unstable team, right? They're not really finding consistent success anywhere. So if you can, realistically, take down Weibo, there's nothing to say that you couldn't beat an RNG. And, you know, RA and FPX should also fall under those same categories too. So for WE, this series could be the one, realistically, that gets them into playoffs.
Yeah, it could be. I think being able to take down something like this in the fashion you do, in the schedule that you have, is super crucial. No one is shy to the fact that we have had a gauntlet of a split, right? The players are feeling here, they're tired, but they're grinding. And I think, especially for WE's side, you have to be looking forward and seeing what can work out for them. They do have that day break now. They played 2 series in a row. They'll have one day, then they'll play another one, then they'll have one day, and then they'll play another one. So WE need to continue this momentum a little bit forward, just as they were in the losses now with these wins. And I think Cube has to be an extremely stated portion of this game. His Jax, he turned from 2 games of Ornn into a carry side laner, and it worked.
Yeah, I mean, look, I say it a lot. Cube, he's an aggressive laner. Is he necessarily the best top laner in the LPL? No, but it's very, very nice to see him be unleashed on this Jax. And I wouldn't even say he was given resources. He just took things into his own hands a little bit, didn't he? And
I will, like, Hug did hover up there a decent amount, but yeah, I agree. I think Cube was reading the Shy in both earlier games, right? The Shy was the man that wanted to take Renekton all day, apparently. and he was just like, all right, I see you. Game 1, game 2. Okay, you've been doing this 2 games in a row. Let me tell you how it's done.
Yeah, so very, very solid showing from Cube in this game 3. Wouldn't be surprised if he gets MVP, but also I feel like Shanks by statistics. A lot of those
Shanks
big moments as well. Yeah, I feel like he just pulled through when it mattered. So we'll see who gets MVP, but for W, I don't think they care about MVP. I think they just care about the fact they won this series. And what, you know, the implications for the next couple of weeks now, it really sets them up for a solid amount of success. And I think we can wax lyrical. It's my favorite line since Munch introduced me to it, about how for WE, this is a very eccentric moment, but for Weibo to take a moment on them, how are you feeling right now inside of the Weibo camp, right? This is realistically a lineup where, you know, you should be pushing the boundaries of top 3 at the very least, right? You should be alongside your top esports, basically. And they've not really been able to pull through so far in those expectations. It can be seen as a little bit harsh, right? You take a look at the standings of the LPL right now, they're only 2 wins behind, right? But at the end of the day, or 3 wins behind top esports, 2 behind LNG, off the top of my head. But even in only being those 2 wins behind, you should be in that mixer regardless. And now you're going to find yourself, you know, amongst the NIPs, the RNGs, the EDGs, who are, you know, EDG in their case technically on the up potentially, right? So yeah, it's a hard look in, and you know, we know how important placements are for playoffs, right? We saw how important it was for Weibo in spring. The fact that they did not make it, you know, into the top 2 when realistically they dropped a lot of series they shouldn't have. I think that's the easiest way to put it. There were many faulty series like the one we just saw today from them, where, you know, it placed them eventually, I think it was 4th in the end, and they ended up losing without that double bracket elimination to kind of give them that safety net. So hopefully for them, they can turn things around and, you know, keep things closer to their own personal expectations, I'm sure. But for now, they find themselves in the mixer, and WE are right there in it with them.
I thought the meta was so interesting tonight. A lot of just opt-ins into the same picks across the board. We had Hope just wanting to spam the Kaisa and make it work, right? Before this, he had one game played in the summer split of it. And the fact that we had the Zaya as well on the other side for Light, where he also came into this with one game played in the summer split. So it was curious to me how the meta went out. The Renekton for the Shy consistently coming through. And you question a little bit of what happens, you know, if WE have to be put on other things. Right now, the Iwandi Rakan looked like the crux of the composition. And what happens if you don't get that? Well, game 2 happened where you don't have necessarily the same impact from that role. So there are still question marks, I feel like, as well for WE as we look at the draft for both of these two teams.
Yeah, I think there's always going to be question marks for many teams. Like, sometimes I don't necessarily like the draft discussion points, you know, because I feel like everyone has such different philosophies sometimes on how the meta works. And that's the thing about the meta. At the end of the day, it's kind of a, I don't want to say it's a hive mind thing, but everyone kind of just collectively agrees on what's the strongest, right? And then it's about those trailblazers who want to try and break the mold. I feel, yeah, exactly right. And I feel like for the case of WE, yes, they step outside the boundaries sometimes, and we saw that a little bit here today. But other times I feel like in, well, actually today I feel like their drafts are pretty alright. But I will agree. I think the fact that they're willing to, you know, go off what I feel like is probably their own comfort champions in maybe cases like Hung, who I think this was Hung's first showing of the Ivern. Obviously, Hope had been predominantly one-tricking Jinx for a majority of the first part of his split, right? Into now, you know, picking up this Kai'Sa and Iwandi being, you know, very critical on this Rakan. It's potentially a new page for them. I like where it's going. We need to just see more of that consistency from their part. And I think now that WE are straying off this path of maybe being kind of very reliant on Hope's ability to deal late game damage, they look like a much more well-rounded team.
Yeah. We finally get the MVP. I was about to say,
We finally got the MVP. Yeah, I was
here.
like,
Shakes did end up getting the MVP as he was unkilled, had a huge KP, but also just incredible early moments for it. 27% damage, maybe not what you want to call Hope, but I'd love to see that the Azir, the comfort pick, his second most played, coming out clutch for Shanks.
Yeah, came out clutch. And, you know, it was even hovered by Weibo. Jestfully, right? Or the Annie was, I think, jestfully after the Azir went through. But it is just his most comfortable pick, and yeah, it's one of those moments where they were also thinking that they were just gonna take the Nico into it again. They took the Annie, and yeah, Xiaohui didn't look particularly the best on it either. So maybe Annie was just cursed this series because I think it lost almost every game.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, hell, let's be
Don't
real,
worry.
WE.
We'll
Yeah,
talk about
we'll
curses.
ignore what happened in game 1.
Don't
all
worry
right?
about
You
it.
know, we
Don't
don't
worry
talk about the
about
curses.
it.
No,
All
it's
right.
okay.
We're going to send it off to a little break while we get ready for our third series of the day. We'll be right back, so don't you go anywhere.
Oh, we're getting a
we're in the
dive.
tower here. What is going on? JDG! We're just trying to flex all over NIP here. Gaddafi goes down for a second time as Shadow has arrived. You get 2 kills for Ruler. Angel's here now too. And we got chaos early here, Kitty. As Knight's
Is
trying to
Angel
make it
dead?
way, does get Vault Breakered in the end. Angel has died to Ruler. One more auto. No, he heals. It's not enough. The fadeaway shot, and Ruler now has 3 kills out of seemingly nowhere. A magician with his hat.
Oh,
Can
Shadow,
Shadow
no!
shut him down? No! Give him a 4th kill, because why not?
Yeah, we're getting to the point now as well where Uzi, 4 items on the Ezreal, like, this is an absurdly fed carry with an Ocean Soul as Uzi flashes away from the Pop Blossom. Here comes Ning on the back line. I don't know if he has the damage to kill him. Uzi manages to kite it out. That was gorgeous play. Triple kill for Uzi as he looks for more. Fofo stealing the multi-kill, but EDG stealing the crowd here today. What domination in game 2.
Are kind of in a very similar boat where they have to wait. Oh boy. For a long time.
Hung's just going to get brought back there. There's nothing really he can do, but he's still taking up a storm. Is going to get the flash out. Not able to get it is Uzi, but Hope is going to take the brunt of Uzi's ire. And Uzi comes up big. We got to get him cut out here, though, as Iwandi's trying to take him down. He's healing a lot. He takes out another, and that's huge for EDG. He can't get the 3rd, though. Mako on the other side of Dodge, but it doesn't matter because WE have crumbled to dust.
the players as Ultimate's popped in the bottom side and LWX is here as well, but the Shy just jumps on top of him and turns him to pieces. The Shy is an absolute monster in the 2v1.
I mean, Cube, right? Guys, I'm complaining about Casante, but Cube has still put on a clinic. Like, there is still a part of this game that Cube is still nailing. It's LNG, forced TP from WE because they're around this dragon. It's going to be Dragon number 3. We begin with another 5v5 in a 32-kill game, as that was a blind arc. He stole Hung, gets into the backline, though that's only onto Hung. But the jungler's burnt down. Seeker running in, Needlework, number 1 doesn't connect, but it's an AoE. The kinematic Fusion Scout knocks him away so that he gets his own kill. Gala flies in, flushes over, quadra kill. Gala is legendary. You know, it's Penta time for one of the best ADs in the damn business.
Welcome back to the LPL Summer Split, and we are jet setting yet again over to Shanghai as the beautiful skyline unfolds. So does beautiful competition. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Jamada yet again, and we're getting into our 3rd series of the day. We'll be diving straight into it, so as soon as we see the draft come up or as soon as we get in the game, we'll start setting expectations here. But EDG, we were talking about win streaks in Series 2. Can they make the runs happen, man? It has been incredible to see the come up of EDG, and it's been led by some crucial members and one particular Uzi.
Yeah, one particular Uzi from 1-3 to 6-6 right now. A lot of it has been on the back of one of the best to ever do it. I always say it when it comes to Uzi, even though my title was CEO of ADC Hate, he played it when it was actually a very, very difficult role. And EDG have been very, very thankful for his addition to the roster, no doubt about it. And here into TT, you expect that those winning ways look to continue here as we get into game number 1. Interesting looking draft, but beyond that, it should be pretty standard stuff for EDG. A lot of the power picks that they have come to be familiar with. And again, I think that Alistar pick as well, if I caught that correct. Another one that only really they seem to be prioritizing quite heavily. We'll see how that one plays out in this game number 1. As my goodness, those Gyos are some of the most enthusiastic I've heard in a while.
EDG building up the momentum in season and building up that fan base here in Shanghai. You love to hear the Gyos ring, but now it is brass tacks. It is TT who have had a pretty rough split. Let's be honest, a little bit of a miserable one. UCal has been literally their savior. I don't know if he's got a halo on or if he just has wings, but this man has been the best out of this team, and it's about everyone else trying to match that. It's about everyone trying to match his energy on the Rift as EDG are looking to continue their streak.
Yep, and we've seen moments from TT as well. That's the almost depressing part about this lineup. We've seen moments from 1XN, we've seen moments from Hoyer as well, but they never really come together as a team enough. I feel like big issue. So we kick off this game. EDG have already looked for a very aggressive move. They're going for this top side invade from JJ, stealing away the Raptors. Is going to probably just take all 3 camps on the top side here. And Beichuan quite far behind the pace. He's also starting on the red buff, so this could be a much slower invade. And hey, JJ could even technically cross over if he really wanted to, but I anticipate he'll take all 3 camps. Though as I say it, he is pulling this red down towards chicken camp, so we could see him actually cross over through mid and then look to make things really, really awkward here for Beich1 on the bottom side and look to curb him out, and Yukao as well. Put a little bit of pressure here.
Oh, takes that brunt, as it will just be a pathing of JJ through the mid lane. Does end up getting the flash of Yukao, but JJ knows that something's going down on bot side and will not get a response as Beich1 actually gets out with 2 camps.
Yeah, I'm kind of
Or at least the
surprised
one.
that Mako, oh not Mako, I say Mako because I see him on the screen, JJ is taking the path that he is. I would have anticipated that he either looked to cut off Beich1 at the Tribe Rush or just went to go and invade the blue buff, to be honest with you. Either or. And allows Beich1 to go back to his own side of the map, and they will just continue to clear as normally as they can from this point on, I imagine. But nice early aggression from EDG. We'll see how it kind of skews the jungle matchup in terms of tempo and pace making in the early game.
It is also just super cool. Again, I'm a big Uzi fan, but also seeing a lot of our young blood in the LPL go up against this legend, specifically 1xN on the side of TT. I really enjoyed his stay here on TT for this split after coming over from Joy Dream from JDG's LDL team. He was a big come up for JDG's LDL team, and he was a big reason they found success. But speaking of success, Beich1 finds purchase in mid lane just off the back of a gank onto a flashless Fofo afterwards. Incredible stuff, actually.
Yeah, good play. Good play here from TT, and it's in the mid lane. It's the lane you want it to be in as well. Even though Beich1 picks up the kill, it's not the end of the world. You're very happy either way as TT. So let's see how it goes. And you know what, you're right. And when it comes to 1xN, and you know, I'm thinking, chances are, you know, a lot of these players, they've been playing League of Legends for, you know, years and years and years. Some of the AD carries that Uzi's come up against, these guys probably idolized him as they were learning the game at points, no doubt about that one. So I wonder how it feels. It must be daunting going up against just the name brand that is Uzi in the bottom side at times. As JJ is just about going to get that chicken camp. And a majority of
Beich1 got one.
So Beich1 got one. It was bad, but when you really put it into perspective like that, you know, 1xN is only 19 years old, you know, so he probably would have been watching Uzi when he was learning the game. This gang, pretty simple setup. Easy splash as well to follow up. Nothing to talk about, just a little bit overzealous from Fofo for a brief moment, and Beich1 was there to punish.
Now, Hoya on this Gwen, I feel like can be terrifying in this matchup right now, and it will be something we have to keep an eye out on. Beich1 needs to stay pretty proactive on the skirmish-heavy Sejuani. JJ also maybe needing to try to find some skirmishes on the Wukong. We saw Wukong come into heavy priority in that second series and actually work out really well. We do have both junglers redeploying to this bottom side of the map, and there is a dragon in play.
I wonder how priority will lie. Bottom lane of TT is resetting now, and EDG will get pretty obvious signing that that's going on. In fact, actually, that cancel on the recall because they don't want this to be frozen. Mako does eat a lot of HP for it, but he's got pot and passive, so it won't be the end of the world. In fact, he's just going to go for a reset himself. So I don't know if either team is really going to look for a dragon super early on here. Allah? Oh, I am surprised that no one pressed their R key because that
reservation.
That was a very peculiar situation to be in on both sides. Yeah,
now, I was saying I wanted some skirmishing going down, and it actually looks like Beich1 and JJ are going at it on JJ's side of the jungle. We do have a little bit of push coming out from Yukao in the Azir mid lane as well, so it does help that, but Mako has started to make a roam. Beich1 should back away.
Beich1 should back away. Just let EDG take this for now. Yayao's on his way to come and support it, so it's okay.
They have so many mounts.
They do.
Just unfair.
They do. It is. It's a little bit lopsided. That's not the end of the world.
You could like almost make a fully mounted composition.
Yeah, we spoke about this the last time actually, didn't we?
But it wasn't mounts. It was, I don't remember what it was.
I don't know.
It wasn't like mounted individuals.
No, it was. It was four-legged champions. Yeah.
It was four-legged. Okay, it's not the same. It's not the same. I'm saying like mounted individual. Oh, and mounted individuals mean like writing amount, right? Did you ever
Yeah,
play
no, I
like
know.
World of Warcraft?
Yeah, of course. Yes, man, of
Yeah.
course I did.
All right.
I didn't. That's a big fat lie. But,
Wow. Wow. You just lie outright. Did you hear that? Did you just hear this, man? On a
Hey,
professional
look,
broadcast, he just
it
lied
wasn't-
to his co-caster about playing a game.
It wasn't personally my cup of tea. By the time
It's
I
not
got to it,
everybody.
and I didn't really have. I didn't have any. I think the other thing was I didn't have any friends or like family that grew up playing like PC games like that. And also in the UK, PC gaming, it's not really been a big thing until recently. So
I just
we
can't
all
wait
have
to know life
consoles.
the Riot MMO. It's gonna be coming sooner rather than later. But speaking of coming sooner rather than later, we got Ultimates coming up for everyone on the Rift. You also just got that Glacial Prison locked in for Beichuan. Looking for proactivity continue to be the name of the game as Allah actually taking a plate in top side.
Yeah. Losing a plate. It's Hoya getting it.
Oh, sorry, rather.
Just to correct, but it's alright. We've had very, very short breaks today, just in order to catch up. But yeah, that is kind of to be expected in that matchup, right? Hoya's actually up a significant amount of CS, 15 already, at the 8-minute mark. And was that trade enough to put a little bit of blood in the water here for Beichuan? Does he want the Grump? Does he want Vision? Does he want the topside dive? There's pings onto the Herald here. And this is actually going to make Beichuan think it was JJ until he throws out Q. No dive. He's still starting up. He had us in the first half. Hoya going to clear out this wave. Wave and a half. Cannon net. We'll probably just get this next plate. He's got Demolish as well, so he's playing fully for lane hit. That one will go over 175 gold plus the Herald, so really nice hit for TT, all things considered. Falling behind EDG a little bit here. Haven't picked up the first dragon. JJ's on the top side. Very, very quiet. And, you know,
yeah,
for us, I feel like we've been speaking about EDG a fair amount in terms of the storyline. It's a very interesting one, right? I think there's no questioning that. In terms of this team's development with Uzi's arrival, and they have been a team occasionally a bit slow to, you know, get off to the races. And when they're slower, it feels a little bit like EDG sometimes lose their direction. But if they're playing with a little bit of tempo, some big pace, it feels really, really good. So hopefully for them, they can start to find plays, because that's when I feel like EDG actually look the most threatening, is actually when they're just being aggressive. And I know that's kind of the thing that goes hand in hand, but for this team, it's one of those things where it really is polar opposites, right? Truly. When they play aggressively, they look fantastic. And when they sit on their hands and they look to play to scale and wait for 20 minutes, they kind of just, I don't know, it feels like they're defanged almost, right? Until they really hit item marks.
And it does feel like a lot of that aggression comes through JJ, but as well as this bot lane 2v2 and Uzi and Mako. And you see across their series, we're talking about win streaks for them, but it's been all 3-game series for them in their 3 win streak column here. And I think that is a testament to maybe some of the rocky conditions they put themselves in, some of that aggression not going their way, but it also shows grit that they're able to walk it out and make it happen. We do end up seeing first dragon fall just over 10 minutes, and it'll be going to EDG.
First one. It's quite late. Been seeing this every now and again. Sometimes these dragons go quite long without being picked up. Especially tonight, yeah. So Chemtech and Cloud will not be our soul, which feels good. That almost going to go wide from Beichuan, though I feel like that clone would have blocked if it was actually aimed a little more proper. More plates. That last play actually was solo for you, Cal, so that feels extra good.
Yeah.
And if there's any man that you want getting gold, if you're a Thunder Talk Gaming fan, here's that guy. So definitely a very, very worth it play. Hoya as well, really abusing this lane matchup, and I like that he's going for this, right? Arla definitely being stalwart in the fact he's not getting solo killed or anything like that, not getting pressure too heavily, but Hoya just abusing Demolish, pretty much off cooldown, stacking a wave, going towards the tower, looking for good trades, and now he's finally looking for an advantage.
Lead up here. Oh my goodness, that last needlework, if that connects, Allah's look a little bit worse for wear, but this top lane needs to be dealt with somehow, some way, but it doesn't look like much answer is going to be coming through. Hoya is just going to try to push this wave as quickly as possible. Should be a TP back from Allah.
Yeah, should be. It's going to be on the wave. Got Merc Tread's just going to stop Hoya from fully crashing the wave hit. Still should go underneath now. This teleport's coming in from Fofo.
Okay. TT are too quick on the draw, though. There will be some plates going over to Uzi, though, and that's pretty big. He already had the static shift completed.
Wow.
But meanwhile, at the base, UCal It's looking a little bit like the Legion of Doom here, having taken already 4 plates. Mako in a bit of trouble here. Doesn't really have a way out, but a flash is just going to be a little bit unstoppable here, though, as JJ goes right back in with a Cyclone, as Uzi's trying to bring up the rear. It's just a fight between them. The killer instinct comes in and Uzi makes the difference there, as it is a response back, but EDG have overextended themselves. Hoya is now here. We got a rambunctious fight. It's Fofo with a big pop blossom that's pretty big, but it's not enough as Hoya is making the snips happen. Uzi on the side though will pull them off of Fofo, but now he needs to get out of here. All he has is the cleanse and the flash. He might just try to get out from UCal here, but he's just gonna go down. Try to get one more kill. He can't get it. 1xN takes down the legend.
1xN manages to claim the kill credit. Very creative from Uzi to try and make that play at least something he can claw a kill back in, but EDG just bite off more than they can chew. JJ and Mako a little bit out of sorts as they dive forward over past the blue buff almost. Thundertalk just there to respond. Hoya had the teleport. Ala blew his to have to return back, so really solid. I mean, Mako and JJ can walk out of this, right? Like, there's no reason that they have to go in, but they feel like they hard win the 2v2, JJ that is. Flash away from Beige 1 into a flash over by JJ. Obviously because Uzi can follow in. 1xN, good cleanse, ultimate misses. Not the end of the world because Yukao's first of the rotation. Then Hoya's in the mix and no one can really kill him. And it's Yukao that's able to just free hit. So really awkward from EDG because they never really had the setup for this play. They have the faster response, but not necessarily the faster damage.
Okay, got the read case there onto the clone, caught by JJ, but Mako doesn't really have a way out of this one as he put himself into a fish in a barrel type situation. UCal gets a 3rd kill. This man, I was talking about coming into it, he is literally the bright spot, and he's got the wings to prove it here in this game 1.
He does. He really does. UCal 302 now. Nash's Tooth is going to get this tower. This is going to be the most gold accelerated as ear I think we're going to see in a long time. And EDG need to do something about it. They don't necessarily have the best engage tools either, which is kind of the worrying thing. That's where you need to shut down the champion like Azir. JJ now caught out.
They do have Uzi on a decent power fight, but JJ is going to be caught out. The Moonlight Vigil gets Beichuan the kill. Yukao missing the Emperor's Divide there as Uzi will take that all times. And you have Fofo with a Pop Blossom behind. This could be a big moment for EDG to turn around some kills. And it's Fofo that picks up one for himself. 1xN gets dragged down into the alcove and beaten to death. 2 kills for Uzi.
Ah, Thunder Talk. They just go too far too fast. EDG's response is clear. Fofo's able to just basically help Uzi pick up a couple of kill credits. Yukao, I don't know, just wants too much, I think, out of that play. If he just leaves it at Uzi having to ult away, I think they're fine with that collapse, but unfortunately, a situation where you should take the finger and not the hand. Instead, they take the full fist to the face. On the talk, I mean, it's just because JJ is caught out the way he is, right? They want him. Glacial Prison, I think, goes into the clone. If I recall correctly, no, it goes in. Oh, it's not even up. It's actually just a regular E. So they kill off JJ. That's great. Uzi ults away, and Yukao thinks he's got the distance. I mean, I don't know. I've seen scoops hit from further away, so it's one of those awkward moments. Yeah, it's one of those awkward moments. Then Fofo's hit. If they just leave it at the pick on JJ, they're really comfortable. But instead, because of Yukao's want to pick up Uzi as well, it costs 2 more lives, and now EDG, all of a sudden, a little bit more back into the move the gold department. Thundertalk at the very least will pick up this next dragon, so it's going to be 1 apiece. Soul's not going to be a major factor in this game for a little while. There will be Ocean as well.
Also have second items coming up, at least for UCal, who right now is the most fed member in the game, it feels like. Does have that crown build, so trying to stay away from that burst damage. I feel like there is a decent amount of poke that can come through, but UCal is just racking up the scoreboard points here for TT on his own, getting a lot of towers and getting a lot of presence around the map. Uzi will respond on the other side as well. JJ getting that Rift Herald as well.
Yeah, so a lot of tools in the hands of EDG now via the Herald to potentially just take a structure off the map. You would imagine it probably goes into the mid lane, but the fact that this mid lane tier 1 for Thundertalk is so healthy, it could actually push EDG into a decision to maybe make a cross map where they get a tier 2 out of it instead. We'll see what they opt into, both sides have a significant amount of wave clear. So I feel like if you're Thunder Talk, you really want this tier 1 to stay up. And if you're EDG, you just want an opportunity to snag a bunch of gold. Hoya could be that sack of gold that they're looking for.
Oh no, there's 2 Wukongs! Watch out! It's the double clone gameplay. As you didn't know which one was which, the Pop Blossom comes out, and now you know. Fofo gets his 2nd kill.
That's got to be headache inducing, though. 4 versus 1. 2 Nikos, 2 Wukongs. Hoya finds himself in an unfortunate situation. But EDG, crucially, aren't really in a position to drop the Herald, so it doesn't really matter in the end of the day. It's just a pick on the side lane where they're just getting a little bit of extra gold in their back pocket. Still positive for EDG, no doubt. As actually, they may just use this pressure, knowing they can't get teleported on behind or anything like that, just to chunk away at this tower. And now, dropping the Herald in the mid lane will just about get them that tower.
Goodness,
you can't
Yukos has gotten all the towers this game for TT.
He actually has. He got the mid lane tower 1v1 because Fofo was roaming. Then he got the bottom side tower. Now he gets the top side in trade. Here's this Herald that we were talking about because this chunk came out. So this should just go down. Maybe they get 2 charges actually. This is pretty reasonable if they want to defend it. They just have to hug the bottom wall. They're going to decide not to. And I'll be honest, because of how low they got that tower, Herald almost feels a little bit okay. But in saying that, the fact they dropped the Herald is why they were able to get the damage. So I guess they still get the tower regardless.
And it is all outer towers gone now on the map for both sides. You do see, ooh, we just skipped around a little bit. You do see a lot of vision gameplay over for TT on the top side of the map. A lot of vision control around that Baron pit, which is pretty big. But you do have to expect another contest coming in about 2 minutes, Yamato, for that dragon. Could be 2nd of the game for either side.
Yeah. It does make me wonder how willing both of these sides would be to contest this, right? Like, if you're EDG, do you feel like the fact that Uzi has 2 items is enough to overcome Yukao's very, very big spike at the moment? He's very quickly approaching 3. He's going for a very cheap build for the 3rd item with the Banshees. So he very well, in the next 90 seconds or so, could potentially find enough waves and resources to pick that one up. We'll see once that Dragon's Ward's up. His teleport will be up by then as well, so he can actually greed for waves and teleport. Now, Thundertalk are a bit concerned about all of this fog. EDG are lying in wait, so it's good control here from EDG, but at the end of the day, the Baron's not up. It's not like they can really threaten that. So this is actually kind of just a bit of fake pressure.
They want to try to get a slowly go through before the fight even ensues. They're TPing in here from behind as well. Fofo's just trying to get a catch out on the Yao Yao. They do have Hoya coming in. The Needlework's going to be lining up really nice. Beituan on the flank. 1xN can't get in there. The Glacial Prison does come through. The Moonlight Vigil connecting.
Oh, no.
Fofo gets sniped, baby! 1xN stepping up to the plate against Uzi himself. And Fofo takes the bullet. Hoya stepping forward, though. He is inevitable at this point. And TT, they're giving him the fight we wanted.
Yeah, they're making EDG sweat for this. That's for sure. And EDG, remember, they needed to win this series quite heavy-handedly. Ala.
Graviton is there. You got the Sun Disc here, but not going to be able to follow it up. They do have a defensive pressure here, though, as Dragon is still spawning in 37 seconds.
Yeah, 37 seconds, you're right. A couple of resets going to come through from TT. Yukao's going to stick around. As long as he doesn't overextend, I don't mind that he's still here. Crown's going to get taken off him, but that should come up well in time as long as he stops taking poke damage. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, TT in a position where that collapse was not too bad. It looked quite threatening, to be fair, for EDG, but you see Yukao commits onto Fofo, and then Fofo's over the wall. Yukao's very far away until he can actually start dishing out damage on the bottom side. Beituan throws out this ultimate, snipes here onto Fofo, and speaking of snipes, here's one from 1xN. I guess he only has to right click, to be fair, but still well aimed on the ultimate.
We're right back in it here. We got a flank from Ala, though, as Mako trying to catch out Hoya on the side. That is going to be a catch out on Mako, though, with those Needleworks. He's going to pop the Unbreakable. You have a bit of a flank garnered here by EDG, but Mako is going to get snipped down. Yukao claims the kill, and now it's a 4v5. TT, they want to take this fight. They absolutely do, but the Cyclone comes through. You got to watch Uzi. Uzi's on the side. You get the all-out from Ala as well. They need to get Uzi out of there, but Uzi's on the wrong side of the dodge. And Hoya takes him out. The Dragon now for TT, and there's nothing but a Miracle Steal here available for EDG. They aren't even finding it.
Nope, Beituan's not going to smite because he's saving it for the Baron. That's where their next destination is for Thundertalk Gaming, no doubt about it. EDG Again, overstep the bounds. Mako gets caught out. And then the turnaround is really, really solid. No one can really threaten UCal or 1XN in these fights. Just free hitting, opening up 2 items, and then some. This is Baron and EDG. They're scrambling, Marcel. I don't really know, short of a bit of a miracle engage, how they're going to come back into this one. Aphelios Azir, this accelerated this early on, is a bit of a nuisance. And then even if they get through those two, they've still got to worry about Hoya. So, yeah. Mako face checks, gets called out. And then as soon as they know that Mako's dead, they don't have to worry about that. And then they just start throwing skill shots and everything at the kitchen sink towards EDG. Re-engage is alright, but again, there's just too much CC. No one's hitting UCal, no one's hitting 1XN. It's because they can't, frankly.
Yeah,
once Uzi enters the back
didn't
line,
have the way in with the pop blossom. He literally had it that whole time. Just not able to find an entrance.
And that's part of like the counter matchup too for Azir, right? Like, even if you can find a way in, oftentimes Azir, if he knows the ult's coming and he's close enough to it, he can just press his Archie and send you back, right? Like, there is that opportunity to just kind of deny a lot of the follow-up damage. So maybe that's playing on Fofo's mind a little bit as well. But either way, Baron now in tow for 2 minutes. And Thunder Talk with such a huge gold lead, you anticipate they're going to take, at the very least, the mid-tier 2 and the bottom tier 2, and maybe even knock on the base.
I'm going to try to here as they are pounding now on the Nexus base defenses, at least on the bottom side, as the inhib would be a huge entrance to have consistent pressure down there on the bottom side. Be able to maybe have some side lane play come out from Hoya.
Play the Solid Snake music.
You're not allowed. JJ's just waiting here. Nobody's around, but he's that control where he's like, I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna get it. That control word is mine. I'm gonna kill that thing so hard.
Go back
oh my god, he walked away from it. He's intimidated. The control word intimidated him.
You know, it's America Day today, and what I was thinking about was like a proper Western standoff there between JJ and that pink ward. Just hearing the Western, you know, spaghetti. That was him, yeah. Just looking at that ward.
They are going for a
big
push
moment
play here. No, Fofo can't get over the wall. They still get him, I guess. UCal with the push over, though. The rest of TT should make it out of there. That was a bit of misexecution from EDG. They're just trying to follow it through, though, here. Can't find it, even though JJ really wants Yao Yao.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward, right? I'm actually not too sure. Why could Fofo not get over the wall? He had flash. What kept him in place? I think he just wanted to ensure he didn't have to burn it. And because UCal was stuck by all of the rest of the CC, which means that he doesn't really have to overcommit. So nice pick from EDG. It stops the remainder of this Baron, right? There was a realistic chance with in that siege window that TT could have very easily picked up that tier 2, and that's just more gold in their back pockets, right? So that's what the denial is about. That feels good. I'm not sure if it was a shutdown or not. I don't think it was. They definitely break apart some of the tempo built up for Thunder Talk here. And maybe they can look for a cross map. I don't think they can contest at all. I think if they contest, they're psychopaths at this next dragon. That's what I'm talking about. I think you just look to give it up. Play for the next one. Get this objective bounty off the top side of the map. And just hope that that's going to be enough gold to claw into a couple of more items. Observers hovering over Uzi. It's because he's at 3 items.
Got the Gwinsus, that's huge. I think spotlights are going to start changing here a little bit. Uzi will become the show-stopping factor in a lot of these moments if he can follow up on the engage that EDG are going to need to put down. While on the other side, you do have a dual threat and maybe even a tri-threat, and UCal going to be that bridge for 1XN and Hoya to really be the showstopper for TT's side at least.
Yeah, deep ward being shown to us there by the observers, but only UCal has teleport, and I don't really want to see UCal on the flank. I think he's best served in the back line, dealing damage, even though his build's not really catered to that, per se. It's about surviving and, honestly, sometimes diving in. That's where you need him right now. Getting mid lane priority. Hoya and Yao Yao should be able to just kind of ensure they don't get flanked. The wave is certainly going to die. So now they just get to have a staring contest with each other. Unless somebody pulls the trigger. No one's really in a flank position
crown
either.
just got popped by Uzi.
Yeah, that's big. EDG can actually get on top of him now in the next 40 seconds. Oh,
buddy?
What?
UCal!
Dude.
All right, well,
Sometimes-
TT now on the back foot. Sometimes you don't understand what's happening, but you have to go with the flow here. Hoya on the wrong side of town, too. Needs to find a way out. What is happening? It is devolving here for TT. As Beichuan, Yao, and 1xN will make it out. Hoya's just trying to make the great escape, but he should get chased down. The all-out comes through, and that's an easy pickup multiple times for EDG. They'll be able to chase him down here. He is stuck in the base, and he just has to start riding to his loved ones.
Doesn't make it any less scary though, does it? My word, Hoya can actually put out a lot of damage. But he is eventually picked off in the long run, and EDG will pick up this dragon, which is huge. Objective bounty plus the other much more important point. They stop TT from getting to soul point, so it feels good. And it's just because, I mean, Yukao just picks such a bad moment to teleport. Yeah, nothing else to say. Bad moment. Hoya then gets separated off. He can't retreat.
He must
back
have
to the
thought
rest of
that,
his
like,
team.
because they were seeding the dragon, they were just going to be on the dragon, I guess, but they had vision, so that's not even true.
That's, yeah, I don't know. It's a strange moment. It's a strange moment, Mazel. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite TT in the behind, because so far they've been quite good this game. And I remember they are certainly not the favorites to win this series, but opening up the series with a win would definitely be huge for the confidence of them. But if they were to lose from this position, who knows what it'll do to the mental. Baron should be
We
gone,
got
but
fight
they're going
night
to look for a
going
fight.
on, though, as Beichuan is still in the pit. He will secure the Baron. Fofo goes in with a big pop blossom, but you got to watch EDG from front to back. Uzi is gunning him down here as well. You've already lost Hoya, so you've lost some of your power. Mako goes forward as well. Uzi is waiting for the killer instinct.
no.
He's just trying to wait for his angle, and now you get a pick up from JJ. It is EDG that have to back away. 1xN trying to step up here as well. He's trying to get the damage down for him. He's got the caliber, but can't hit the distance. And EDG are backing away. Uzi is still looking for it. Can't get it. He's going in now. You've got to watch those Prey Seekers as 1xN all by himself will get hit down by Allah. And Yukao, can he do it? Uzi, the flash away was huge, and Allah now wants to chase down Yukao, and he gets him down. Flash that Vayne emote as EDG go clutch.
EDG put it out of the bag here. They don't get the Baron, but they get an ace. They get so much extra gold from this team fight, and it's just a mechanical outplay on so many different angles there from them from start to finish. Get things kicked off, and it's Hoya in the mix of it. Fofo gets a nice ultimate onto the backline, but it only really finds two people, and Yukao's not threatened, but Hoya gets taken out so quickly that no longer is there a backline disturbance to deal with, as EDG and Uzi's just off to the side waiting for
He's
the angle.
literally the only
1xN
person
as
that
well.
matters.
He really is. 1xN as well ends up on kind of awkward guns for a little while. Is eventually able to swap out, but doesn't have Calibrum White, doesn't have Calibrum Red or Red White. Sits on green and purple for a while. But then this turnaround here from EDG, JJ, Arla, Uzi as well. Knowing to just stop watch at the right time. Gets picked off. 1xN feels bad. But then it's about this 1v1 here. Uzi dodges out on the Conquering Sands.
Killer instinct, flash,
Killer instinct as well
everything.
to the side. Everything just hits perfectly. And he would have hit that W. He was on form, but Arla picks up that kill. It's a fantastic fight all in all for EDG. They might not get the Baron, but they stop anyone from leaving with the buff. And now
This
it's just about
man-
the next dragon again.
Uzi, dude, he is considered day and night here. We got to see an interview posted, at least translated, talking about Uzi and the effort that this guy has put in. And I know getting to hear when we got to do the English interview with him, he had a message for the English fans. He's like, you might know me for my legacy, but you need to know me for what I'm about to put on the Rift, what I'm putting in now. And the man is putting it in day and night. He is the guy that is not giving up. And yes, he's tired, but he will not stop putting up big, show-stopping plays. He's on 4 items. Uzi is the man right now to carry EDG to a real big comeback victory, because TT were still in the lead. They still are in the lead. But you feel that momentum building for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, I think that's the thing right there. They're in the lead in gold. But sometimes when you watch a game of League of Legends, you can just kind of feel the tides turn a bit, can't you? You have to wonder whether or not that was one of those moments. TT, though, still do have that gold lead. Still do have multiple members with 3.5, 4 items in some cases. But Uzi being on 4, 3 items on Arla on this Cassante as well. Need I tell you what that champion can do? So TT need to be a little more back on form, on page, like they were in the earlier stages of this game, right? Ensure that UCal and 1xN aren't kind of handed over to EDG, to Fofo, to JJ, so that Uzi can follow up on that damage. You need to just basically play a very clean front to back. Let Hoya do whatever he wants, but as Beitron and Yao Yao keep 1xN and UCal alive, if you're EDG, just make things chaotic, make them messy. Because right now, TT probably do feel a little bit pressured after having such a massive lead and then having a fight like that.
I think it's so cool while we watch the siege go down, resets will come out from EDG. It's so cool that the combo Fofo and Uzi is actually working to some extent. I feel like on BLG, it was a failed super team. It was a combination that just never worked. And we have seen these two guys really step it up in their own ways. But specifically Uzi, right? There was a reason why we were talking about day and night. This guy is the one putting in the most effort. He's practicing constantly. And it is showing, right? The growth we've seen from his short stint now with EDG has been really nice. And you see it playing well into the style of EDG. Just like Viper before, it feels good to have a strong, vocal, and maybe head forward AD carry in the bot lane.
Yep, absolutely. And again, just to touch on it, as actually I might have to pause. This is a collapse onto Hoya. He has flash, ultimate, and not a lot of
How
friends.
immune is Gwen? When you present her with a 4-man gank, I don't think very immune.
Yeah, I had the Zhonya's, but I just didn't want to blow it. I don't really blame him though. No way he's getting out of that. So, good collapse from EDG. What will this get them though? That's the question. Is it tier 2? Is it even free? Mid lane wave has been pushed in, so they're not going to be able to angle that. Fofo. Didn't actually find 1xN over the wall.
I was looking for it though.
Did you hear that, by the way? You could hear
Yeah,
Nico's
it's
talk.
Nico. It's adorable. All of her sound effects are absolutely adorable on the Chinese server, by the way. They are so cute. We do have TT actually moving over to this side of the Baron pit. Just get some vision down. It's a very dark angle over here. They're actually going to TP UCal to get this push in top side as well, as we have some more item completions coming up. We just did get a maul for JJ, and you'll have to see as this contest comes up. Baron is spawning. Who wants to pull the trigger?
Exactly. Sorry. The Nico taunts are really throwing me off, man. Anyway, EDG aren't thrown off. Oh, they're looking at the engage.
They're throwing out the engage from Mako, but he does get picked out a little bit here. He does have to back off. The Unbreakable will be spawned. TT turn. They are actually starting up the Baron here. They want to force the hand of EDG.
Will they? Baron's burning really low very quickly.
It is
JJ's in the pit already.
Get in there like swimwear, EDG. Fofo's going with the flash. The all-out is JJ who comes up clutch. It's got to be them getting out of here, though. Uzi is set up for success yet again. It's Ala, JJ, and Uzi who are just trying to get out with this Baron buff as best as they can. They're looking at mid lane to push it out and try to get out. As the rest of TT do have a little bit of hesitancy here. It's not going to be a way forward.
No, but it was Ala that actually got Beitron out of the pit there and killed him. So really good job. Made that a play that wasn't really a 50-50 on the part of EDG at all. So now with Baron, Inhibitor as well, pressure is going to be felt for TT. Now, what is it going to take to put this team down? I mean, look, it is a team that is 2-9 in the standings, to be fair. But again, we speak about TT so positively, even at that scoreline, because they do have bright moments like we've seen in this game.
Bro, I'm just saying, the bright moment is still, for me, UCal. Like, every time, man, he is literally the one trying to pull this team to the brink of death. But it does not matter. EDG are able to pick apart a big fight.
Yeah, EDG, Ala again, pulling Beitron out of the pit. JJ was actually outside of it. He had to flash to get in range to smite that. He smited it at like 300 HP or something like that. It was quite low. But still, everything pulls through for them. And now that I feel like what you do as EDG, just siege on the bottom side. You don't care about the top lane. Dragon spawns in 90 seconds time, more than that really, but not far off. And they can just control 2 lanes at once. Make sure that TT have to answer both. And that's how you play. As I don't know how loud it is on the live side, but like it's so goofy, man. I'm sorry, all right? It does give me a good chuckle.
It is a pretty good one. We do see a pretty good one here for EDG is the side lane turret. It is tier 2 down with the Baron buff still up for another minute. We did get Lord Doms completed for 1xN. They got the 4-item power spike with the stopwatch in tow. There is some fight left in TT's tanks.
definitely do have what it takes to make a team fight go their way.
They want it. They
they're
want
looking
it.
for
Glacier
one.
Prison goes wide. Ala getting chunked down. That's the damage from that Lord Dom doing pretty well. Hoya goes in.
Oh!
Big engage from Yao Yao. And that's a big Moonlight Vigil. Will it matter, though? Nobody got touched on the back line here. Uzi is still alive, still kicking. You got to watch out for the peel back available for EDG. They're trying to catch them out. Fofo goes down too. Ala running away. Is he going to get locked down? He does. Uzi trying to find a turn back here. Hoya wants to step up, but EDG get turned around on in the base by TT.
Excellent engage from Yao Yao. And that might be what actually saves them from potentially a cascading loss here. Uzi, he's just going to go fishing. How much can he get done? He's got JJ
He
in his
has
back
no
pocket
idea
now.
how many people are here.
No, he doesn't know that Hoya's
JJ,
in the
though,
bush.
oh, they
That's the
found 1x
crucial
in.
thing.
1x in. He's completely cut out. He needs Hoya and Yukao to save his life. He's looking
Oh
for
my God.
Uzi. Uzi with the killer instinct. He's going to go golden. He cannot get out of this alive, and he'll be taken out by Hoya. That's Dragon number 3 for TT.
Yeah, you do have to wonder, though, maybe the approach should be different, right? Should the goal should be to try and secure this Dragon away? They look for the fight anyway. Try and hand check TT, and they just get outnumbered by the end of it. They find 1xN, though. It was a shutdown kill, I think, so a lot more extra gold goes into Uzi's back pocket. He's got Death Cap now. I'm not sure if he had that on the original Siege or not. Either way, he is absolutely huge. Take a look at the replay. It's going to start the engage, right? Has to, yeah. Yao Yao, 3-man, 4-man ultimate here. Take a look at this. Excellent stuff. And the follow-up is great. Moonlight Vigil is instant. It's a chakram, 4 people. Even if there's clones, I'm pretty sure 1xN still gets bonuses off of that. He shreds through Mako, even through the ultimate. Only issue really for Thundertalk is that not enough follow-up came through on the engage, to be honest with you. But at the end of the day, the chase down is still very, very plausible. We fast forward to this play here. Uzi finds himself going forward with JJ. A couple of those autos from 1xN. The Calibrum and the tower as well that he put down. Pay off dividends. JJ dies. Murdered by Hoya. Hoya gets Kai'Sa as well. So loads of extra gold thrown back and forth. But we're in a 7-dragon game. Elder's not going to spawn up for at least another 10 minutes. And that's even if we get there. EDG, TT, both one away from Soul now. Ocean Soul this late in the game, I don't know how much of an impact it will have. Neither of these teams have really been, per se, sieging. And I'm not necessarily sure, given how bursty some of these team fights have been, whether or not those small ticks of HP are really going to matter too much. We'll see, though, if we do get to that point.
I love it because Uzi even came out talking about Kai'Sa. There's been a lot of conversation around the LPL community about the low win rate of Kai'Sa and still the priority that a lot of ADCs are giving. But Uzi really actually said he appreciates this pick if you can mechanically execute it. And he is. He is full item builds now. He's 8, 3, and 8, and he is literally back to being that mainstay for his team, just like he was all those years ago in RNG. We're seeing the engage go down now, and already 1xN has been popped. Blossom comes through on a 3 members too, and the Emperor's Divide isn't going to be enough. You're being burned down to a crisp here for TT, and there ain't no thunder tonight. It's a 3 for 2, and Uzi is still kicking at maximum gear.
That's the worst part here for TT. They lose Yukao, they lose 1xN, and Uzi's still alive. Fofo might be dead. Arla, I suppose, is going to be out of all out, so that's going to be, at very least, something that makes it defensible. Hoya, however, is very, very powerful. And with Beige-1, they can pair up quite nicely. Being so late in the game.
They want the one
It's
foul
only
swoop.
about 20 seconds away. They might want this one foul swoop, but I don't know if they can. Hoya's about to have needlework.
They're
there's
on
no
to
Baron.
the
This
Nexus
feels
Towers. They're trying to get the engage. Look at Uzi. He's focusing the Nexus Towers right now. Ala is tanking up a storm, but Uzi steps forward. Uzi steps forward and steps up. Put those red glasses on, baby, because Uzi I has come up in game 1. Omega clutch. Call him the Giga Chad of EDG, because we're right back to the Uzi carry days.
Can you ever doubt this man? I think I might have to reconsider whenever I do. EDG turn this game, which by all right should have been a TT win after 25 minutes.
Absolutely.
Into a 40-minute bloodbath into
Look at
a
him,
win.
He's holding his head. He's
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
can't believe that game happened.
it was a headache. Nothing else to say. Mazel, that was huge from them. I'm still down here. Hello. I'm going to get up.
Hello. Hi there. Yeah, it was an incredible game from EDG to turn that one around. It feels really bad for TT. Again, State enough, man. I feel so bad for you, Cal. But it is a team effort. It's a team game in the end, and you can't just get leads and not be able to close it out. And that's something we've seen traditionally this split for TT.
Yeah, exactly right. It doesn't really matter if, you know, you've got individual leads. You have to bring them all together. They have to come through in the team fights. We're in a meta where that is just how it is. That's just how the game is played. TT,
they still
unfortunately, despite valiant effort, Uzi.
Dude, what can you say, man? He's working day and night to prove that he belongs back in this league, that he belongs at the top of the ADC conversation.
Yeah, that was disgusting from Uzi. Really 1v9 in this game. And, you know, after all of this post-game breakdown stuff, we're probably going to get an MVP. Remember, we are working on a delay. If it's not Uzi, I might have to walk off broadcast for a few seconds, because that was certainly a performance. Have to definitely spare a moment for UCal, for TT though, given the circumstances. But again, if you can't pull through on the execution when it matters, then you will have moments like this. EDG, let's see how far they can go now, whether they can close this out in a 2-0 fashion, because this game was a barn burner, and it's honestly kind of a game where you can imagine TT might be feeling quite down about it. I think they still had a gold lead, by the way, by the time the game ended.
They did.
Yeah, they did. So,
and it was a pretty substantial one too, which is just a bit unfortunate. But you see those stats from Uzi. It will earn him that MVP. 42% damage, 91% KP, but more importantly, just the execution when it mattered. And those killer instincts, they never go away.
No, they don't. What a line. Uzi. He just put EDG on his back, didn't he, this game? Nothing else to say. The stats
I feel like it's been
themselves.
building to that, though. Like, I feel like we've been slowly inching to that.
It has. And, you know, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I brought up the storyline earlier of, imagine if EDG can pull this through. They can make it to Worlds, right? Because in spring, they definitely look like that. Obviously, they've had their trials and tribulations here in summer. But this rebuild, imagine now if they do it with Uzi. Yeah, what a storyline that could be. But thinking quite far ahead, they still need to hop the gauntlet of TT. They still need to hop the gauntlet of the rest of the regular season as well as playoffs. But it is certainly something that you have to be considering, because, yeah, if you can come back from a deficit as big as that, even if it is TT, right? You can obviously throw that asterisk on there. It does make you wonder, how strong of a team-fighting team are they, and how good will they look when they do get their stuff together in the early game with some of these early game skirmishes and the aggression that they need to get catered towards.
Now, EDG have gone the distance in the last 3 series. We'll see if they do so again. TT need a comeback of some sort. We'll see if the Thunder's rolling on the other side of this break.
It's been a long time coming, but I always knew
Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. First stars like that, and now we got them saying, hey, yeah, yeah. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in. Trust the beat.
Welcome back, everyone, to Shanghai. We are just not stopping as we are going straight through with 4-minute breaks. As EDG versus TT is getting to game number 2, I am Mazel. I'm joined by Jamada. And EDG took a long one, but it was a really nice execution from them.
By the end of it, I'll say that, yeah. Once things started to get sloppy in that game, it felt like EDG just really grabbed it by the horns and didn't let go, to be honest with you. And yeah, still showing, you know, the prowess, a lot of the veterancy kind of coming through in those longer form games. We're going to skip the draft, of course, to get into the action, and a very aggressive draft from EDG. A lot less scaling components this time around, and it's kind of something I want to see more out of EDG. Not necessarily like less scaling, but more aggressive tools, right? And because that is when they look the most scary. That, and of course, like we just saw, you give them 25 minutes to scale up. They will take you to the back. And for TT, they need to have a strong looking game here, because if you lose game number 1 in that manner, just to come into game number 2 and get slaughtered, it's got to do something to the confidence.
It is indeed. You hear the gyos ringing out as TT need a bit of a comeback, need a little bit of energy given to them. And love to see UCal on this Azir yet again, though. The comfort really needed to come through, but we're about to get a level 1. We'll see how this kicks off, though. Pretty strong level 1 from EDG, but there's just more members of TT here. And you got Uzi coming around the side. Beituan trying to flash. Somebody's not trying to be first blood, but Allah's got a little bit of a deep flank here. See if he can get over the wall. Allah's going forward. He gets turned on by all 5 members of TT. That's this chaos. I love it.
What just happened? What just happened?
Oh, Uzi is completely caught here, right? Oh, no. He gets knocked out. He tried to cleanse it. He didn't get the cleanse.
Oh!
We're back in.
Oh!
First blood for Fofo.
Wait!
EDG. They're turning it around. Uzi
was
going from an incredible game 1 performance to an incredible game 2 catch out of TT.
Oh my god, that.
What is happening?
Okay, deep breath. First things first. Who lost what? Cleanse is gone from Uzi, Flash from the top side, Ala and JJ also gone, Mako no Flash, no Ignite. TT only actually leave this with just a Flashless Beituan and a bot lane with no other combat summoner spells. So this is not necessarily the worst for TT, but at the end of the day, they still go over first blood. And I have to pick up my dog because he wants some attention. For EDG, they can still go back to base with a little bit extra gold. Well, I will say, Beituan, if you can get up here to the top side, this is maybe a lane now, Renekton with no flash, that you can look to abuse. A lot of CC, not a lot of damage, but crucially the CC is where you look to really get things running. As yet, Ala, I appreciate the, you know,
attempt.
Yeah, the attempt, the enthusiasm, but it's just not the best thing in the world. And then Uzi gets clipped by the W at the very end, cleanses the stun. Feels like he's kind of stuck, but then Fofo with Mako over the wall, find 1xn, and then at this point, because Uzi's Ashe with lethal tempo level 1, he can really just kind of space those guys out, make sure that they're not really going to pose any threat to anyone.
Now, speaking of threats, you do need to look at next moves for both sides. I do still love that we have these very skirmish-heavy junglers coming out. JJ is currently hovering bot side. 1xN is actually moving up towards him. He realizes what has been done. He tries to flash on the other side, but the lockdown is just too much, and you can't run away. JJ gets the kill, and now EDG are off with a 2-0 start.
This is going to be a fast one, isn't it? I feel like we could be in for it. Yao Yao not going to get interrupted on the way out. But for EDG, this is a game which they could pick up a lot of pace in now. Some slow balling factors. 1xN not having that flash is now going to make him a very, very vulnerable target to Mako. Just coming out of bushes with Hex Flash and kind of catching him off guard. I mean, why is he rotating
You
up here?
see
He's
the
trying to
moment
avoid
that
the combo.
1xN knows.
Yeah, he's trying to avoid the combo, right? But then he just kind of acknowledges, man, I could be in trouble. Flash. That
still gets hit?
What? I don't know how to feel about that. Now, I'm not entirely sure how headbutt works sometimes, but I'm sure if you time it right, you can flash that. So
I'm pretty sure it is delayed because it is kind of that point and click once you're in range of it. The pulverize is more so that kind of skill shot potential. Because we have seen in times past, right, like rocket jumps, things like that, the delayed headbutt comes through after flashes. But we are getting the 3v3 on bottom side. 1xN taking a lot of pressure early. He's 0-2. They need to get this guy ahead, right? He was a crucial piece to a lot of the success that JDG's LDL team found, and now stepping up against Uzi is of utmost priority. He's getting help from Beichuan, but JJ is around on the flank. They do find Mako, and 1xN gets the kill. That's pretty big, but now Uzi gets his own, and we're looking at a 2v2 with the crash down coming through. This might be it. JJ, he'll go down, a double kill for 1xN, and he needed to step up, and he does. He finds those 2 kills to make good on his 2 deaths, and he'll try to push in this lane.
Yeah, a lot of burst damage in return available to 1xN on this Varus. And it's a good re-engage as well from Yao Yao. Nice to note that he acknowledges he's not really in threat of losing out on this exchange. Trade in here from Yukao, just looking to force Fofo back. They both haven't reset yet. 5:30, a very, very common reset timer. For a lot of mid laners if they don't do a cheater recall. Really...
That's actually huge
really ambitious
Mako.
from Mako to dodge out on that. Really, really solid stuff. Double Q knock up. He still gets bursted out, but then you turn it around onto H1. And at this point, you're thinking, man, this is looking like it could be a bit of a rundown, right? But Yao Yao gets the return of the cooldowns back up, turns it around onto JJ instead. And now, as we come out of the replay, Hoya. Oh, Ala used his W on a minion.
Nice.
And now he's been taken to Narnia. And he might just be dead.
He got the all out and he gets the solo bolo while JJ just has to watch him cut down Ala.
Oh, that was rough. Ala, no flash as well. Still burned from that level 1 attempt, right? So couldn't even make some kind of mountain out of a molehill situation. Hoya just finds the 1v2 right in their face. That's not even a riot moment. That's just a bit of a misplay from Ala. You'll see the observer actually clicked on the minion, but either way, Ala levels up, W's this minion that got knocked back into him. Yeah, I guess that minion was, I don't know, maybe it said something to Ala in the pre-game lobby. You wait for it to respawn up, and Hoya. Yep, he did. So Hoya just kind of kills Ala free, even if he gets the stun. I don't even know. I feel like Hoya still wins, but then he maybe doesn't get to reposition, right? So. Very awkward thing as... Oh, wow.
Whoa. That's an interesting stat. 0-6 is Rel versus Alistar.
That's not a good omen for Thunder Talk in this series. I will say that. Maybe they can turn things around. Who knows? Definitely not what you like to see. But they do pick up the first track in Marcel. Copium.
Hey, I took that away. We said that earlier. I put it away. We had too much of that.
Yeah, I know. Ala is eating every single ability. And I think now Hoya's just in full control of this lane. Looks like he's going towards that Thornmail rush as well. As we're getting an extended look here. I always wonder, you know, when we because obviously we take our feed from the Chinese side of the LPL, right?
Yeah.
I always wonder, whenever we get these long, extended look at things.
The Observer is definitely a top laner, for sure.
Maybe the Observer's just a top laner. Who knows? Yukao, just going to get
Say hello to Tibbers. Cute little outfit. Just a bunny.
Ooh. This is rough.
Yeah,
They
this
can't
is
really dive Yao Yao unless 4 people are here.
Oh, no.
4 people are here, so now they can dive Yao Yao.
Yeah, I think 1xN got the easy way out of this one. Yaya's gonna have to take the hard way. Mako. Ooh, he actually makes it out. Sub 20 health.
15 HP. 15. 1-5. Pop your pots, kids. Pop your pots. Mako
Important as
popped it
ever.
as soon as he was underneath that tower and tanking aggro. Keeps him alive in that instance. This will be traded out for a Herald, so Thundertalk getting the better hand of these early objectives at the very least, but they are certainly losing out in the lane plays. Popo's 2-0. Uzi as well, 103. Going to be approaching first IM very, very quickly. The last time he was on this Ashe, if I recall, he was like a very, very on-hit heavy build.
It was paired with the
It was
Heimerdinger.
crit, wasn't it? Yeah, and it was paired with the Heimerdinger. Curious to see what his build is this time around. I might actually go to quickly take a gander at what his last build was. Because I remember it involved Triforce, because that is kind of the fad right now on Ashe. But yeah, still very much ahead of 1xN, just because he's been able to have his team come down and press him out of all of these waves for now.
Now we do have Rift Herald available for H1. He's headed back towards this bottom side, potentially trying to relieve some pressure down here. I would specifically like to see him use it towards UCal in the mid lane. I feel like not having UCal ahead any time in the game is a detriment to TT because he is such a strong presence on the team. But realizing that 1xN could be your way out of this series, and especially this game too, to get this to a third one.
Yeah, get this to a third one. It would be UCal or 1xN to help them, but also Hoya's been having a very, very strong performance this time around. You can see now Hoya basically just proxying. He knows he's kind of stronger than Arla is right now before first item, and even then, I like this adaptation that top laners have started to go when they're playing Cassante into Renekton. This Thornmail Rush, it's so powerful on completion. Really curbs a lot of Renekton's power. Right now, he knows that no one is in the area. He has perfect information on Jed. He's just going to look for a reset. If he has that Thornmail now, TT have full control of the top side. I'd like to actually see them start to maybe lean into it a bit if they feel like they don't necessarily have pressure to win out in the 2v2 or the 3v3 down here on the bottom lane. See what the options are, though. There's the Thornmail completion that I was talking about. At the same time, in that breath, you don't really want to give EDG the freedom to do what they want on the bottom side, do you? So,
yeah,
especially after Uzi's performance last game, it will likely just keep tabs on him.
Just as good. Nice little CS lead developed there as well. Beishwan doing exactly what I wanted him to. Maybe looking to focus on this mid lane. Ala going to take a plate up here with that Demolish proc. And I love to see that actually Hoya was that first item completed on the map. But it is a bit of that lull state here, and we continue to focus over this top lane matchup that nothing is happening over. It is the Kraken Slayer actually completed for Uzi as the first item in the bot lane.
Yeah, so last time out it was Shiv into Triforce into Runans. This time it's Kraken Slayer. I still imagine into Triforce into...
There's a lot of tanks.
Wants, really. There's a lot of tanks, so he could actually end up going a very, very tank-busting heavy build, right? Someone like Winsu's. Oh, Arla. Oh, Arla.
Ooh, he gets pushed back and I have to flash.
Ah, no! Look away, look away. We didn't see it. Look away, look away, look away, look away. Close your eyes, close your eyes, close your eyes. Turn around, kids. It's fine.
It's okay, it happens. And Ala stepped back up, so maybe it doesn't even matter. His Beishwan's just like, I want to make up for it. We did have the move from 1xN up towards the top side of the map. It happens. It happens. It happens. But TT want to pressure this top. They want to try to get this first brick with the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they should be able to do it as well. I'm sorry, that flash is just replaying in my head right now. 1xN's got the Shiv as well. So
it happens. Come on.
So he could just clear the wave. He could just clear the wave. And then this Herald should secure the tower. They'll push Arla back. And EDG aren't really in a position necessarily to immediately cross-map this. Hoya, okay, so he doesn't have flash, but what he does have is Thornmail. And
he does.
I'll be honest, guys.
He doesn't
I don't
have all
know
out.
if you have the damage.
TP from UCal, though. As he's actually taking his Mako. Gonna take a decent amount. UCal immediately shifting sands out of there. It actually gets executed pretty nicely by EDG, even though a bit hectic. It is a top push from 1xN that ended up coming out.
Yeah, okay. All right, dive happens on the bottom side. Maybe they do have the damage. It just takes a long time. Mako, fortunately, having the unbreakable will makes him, of course, one of the best tower divers in the game at this point so early on. So, fortunately, EDG walk out with the kill and a couple of extra plates to boot. But this dragon, with the resets coming down, should just be Thundertalks. Maybe Arla sticks around, but he's got no ultimate. Yeah, they're making the call. They want to contest this, so they have to buy a lot of time. JJ is actually in base. He doesn't even have smite. This is just to dissuade TT from actually committing.
Oh, they actually found a little engage on Allah. He just goes right out of the fight. Yao takes him out. Uzi is looking for a little bit of front to back, but he doesn't have much front line to do so. Mako tanking up a storm, but can he get out alive? It looks like not. He's going to be chopped up into a beef patty. And see who ends up getting that. Uzi's actually trying to save his life here. It will end up going to UCal. Meanwhile, 1xN gets a solo bolo over there on the Tietje. And we just have such a weird map state going on, but it could be a collapse by TT over here on the bot side.
I need to see that 1v1. How does a Divine Sunder or Wukong get 1v1'd by Varus?
Static Shiv div, baby.
Yeah, I guess Shiv is just broken. Who knows? Oh, what a weird sequence of play, Mizzell. That was...
It's really weird. 1xN was the one by himself on the back.
Okay, so, like you said, 1xN ends up being the one by the end of the play by himself. Arla gets one shot by Beichuan and Yao Yao. Yao Yao acknowledges that he might have to actually kind of give his life up. Fofo flashes in fear of Hoya. Now forget the rest of the fight. So it's an assassination? Okay, it's an assassination. He basically gets double procs. Just flash over the wall and follow him down. Wow.
All right.
I guess JJ also didn't have Cyclone, so that helps. But man, that's rough. That's still rough.
It is a bit of a roughie, but it is 1xN knowing where to step up and able to kind of pull back that very disastrous early game from the brink. It's nice to see TT stepping up, but they got to keep throwing punches here, and it looks like they're going to keep going on to Mako. Got a decent amount of objective control, and now they're looking for kill control. Mako just gets dragged out again, and like last time, it'll be turned yet again into a nice, juicy burger, and it'll go straight to Hoya.
Okay, straight into Hoya. Fofo's down here, and we'll cross-map this. So, tower for Herald. That's the gold trade for now, but TT being ahead, you'd have to imagine that this Herald feels a lot better to pick up, right? If you're ahead, you can dictate pace, you can dictate where exactly you put this down well ahead of EDG, and you can make them have to respond. So I feel like for TT, this is still fine, and it's just Fofo just getting a little bit of extra gold. Maybe if he can dive 1xN alongside JJ, but again, you know, TT should just come over and defend. No harm, no foul. So for EDG, I guess giving up that Herald is kind of just par for the course right now. Hoya, you need to be careful.
Yeah, does need to be a little bit careful. About a half health now. Enchanted Crystal Arrow has a fade away, but nobody's there to follow it up except for Tibbers. Tibbers, you a real one. Yao Yao will get out with the crash down. Nothing else going to come of it. EDG, we're trying to find a pick out.
Tibbers is a real one, but Tibbers is still inferior to Daisy. We saw that earlier. Nothing's going to change.
Why you got to randomly throw Tibbers under the bus like that? Daisy isn't even in the conversation, man. She's not even here. Why? What did Tibbers do to you? You play a lot of Annies against a lot of Annies in the mid lane. Did Tibbers hurt you?
You know, back in the day, yes, actually. I was an assassin player, and I used to main mid. And I do have a little bit of PTSD with dealing with Annie. And, yeah, anyway, it's still inferior. Can't change my mind. TT, with this Herald now, this is kind of the next big question. What do they do with it? Whether they look to take structures off the map. If at all, do they just hold on for it for Dragon? Do they just feel like they can maybe get tier 1 in the mid lane, so they just wait for 2 minutes anyway, drop it once that Dragon's up, and then just make EDG kind of make a choice, defend mid lane or take the Dragon? Those are the big questions on my mind. TT have a lot of strong options right now. This Cassante on the side lane, Hoya. I think he should still win this 1v1 with Arla, even though he's got the Gore Drinker up and available now. So they can definitely play for side lane. EDG just need to kind of look at the map and try and respond as best they can. Take as much gold off the map with each attempt at TT. Try and do the exact same thing. Just trade up for now.
See actually where this Rift Herald's going to end up going for TT especially. I think it's got to be mid lane with how much damage this bottom side tower has taken. But especially with a lot of the presence from EDG, they want to try to counteract this. They're looking for where Beichuan is going, and they're trying to find a response there. There is the push in side lane that Hoya is consistently finding that will need to be dealt with, but right now all eyes could be on this third dragon for TT in about a minute as resets come through.
It has to be. get to Soul Point, you really force EDG into a tough decision-making moment. 2 items in for 1xN as well. However, on the other side, Uzi has the exact same. EDG, however, have got pretty firm control of this side of the map. Yeah, it is. It's a very, very powerful spike. See how well Uzi can use it. Yao Yao, are you going to fall victim? He's got Beichuan right behind him, but EDG are going to give up on that bush.
The distraction came out mid lane. The TP came through. They are going to end up using that Rift Herald mid. Uzi burning the cleanse there. The Glacial Prison has already gone down. You got a decent amount of fight back. JJ's going for the Cyclone. There's a fight going on. Yao Yao, he's gone though. And that's a huge little front line gone from TT. It is traded for JJ though, and the crash comes through onto the turret. That'll be an outer gone. And there's just some poke to try to get Uzi and the rest of the team away from it. But the Sun Disc comes up and TT have defenses.
Yeah, I mean, even though Yao Yao dies, it's in favor of JJ. So this should just be third dragon picked up. No doubt about it. Emperor's Divide's still there, and crucially, Hoya's All Out is still there. That's what makes him a champion in moments like these. As long as Fofo doesn't find a big ultimate, this should be fine for TT, but they're still a little bit under pressure 4v4. And Uzi can just try and space out all these volleys.
Tibbers. He's just waiting with the stun, trying to get a flash. He does get a couple of them, but he's down as well. Nice double back as UCal has done it. Uzi takes down a side fight, but it doesn't matter because his Soul Point is all Thunder Talk.
One more dragon, and they can get it. Doesn't seem like Dragon wants to die. I don't blame him. EDG, however, certainly don't want to die, but they've died here in this play. And now that TT sit 1 dragon away from Soul, once that spawns up in 5 minutes' time, they're going to have to make a decision if this Baron's still on the map. Take a look at this replay. Oh, it's actually starting here. I thought it would be in the mid lane. So it's about Hoya on the top side, zoning out Uzi. Beichuan goes in. Fofo finds 2 people on the stun, but it's not 1xN and no one's touching him. Hoya up here on the top side. It's fine, but like you say, UCal is just minting these guys. 3 soldiers on the floor.
The timing of the Emperor's Divide, too. It's just, I hate that I have to talk about it every time, but he is literally the guy for TT for me, man. The consistency that he finds advantages for himself, the kills, the cohesion with the team, it's incredible. But they're 2-9. They can't find wins, and it's tragic. But even in this series, he's able to find a lot of these advantages. Now, that 2-item spike going to be huge in combination with 1xN as well, and they will need to find a little bit of purchase here in Game 2 if they want to keep going.
It's frustrating almost, isn't it, to see TT perform so well into a team who's clearly on an upward swing with far higher aspirations. It does just kind of make you wonder for the future. You kind of hope that they can keep a lot of this roster together, right? And just try and rebuild together. Arla, not really at threat of dying, but it's all about playing for this tower here. Good job from Arla to clear out the wave. And TT aren't going to be able to get this, but they are going to be responded on by this Fofo teleport. It's on a control wall, so they know it's happening, and there's a collapse in the river as well.
And the enchanted crystal arrow on top of it. That's huge. Fofo does find UCal in the end, but it's the Emperor's Divide back. Ala goes for the flash, gets the kill. And just like that, 2 members of TT are gone. And EDG might have just quieted the storm. There's no thunder rolling across the skies now.
Goodness me. The skies are clearing for EDG. And the path ahead looks pretty damn good.
It's Uzi is the path ahead, man.
Yeah, he is. He really, really is. Finds the arrow to help set up with JJ, and then gets the chase down onto Beichuan. Good collapse from EDG overall, and this should just be a very easy Baron unless 1xN can pull off a Gumayusi from Worlds, but he's nowhere near. That Baron's gone. EDG now can just look to reclaim so much structure gold that has been left on the map, right? It's been TT that's been in control for 20 minutes or so. Now EDG can look to just claw back more and more gold, and they were not that very close to picking up. But what happens with Yao Yao? He just walks over a ward. Is that it? It's as simple as that. He walks over this ward, swap over to EDG, and then just go for the collapse. Knock up here. He's in the choke, double knock up, triple knock up, arrows there.
All the knock
and then
ups.
UCal, he's running away from Arla.
So fast.
Yeah, and it's a lottery, right? If you pick the bottom side, then it's a longer rotation away, and the chances are you can definitely still be collapsed on. But if you go through the tri-bush and Fofo's not waiting there, then maybe there's maybe there's a timeline where you escape. But unfortunately, roll short on the dice and gets picked up, and because of it, now EDG sit with Baron.
Yeah.
Look to just try and take all of these towers.
I don't know if you saw the video, or I guess the comms of EDG in their last series in the Kaisa play behind the Baron pit. But man, there was just something about the tone, the voice that Uzi used in that moment that shows me this is the real deal for this guy. This guy wants to put everything he can into this team, into EDG, and start this new legacy. And he's even said that, right? But it is incredible to watch him come out and perform time and time again on different picks, on non-meta, on things that don't have good win rates. And you're seeing EDG really come together around that. And we're seeing that here in game number 2. They have a nice little lead, but it's going to be a difficult fight back with a double carry comp. But if you pick out one of the carries, then it's just a single carry comp. And 1xN is no longer a part of the conversation.
Yeah, and off screen, Yukal's being chased down by Arla here. He's had to blow the Emperor's Divide.
That's a flash, too.
He's not going to die.
He's got a lot of backup, all right? He's got some bouncers.
Yeah, he's got bouncers. EDG's got an army. Arla had the Avengers about to assemble down on the bottom lane, but pulls them off. Looks for the reset. Dragon spawns in 25 seconds. Even if TT get this and they pick up Soul, I don't know. The feel of this game to me is, even if they get Soul, all it is just Elder that gets to spawn up sooner rather than later. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll have to see. This is how it all starts off. He's just looking for a reset. Allah finds him. That's
yeah. There's been some good moments. There's been some not so good, but some good decisive ones from EDG. And here, speaking of decisive, we have an Infernal Soul being fought for. And Shade Crystal Arrow goes wide. TT can just give this one. It looks like they want some priority from mid lane. They were waiting for 1xN.
Still waiting. He's there now. Oh, look at JJ. He's going
to be spotted out the last second, though. Yep, he is indeed. As the Dragon about half health here, they do have a decent amount. EDG are looking for a bit of a fight. The engage goes through Mako. Gets locked down, though, as well. JJ, he's in some trouble. He wants to get the flank. That's a nice little cyclone on the side, but there's so much AoE coming out from TT. Uzi's on the other side, but there's not enough health bars. And TT, the flash from Uzi is not enough. And 1xN outplays them all, and that is Dragon. Should be going to TT. We'll see if EDG can get anything. JJ tried to escape with his life as Yukal wants to chase him down. One more auto, can't do it. He flashes over the wall. He will survive as 1xN takes the Dragon. That is actually so huge for TT.
Oh my goodness me. Mazella, I was scared at the start of the play. 1, because I lost you, but 2, because the engage looks so messy. But for EDG, it doesn't work out. And TT able to just stave off the pressure, and they get the Soul. And I know I said, even if they get it, I'm not sure how I'll feel about the game. Maybe I was just wrong on the call. Let's take a look, though, because Mako goes in. It's Fofo that gets ulted, so he's not able to follow up. And it's not really much to follow up on, to be fair. Eventually, let's pull the trigger, but it takes him a while. And Uzi, all the while, is just kind of pumping damage, but it's all of this return AoE from Yukal. Yeah. They're just stood on the soldiers. Not respecting how much damage this man has. And he minces them for it.
Again, man, you can't stop iterating how important Yukal and 1xN have been in those good moments for TT. Yes, Beituan needs to be there to set up a lot of the early skirmishing, but it is the execution, the mechanics we get to see out of these two. There's a reason why 1xN was called up from the JDG LDL squad. This guy is looking to be that next iteration ADC, that next edition here in the LPL, because the youth is strong here. We'll see if TT can use this to press their advantage a little bit. EDG get engaged on. That's a big Magnus Storm from Yao Yao, and you get that Chains of Corruption coming through as well. Uzi's trying to kite them out. They do have a bit of a front to back, and all is pretty tanky, but that is already a lot of your front line down. Mako is also gone, and it's a 1 for 3 in favor of TT.
Yeah, TT just taking over now. They can look to potentially break open the base here of EDG. They have a small wave, but maybe it's a big enough window. EDG could lose the inhibitor if the tower falls. Or maybe TT just feel a little bit too afraid. Yeah, they're not going to hard commit. They don't want to overstep their bounds here. Especially with the Baron spawning in 30 seconds. Just taking it patiently. I don't mind this. It's good discipline. Now EDG have to come back out onto the map again. And they have to just try their best to find Yukal, find 1xN. They both have no flash for now. Teleport. Oh, it's flanking Uzi, but I don't know. Can they really find anything? The answer is no. I don't even think quite pressed W there. I think he just hit his E key to dash back out. So No harm, no foul. But EDG, you definitely start to feel the tide turn a little bit more into the favor of TT now.
Yeah.
They have to find you can have to find 1xn. Fofo has to actually find a combo in this game. Otherwise, you just imagine they get run over here at this Baron fight. If they can find a flank, I think the problem for me is that EDG have been approaching a lot of these fights front to back. I don't think they can. I think they're doing it because Uzi is playing Ashe, right? But you've got Annie, you've got Renekton, you've got Wukong, Alistar as well, right? Just approach from multiple different angles. If you come from full frontal, for TT, it just sets up. You know, it's just fish in a barrel at that point.
You did just get a 4th item completed for 1xn, as well as that Banshees comes in clutch. It is TT looking for some more vision control around this Baron pit. EDG a little bit antsy at what to do. But the crucial thing is there's 2 people very strong for TT. While Uzi is really the big carry right now with the damage, we'll see Ala getting engaged on, dodging out of a lot of it, but he's still about half health, getting locked into the pit as well. He should just go down. Hoya on the other side was waiting for him, but Yao Yao ends up taking him out. The crash down for Yao Yao won't get him over the wall, but the all out brings him back. Hoya ends up going down. This is chaos, but JJ and EDG are back on the other side of the pit, leaving Mako all by his lonesome. As we do have a 2-for-1 in favor of TT right now. Fofo goes for the play you were looking for, Jamana. But is it going to be enough? They're taking the front to back, and Uzi gets another one. That's a huge double pick out from EDG. The fight is not done yet. Man, we got a banger.
What is going on in this game? All right, EDG, they could actually look for Baron here if they're feeling really uppity. I mean, TT only have 1xn and Yukao. It's all of their damage. They're surely going to know what's going on. Yukao can teleport onto a wave, come back. If 1xn goes back to base, then it's just a full EDG Baron. He's actually teleported to the bottom side, so he just wants the tower. They just yield the Baron, get what they can in gold, call it a day. All right, so EDG with Baron now have to make good on the next 90 seconds before this Elder spawns up. Otherwise, big problems for EDG because these fights aren't necessarily looking that great. Ala here, his second dash gets interrupted by the permafrost. It's kind of hard to see in the original, but when you play in slow-mo makes it obvious. And he goes over the wall. Hoya was waiting for him. Yaya, I think, kills him off with the ignite final tick. Hoya, good intuition here just to try and bring JJ back in, but the issue is all of the members from TT have already left the pit. They're going around to rotate to try and catch the rest of EDG off, so it feels a bit awkward. JJ gets back out of the pit. Mako's left in the pit to be minced, but this is it. Fofo over the wall, flash 2 members. One of them's Yukao. That's all you really need. It doesn't necessarily kill him, but it puts the frontliners in an awkward enough position for Uzi to actually cut through them. And now EDG back onto the map of Baron. They need to find multiple angles. They can't front to back. It has to be messy like it was at that Baron fight.
It really does. As now we're going to be looking over Elder Dragon here. About 30 seconds or so. We got the Sun Disc used in mid lane, though. The setup from TT is to move in from this mid lane position. You do have Ala over on the flank here. Maybe looking for a little bit of something.
He has to find something. They all do. But you can see, I like this. EDG have got the correct read. They're splitting up. They're trying not to stay together. I think they've just acknowledged the front to back is not one that they can win, and they've also been chasing into chokes a lot as well whenever they do look for the front to back, so it's just not ideal. Ala, don't give it up for a red buff, mate. I think he might be alright, but very close.
A little bit difficult. Mako gets caught again. This is unfortunate, but maybe this is something that EDG could turn around. Nice little re-engage there. Yao Yao's gone to Uzi. As now Base 1 actually looks for it. He gets the flash there. Fofo tries to get him down. He does. This is looking like a good fight for EDG, but look at Yukao and 1xn. They are firing away, and they are the carries. They are the ones that are stepping up. And they're both flashing forward. Huge moment for TT's carries, and they're going to shut down EDG.
They should be able to get the Elder as well. It could be a bit risky, but JJ's low enough that I think he'll get poked out if he looks for the attempt. There's enough vision. Yukao and 1xn, wonderfully played. Flashing over the arrow from Yukao just saved TT's game here. They'll get the Elder, and it's going to be on the 2 most important carries. I think they should actually wait here. Yeah. Good job. Wait for the rest of your members to try and spawn up as best you can. They'll be able to do just that. They want Beichuan to also have it. Will they wait for Hoya, or do they not care about top laners? They don't. Shame, isn't it? But
poor Hoya.
Elder now on 4 members, and now EDG have to stare down that barrel for the next 2.5 minutes. Let's take a look at this fight. It's crazy. Starts off really with Ala. being down there. That's what pulls TT into this position. Mako thinks that he's safe. He's not. Yukao sweeps him in. It's a double knockup, but it doesn't really matter. JJ, however, leaves his clone in the middle and actually gets the re-interrupt here on the way out from Yao and allows Uzi to pick him up. And then this chase down here, you start to wonder, oh my god, they're up against the wall. It feels really bad. Hoya then finds 3 people with soldiers on top. It's nasty.
In the middle of it all. Oh,
it's so insane. But then they actually kill off Hoya. He puts himself in an awkward position. Look at this flash from Yukao. Over the arrow. Means he can reposition, kill off Uzi, kill off the crocodile, and then they can get the chase down onto JJ to ensure they can secure this fight. Mechanically excellent from TT.
And what's crazy, man, we were saying it earlier, EDG have gone to 3 games in all 3 of their wins. They've been gritty, but the team that I feel like has been more gritty, has had more fight, is TT. They are always up against the wall. They are always trying to find ways to close out games. And here they have themselves at a bit of an advantage, but more importantly, a lot of strength left on the map. UCal and 1XN are truly rising to the occasion, and both of them full firing, full builds. We're looking at Siege in top lane for TT.
How much can they get off this wave? All right, there's got another one coming. It's Elder. EDG cannot fight this at all. It's going to be so difficult. They haven't got any wards behind them either. Mako's going to look for maybe a wraparound, but he gets 1 shot if he doesn't pop his ultimate before he even gets the combo off. So this is really awkward. 50 seconds now. Inhibitor should drop within the next 5. 1XN's going to be sure of that. Hoya's in the mid lane, so it looks like they could just be playing for structures here instead of a fight. Unless EDG give them one, which I think would be ill-advised. Let's see what TT can get, though. This wave's going to be cleared away by Uzi, so maybe this is just about it. If EDG... I mean, they're looking for brush plays, but I just don't want them to. I think they just need to sit back and let TT get whatever they want. Whilst this Elder is still on them.
It's about to fall off soon. So at least you have a little bit of that saving grace. Fofo's on the flank here looking for a little bit of a side play with the flash tippers. He got a TP actually coming deep, but they still have the Elder Dragon.
Oh,
they're not even
Uzi.
going to pull the trigger. They were waiting for so long, but what do you wait for? Were you just waiting to hear the flap of the Elder Dragon wings? Or maybe it was the clap of the thunder that has rolled across this rift. They will take them down one by one. There will no longer be shelter from the storm for Edward Gaming. And we're going to 3, baby.
Game 3 on the horizon here. And it's Thunder Talk with the tenacity. EDG just had to wait 5 more seconds. Uzi gets caught out. Well played to Bechuan for finding the angle. And TT are going to bring us the 3. A well-deserved 3 at that. You could argue they should have won the last game. It was EDG being slippery. Not quite slippery enough to make the heist happen back-to-back. And now they've got to fight tooth and nail. And they're going to have to sweat for this game 3.
They are indeed, and it's a sigh of relief there you see from a lot of the TT members, as that first game was definitely a tough-fought loss, but they come back without abandon in game number 2, and it was really impressive to see, first of all, 1XN step up against Uzi of all people, but also the tried and true nature of UCal, finding advantages. His Azir is popping off, and they just have to find ways to facilitate this double carry comp.
Yeah, that's it. That is all it is for TT. It is just the UCal show underneath it all. They kept him alive. They kept 1XN alive, and that was it. And I mean, in all fairness, EDG, wow, I've never seen a more equal damage graph. Look at that, is almost mirrored. That's absurd. Either way, it's just been about UCal and 1XN and the frontliners' ability to keep them alive. This game was so fun to watch. EDG having answers on every single side. That's basically what they had to play for, but they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it in time. And I think those early dragons going over, the big thing that pinched them in the backside by the end of the game. Elder came up, and they couldn't outweight the Elder when it feels like they really could have. And now, TT have brought them to a game 3. It's been shaky all series long, and it does make you wonder what this game 3 is going to look like now.
We've had a lot of 2-0s, Yamada. We're finally due for some full games here, as I do not believe I actually heard who the MVP was. It's got to be one of either UCal or 1XN, but we'll go ahead and bring it up now and see who gets the crown for game number 2 here as well. It is UCal. No wonder.
Yeah, no one's surprised by that, are they? It was always going to be UCal. Yeah, excellent game. he was that X factor here for them into EDG, and yeah, EDG could not deal. I think they have to take this 0 away in my mind.
They do.
Absolutely. That's the next point of call. Or if they're not going to take it away, they have to have something ready for it, right? Make games like these awkward for the enemy team when you've got this double carry that wants to just kind of sit there and dish out the damage, because they didn't have backline access, and I think that's one of the bad things about running this Alistar. Getting to the backline is a problem because you have to physically do it to get in range for a combo. It's not like Norless where you can kind of just flash forward through the team and press your R key. It is a little bit more complex, so I think maybe dropping the Alistar could also go the distance, even though it's been a bit of a Mako staple so far for EDG.
It has.
In this series, if you're giving Yukao Azir and you're letting 1xN set on these hyper carries, you have to have more consistent access to that backline, and I think it can start there.
It could indeed. Get your popcorn ready because we're going to have an excellent culmination to this series. It's going to be a fun one. EDG TT Game 3 coming up next. Welcome back to the LPL Summer Split. Welcome back to beautiful Shanghai as we're getting to our final game of the day. We've gotten all 9 possible outcomes that we could get, and I'm so excited to see what happens in this last one. It's EDG, it's TT, it is fight, it is grit, it is heart, and we're going to be diving straight into game 3 here.
We are. It's going to be a very exciting one. I believe we're already into draft, so we'll get into that one very, very soon. There you go. Speaking of. And EDG, what have they done? They've taken the Azir away. That is crucial for the direction of the series. And now UCal's going to have to find something. In response, it seems like we're going to get Hoya on Renekton, and I wonder if that's going to be paired up immediately with this set money too.
So, you know how we were saying, UCal's pretty proficient, second most played champion, right? No, all good, right? All good. Well, you know what? Fofo's the OG, my dude.
Oh.
That is by far his most played champion. He has over 70 games played, and he has almost a 60% win rate. So you love to see a little bit of hands changing here and see if Fofo can pull out the same kind of performance as UCal has had in back-to-back games. It is the double lock-in of a very aggressive jungle duo with the top side. It's the Renekton and the Viego.
And it gives room actually to JJ. I feel like Poppy could have been a really, really big annoyance to just those 2 champs already. Especially considering you'd imagine they want to be set up by something like the Rakan as well. So you would have been dissuading that pick too. EDG, top side, I imagine Arla just goes towards maybe the Jax if he wants to really keep things simple. Allow TT to just, get first pick on that next set of bottom laners. And you already have the counter pick. Unless you really, really want Kai'Sa. I feel like this is just the most telegraphed way to go here. And it seems like they agree. And now it's about what UCal's pick's going to be. Because it's full AD on the top side, so we're not going to see a UCal special or something like the Yone. It may just be this Nico. As it has been left up and available. Of course, EDG trying to take away some power from the hands of UCal inside of the Azir. Seems like they could just go towards this. I'm trying to think if there's anything else really in meta. I mean, I feel like the answer is just no. It's too powerful to leave up and they will just pick it up themselves.
At that point, you kind of have to, right? It just feels so good. I do really like a lot of the side lane pressure we're going to have between Ala and Hoyo this time around, though. I think it's going to change a little bit of the nature of the beast, and especially the way that we saw our second series play out with the prevalence of a Renekton for the Shy. We do get some focusing down for some target bans against EDG. It is that Heimerdinger that they've been willing to bring out in those clutch game 3s, and it's going to be taken away. It is the Nautilus, though, that forward aggression to add to the rest of the pile here for TT, taken away by EDG.
Yeah, I wonder what else TT want to ban in the support pool, if at all. Do you perhaps want to remove away the Ashe just to deal with, not getting kited out? You have a pretty kiteable comp right now between Renekton and Viego. I think it could be a decent call if you don't want to ban another support. Seems like, oh wow, they're scared of the Vayne. That is a lot of respect here, and you can't really blame them, right? There's not a lot of point and click CC, it's just a Renekton Ruthless Predator, and with the Nautilus gone, you could definitely see maybe EDG were angling for it, so respect paid. It does leave Uzi's, meta champion pool quite wide and open. Now it's about what EDG want to remove away. Final ban here. Do you just remove away the Varus, take away that one pick which has a lot of early game power, or do you kind of aim at something else here as TT?
God, I would want to see.
Is kind of a given. They go.
Okay, they're gonna ban the Melio away. So they, again, back to a couple weeks ago now. At this point, they like to play around with the Lucian combos for EDG and maybe get a little bit of lane presence in the 2v2. I was wondering maybe we get the Lucian Melio combo down there for them. There's still the Lucian Nami there, but not wanting to give that one over to Yao Yao whatsoever, especially with the already very strong composition they have here. Next pick is the Kai'Sa, though, for 1xN.
Yeah, Kai'Sa is locked in. Maybe that's why they also banned Vayne, because then it's the supreme Vayne angle, right? So don't want to fall victim to that one. TT definitely respect it. And now, though, I will say I feel like something like an Ashe or a Varus is still very, very powerful here, and you can pick it up with the Rakan, and there's not really too many things left up in the pool that could really deal with that. I mean, Aphelios, same kind of deal, right? You know what you're getting out of Aphelios. Mako's pick, however, can just be about anything it wants to. I would definitely say, I think Nautilus being off the table, for me, heightens the value of the Rakan. I feel like the Alistar, the problem with the Alistar is you can get Braum on, and then you kind of lose bottom side priority. So we'll see, because I feel like this is obviously something that Mako is really, really liking. He's shown a lot of tendency to it recently.
Dude, it's
EDG
crazy.
as a team are comfortable with it, and it seems like such a unique thing to them. But yeah, anyway, that aside, TT's options. You go Braum if you want full defense. You go Rakan if you want to actually have a little bit of setup with the rest of the CC that's prevalent there. I feel like those are really the options. Rakan is going to be a little bit annoying inside of lane, difficult to pull off, but Braum will definitely shut down a lot of the engage options here from EDG and make turning around probably a little bit simpler. You can also, of course, go towards the Rel if you really want to, as Yao Yao had a really solid game on it. That seems like that's what the option is for them. So, TT, a much different draft, a lot more skirmish heavy in my mind. Whereas for EDG, it's a lot more about the 5v5s. We'll see exactly what TT are able to pull off, though, because these are very strong team fight, like, tools inside of the kits, right? It's just about how they actually come together. Whereas for EDG, it is a lot more self-driving on their end. And definitely saying, all right, look, this is very bread and butter. We let this go past 30 minutes, our champions will just champion. Whereas TT definitely need a little bit more execution on their front.
Bar of execution a little bit high, but I love to see the coach Xiaopeng specifically trying to talk to Yao Yao there as well, just making sure that this guy is going to have a lot of the conversation leading for TT. The Rel is going to be super crucial in setting up a lot of the success as soon as Yao Yao can get connecting with the rest of the team. And specifically Beichuan, I look to TT's comp to be a bit unlocked, but it is going to be a tough one. And it's a game 3 that I just love to see because we've got all the fight and all that heart left to give here on the Rift. And it's a TT who have had struggles. They are 2-9. They are desperate for victories, while on the other side, EDG, they are not desperate for victories. They are desperate to make a name for themselves. They are 3 in a row right now, looking to make it a 4th, and we're getting into game number 3. What a beautiful culmination here on our first super day of week number 6. It's Edward Gaming taking on Thunder Talk Gaming, and it's going to be a heck of a ride, so buckle on in.
Buckled and strapped down, I hope you are. As no doubt the Gyos will ring. A little less enthusiastic for EDG, admittedly. TT seemed to have the support back in the crowd after being, honestly, kind of manhandled at the Gyo department in game
What do you mean? Speak quietly, carry a big stick. That's the wording, right?
It's an interesting saying, so I've never
You never heard that?
myself.
I believe it's either JFK or I don't remember somebody.
Actually, I think you're right. I think it was JFK. I feel like
I learned that in school.
Yeah.
Anyways, we got 100th game in the LPL for Hoya. Oh, at least we have a little bit of track record there for him. And love to see now, again, the changing of hands of a couple things. We get UCal on the Nico. I think it can be huge. But TT not changing hands in their early approach. They're going to go for that early invade and try to split the map here.
I think they've identified that Uzi has been a really huge problem in these series. And if they can split the map, then they can keep him isolated, and not only the 2v2, but also keep JJ away as much as possible. So let's see how that one works out for them. Whether or not, I wonder if H1 gets cheeky here. I wonder if he just does red into a bot gank. Like, foregoes the Krugs and kind of keeps EDG off their timer, right? You're anticipating a specific time for a gank to come if you know that this split map is coming. Seems like he's just going to go towards the Krugs anyway, so no shenanigans. But EDG should have an idea. But JJ going towards his wolves makes me wonder if they actually know at all. So Krugs are going down. Time to look at the bot lane. What's the state saying? Because it looks like Mako and Uzi have priority.
They do, and they're actually going to get the push.
They just need level 2. They just need level 2. It doesn't matter that that ward is down. They just need the level 2. H1 has to be patient. Yao Yao and 1xN just have to hit the minions if they can without being pressured. They're going to pull the trigger now.
They're
anyway.
pulling it a little early. 1xN ends up getting Yao Yao. Now also Mako gets caught out. And where have we seen this one before? We were questioning a little bit the Alistar priority. We see it already taken advantage of early on. JJ is going to look for a response in the enemy jungle. But man, this bot lane going the way of TT is huge.
I'd say bold, but actually it's kind of smart. If he can... Does he have a ward? No, he doesn't have a trinket ward. So I was thinking if he can get a ward in this bush... Beitron's going to skip it. So he's going to walk straight into JJ here.
Okay.
He's going to be able to get out.
One has red buff, the other doesn't. I think you know which one wins.
Yeah, and one is also Viego with Conqueror, so very tough to overcome that one as an aftershock Sejuani. And What's he gonna do here? Does he want bot skull? He's kind of, it's a bit of a mind game now, because it's like, is Beitron gonna contest me for this bottom side skull, even though his bottom lane isn't here right now? It'll be kind of psycho, but it's somewhat doable with Yuka having priority in the mid lane. So he will still get it. They'll also acknowledge that the blue buff's there, so they could potentially look for a takeaway on that. If I was Beitron, I'd be beelining over here, to be honest. I feel like you can get Yuka to move, and even if 1xN had to catch the wave, it's something that you can maybe respond to. I don't really want to allow JJ to get any camps if you're Beitron, but they'll let it happen. And they'll just allow him to be given a little bit of breathing room. Mako level 2 in the mid lane. He's not going to pull the trigger, though it wouldn't be very unlike Mako, given the series he's been having so far.
True, yeah. But I will say there's been some also clutch moments. While we've seen a lot of catch-outs, I think the Alistar has become something you find a lot of comfort with to play around Uzi and be a lot of that step-up decision-making, I guess, for EDG. Because we know Mako is obviously a pretty big leader as we get a couple flashes exchanged. Fofo pretty quick with the hands there.
Yep, no flash on either side. We'll see how that changes JJ and Beitron's aggression towards this lane. So far, though, been pretty tame, and it's just been about a bit of a chess match going on between the pathing of both the junglers here, respectively. So far, Beitron technically winning out. He's got 1xN, first blood. It's definitely not a bad start, and Yukao forced out Fofo's flash, so we'll see whether or not Beitron can make his way towards the mid lane, maybe get that burst in. Interestingly enough, Yukao's gone Merc Tread, so he's not going to have a lot of extra damage, but it definitely does limit Fofo and JJ's ability to get on top of him, so I like that adaptation, and this control ward hasn't been spotted out, so EDG have complete information that he's here. We'll just triple wall and back away.
Get a nice little action started in the bot lane between 1xN and Uzi. 2v2 gonna go the way of EDG right now, at least. We have a hover around mid lane from Beitron. Will have been spotted on that ward, so Fofo can play a little bit with this vision and play pretty confidently as well.
Yeah. Not gonna be a problem here. We'll just step away. Level 6 is here.
All right. He thought Hoya was about to pop the ulti and go all in.
I thought Hoya popped the ult as well, but I think it's because
Ala got chickened.
No, Hoya procced Conqueror, and I think Ala just assumed the plant should spawn within the next 30 seconds. It always spawns before 6:30. Man. Well, that sucks, but he's still going to be able to catch the wave. Not going to be a problem. A little bit of RNG not going that way.
Oh, nice little crash down here as well, and Mako just gets caught out. That's 0-2. And the bot lane going the way of TT, man. They have resurged into this series, Jamada.
They really have. Early games, though, have been TT trended, so I'm gonna get ahead of myself. This has just been how these early games played out. TT looking really, really aggressively into EDG for plays 24/7. I love it. And they will pick up this dragon. There's going to be no answer either from EDG, so it's just free. Now it's about whether or not they can actually look towards the top side, pick up the Herald as well. And then just keep the ball rolling, right? These Herald, or Dragon stacks rather, won them the last game. Let's see how this engage started. I think it's just Yaya flash queuing, finding 2. Into a crash down. Yeah, really good. Really good from Yaya. Good flashing cleanse from Uzi, just to ensure he doesn't get chain CC'd, because if he's caught inside of that, I don't have to tell you where the story goes.
Now we do get a plate given over to Hoya on the top side of the map as well. Still looking for Didier to get involved on the rifts. Uzi in the bot side with Mako are still pressing their advantage though, and we're going to see a return to bot lane as the carousel continues to turn. But I might be hearing the rumble of thunder in the distance. They've already found a nice lead. It will be flash burned. That's something that EDG can play off of now.
Yeah, I mean, they are continually just really Mako, strangely enough. And I say strangely, but for the context of the series, it does, to a point, make sense. He's definitely been the weak link. If they can get 1xN kills, that's great. They just need to keep him relevant in CS, because right now Uzi is keeping pace. They know where JJ is. They're actually trying to make a turn, but I think they oversell it a bit. They make it a bit too obvious.
All right, you got level 6.
Left-hand side of the lane.
1xN has the killer instinct, Moonlight Vigil for Uzi. Ala finally goes back. Redemption! Yeah. He gets the fruit.
His 5 a day.
All right, Yukao.
Oh,
Going for the deepness here. As he's but he's off kilter. He looks a little bit off.
No,
he looks a little bit off. They know. They know. They
know
found him
now.
out. Sus. Somebody hit the emergency meeting button. Mako didn't get the meeting information. Somebody didn't get him the memo. Oh no! He's gonna get caught in the alcove yet again, and that's 0-3 for the support of EDG.
Oh god, it's so funny. I mean, obviously they recognize, but it's about that split second of not knowing whether or not it's actually Nico. You know, even though he kind of was a bit late to the wave, it doesn't matter. As soon as he gives them that brief second of hesitation, that's it. They find the pick. That kill that time goes on to Beichuan, but still feels really, really good. And they can just continue.
That's a 9-minute static shiv.
Yeah, it's actually really good for 1xN because he's
still
so far
on
behind.
a log sword, a boot.
He's not reset for
He
a long
has
time.
it back.
So
Yeah,
in all fairness, Uzi,
but he's not gonna get an item there.
He
could be close.
No,
could be
not.
close.
He also picked up tier 1 boots, so he's even 300 gold further behind. So it's just a BF.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
by the looks of it.
Hey, he's got some cool boots on. The Berserker Grieve variety. As it is Rift Herald started up by EDG, so I love this proactive move a little bit from them. While you do have Yaya, who's looking for the Roam Mako as well, it is all about controlling these objectives right now.
Control them. They will try to do for EDG. TT though, do you want to give up this Herald? Because you've got all your members here. 1xN has an item as well. Even if they give up the Herald, a fight is really, really lucrative for them if they can get it.
You got 1xN hovering with the killer instinct here. The Rift Herald did go over to EDG, and they make it out alive as well.
Okay, EDG quite happy with the objective and not actually finding a fight on the back end. And again, 1xN would have technically been in there first, right? Just because he can always follow up on killer instinct. So good job from EDG to just, you know, keep them at arm's length, secure that objective. But again, it's about the usage of it now. It's about where they actually find a little bit of extra gold. As TT immediately just rotate down towards the bottom side, trying to cover 1xN and maybe force Uzi off of something. But EDG, they got the memo. They've got Mako down here. They are just going to defend their AD carry as he catches this wave.
Yeah, a little bit of a sticky situation out here unfolding, but nothing else going to come over. We did just get Gore Drinker completed for Hoya on the other side, but you got about 50 seconds for a dragon to spawn. And I would see as reset does come through for Yao Yao if TT wants to try to continue stacking this one up. Because we were talking about the bar of execution needed for TT, and one thing that makes that a little easier is getting a lot of decision-making power around the Rift.
Yeah, definitely do agree. And if they can force decisions out of EDG by having some of these earlier dragons, then it'll definitely be a step in the right direction for them. For EDG, I think as long as they can get gold out of the Herald, they don't really care. Like, they're actually down 1.5k at the moment. So they would ideally like to probably put it into Uzi's back pocket, given the series he's been having as well. I think that's probably where you're going. See if you can stack a wave, or see if you can just catch TT out. Then look to drop the Herald afterwards, or maybe it's TT that actually find JJ. Just barely saw H1, but it's not going to matter for now.
Still the Sejuani, still pretty tanky. As the pings are coming from TT onto the Dragon, it will be started up and pulled out. As Hoya's on his way here, you got Alla with a TP available. EDG looking to contest with a distraction Rift Herald in bot lane. Here we go. We got JJ walking into the pit. It'll go over to Beichuan, but now afterwards you got Hoya coming to rejoin, and TT might want to turn this one around. Although Hoya steps up, it's actually the rest of TT who are a bit indecisive, and it looks like they actually turn around. So Hoya burning his Dominus for nothing. You do end up getting that double root.
Yeah, Spaceport though, double root was good, but I think just the fact that Mako's there to immediately stop Yao Yao, even if he wants to turn, just keeps TT away. But they get the dragon, crucially, and I'm not entirely sure if Uzi actually got anything.
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did. So the gold actually just ends up going into JJ's back pocket, and Stack Shiv is gonna deny a plate because of the wave clear. So all is pretty good for TT, all things considered.
Actually comes out a pretty heavy trade there.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the power of the Divine Sunder, right? We're actually getting a picture-in-picture. This is why I love our observers. So, does he end up getting anything?
No,
Looks
there's
like
no
it's
way.
just a big fat no. And not only that, it took
2 plates.
Technically, 3 plates, don't forget. Because it was 4.5 into where it's at right now. So, feels quite bad.
Oh.
Mako. Is Uzi gonna? Uzi's gonna stop his base.
The Prey Seeker is coming on his way. He said, "Yeah, I guess I'll stay around, Mako." It still is that item differential, and it's getting worse. I feel like Uzi does need to get this this item completed here, but can't do so with the amount of pressure that TT are putting bot side. We're looking at opposite side plays now for EDG and TT. ZZ wanted to punish Hoya for stepping up, but a dive is looking to be had for TT on the bottom side. Hoya's going to take the fight. He is about to have dominance, just got it back up. He pops it. I've seen this before in a 1v2, and Hoya was looking to turn it. Uzi is all alone bot side. What can you do when UCal is here as well? He's just trying to step on up on 1XN. Can he get the outplay here or try to give him the kills? UCal ends up picking it up.
Not bad. Good rotation in from TT. Both teams just reading both sides of the map as being the weaker side for now. Just looking to punish. And in TT's case, they'll get this bottom side tier 1. EDG won't get that tower on the top side, but it will trade it out instead for mid lane damage from Fofo. So still, even trades across the board. Herald spawns in 90 seconds. That's our next big objective, and this game feels really tense. I'm trying to gauge, like, how this game feels for TT right now, because they're all on first item. They've got the bar of execution, you know, to hop over. I'm sure they're acknowledging as well the scaling difference between these two compositions. Not just that, like, baseline value, but certainly how they interact with one another. And I think they know they're going to have to probably try and contest this. They want to keep EDG on the back foot for as long as possible. That's how you keep the pressure high. Because otherwise, if you just allow EDG the freedom to scale up Azir, Felios, Jax, these things will become very, very overbearing. And then it just becomes about, all right, can we find a good combo? You know, onto Uzi, onto Fofo, and it becomes a game of chicken very quickly. But even then, if the game becomes about the 2 carries of EDG, you still have to remember that there's a Jax in the game, and he certainly can always be a nuisance, even if he's going, you know, with a more tanky build towards the middle part of the game, post his Divine Sunder, which it doesn't even look like he is because he's got a longsword, so he's eyeing up a cleaver or maybe even a hull breaker. We'll see.
Oof, look at that gold. It's never good when the colors are all in line with each other like that, unless you're, I guess, the one that are on top. Right now, TT are the ones that have the advantage. It's about a 2,000 gold lead they've gotten for themselves. It's the 2 dragons. It's a decent amount of objective control. But the thing is, we have an Infernal Soul, and that's going to up that priority. It's going to up the tempo of those fights. We just got Gale Force completed for Uzi, and we just got a flash out of Mako to make sure he could get out.
Yep, Mako flash. Is that enough to just get the Herald? I think it is. So Herald, that's the cross-map play. It's Arla getting tier 1. So again, it's just gold traded. Fofo's going to push the top wave, but it's not going to be any pressure. So there you go. Arla continues to level up a bit here. How awkward would it have been if that smite was early enough for Fofo to maybe steal that? Herald goes over. Not going to be a disaster play. And 40 seconds now until the dragon spawns up. It's tense, Mazel. It's tense. Yukal's picked up a stopwatch on reset. Yao Yao's going back to base as well. But it's basically just 1 item champions on the map right now. Nothing more, nothing less.
And while I do appreciate a fight over soul as an importance, I feel like in a state of a game like this, a soul point dragon can actually be even more important. Uzi steps up, sees that extra minion there, but it can force the decision making later on for EDG. You can play around with it. You can trade barons, things like that. So TT, they definitely want to try to push this one out and get into position to contest, but it's going to be a 5-on-5 if they look to do so.
It certainly is. EDG don't want to give this over to them easy, and you can tell by the amount of vision they've claimed around the area. They are trying to set up their battle lines, and they don't want them to go any further than the entrances. Herald's been dropped. Oh god.
They were trying to catch out all over there.
At all. Yeah, so
a little bit early.
Herald ends up being a dud, Mazel. But what it has done is it's given TT potentially the space to slip in. EDG don't want to give this over because they've got all the vision control here. But I think unfortunately they failed. Maybe if Fofo can get some more soldiers down, but I think they should be able to just all squeeze through from the bottom side. So they're going to be here. Take a look at Arla. He's wrapping around.
He is unseen as well. He's going to have a huge flank angle before anyone can see him. I think he actually snuck around there, but they finally get the control ward back there. UCal, 1XN. They are the ones to watch. It's EDG trying to contest a soul point dragon here for TT, and they are looking a little hesitant. Ala was spotted out, but TT want to commit to the dragon pit.
They have to make a decision right now, otherwise EDG just pull the trigger and they surely win. Ala.
There's the trigger pull and the double counter strike as Yao Yao's already gone. Uzi is fired away. Pop lost over UCal. Is that enough to turn it around? We wanted to see UCal and 1xN step up, but it's EDG. Big ones. 3 sets are coming clutch. He actually finds it. And TT obliterate EDG.
It's a 5-for-2 ace. TT make it work. I had my eyes on the backline of 1xN and Ala putting down all the pressure. But whilst that's going on, it's Beijuan who's in the backline of EDG, ruining their day. Let's get a look at this because TT are hesitant for so long and you're just giving EDG a better angle time and time again. The initial burst is great. Yao Yao dies, but then Hoya's on the backline. He almost gets through Fofo. But this engage from UCal is beautiful. 4 members caught up in it. And then it's Beijuan who actually gets the Alistar form. That's why he's able to pressure Uzi so easily. And then it just turns into resets whilst Ala was putting in a lot of work and picking up UCal and putting a lot of pressure onto 1xN. It pales in comparison to what Beijuan was able to achieve in the backline.
EDG are coming back onto the map. No, they will not go down quietly. Although it is a lot of decision-making power and a decent lead for TT, you still got to go back to the conversation we've had looming over this entire game. The bar of execution is just easier for EDG as the time goes on.
Exactly. So, TT do need to keep the pressure high. That's the important thing. EDG, even though they're down a significant amount of pressure, map state, game state, temporarily, it can still be a position they can win from, as they've already done in this series. It wouldn't be the first time today alone. So TT, what they want now, vision lines really high on this top side of the map. They want to really suffocate EDG, make them feel like they're always going to be starting out the Baron, and actually see if they can. But just don't make the same mistake Weibo made earlier. Good attempt from JJ there.
Yeah, he's trying to
can't
find
really
it
follow
out.
him. No flash, no cleanse. It's definitely a good target, but won't be able to follow up on that. So that's just an ultimate burned. With only the Baron on the map, it's not the end of the world. TT is looking for resets now, but you really do want to start setting up on the top side. Just temporarily, right? Be on the map for 2 minutes, get a reset from Yao Yao at that 1.5 minute mark away from Dragon, and then just send them to the bottom side with Beijuan or with Hoyer, and then just reclaim the bottom side vision. I'll see how TT decide to approach this next 3 minutes, because I feel like their minds could just be one-tracked onto this Infernal, right? Like, Soul, really, really important, but I wonder after last game, giving over the Elder, how much they want to, you know, potentially repeat the same sin that EDG ended up doing.
Now we are really waiting for item spikes. You got that Nashor's Tooth completed for 1xN. You're still waiting for that second over there for Uzi, more than likely that Kraken Slayer, but that is a big spike here for them, and they need to wait for that. But I don't know if you can wait as much, because TT are going to keep pressuring you as much as possible and maybe even try to force your hand around the Baron.
This is what TT want to do, but they're not really committing to it. It's EDG that keep on being able to push into this side of the map. They do have one ward, but I actually know it's there because of the ping system, so they're all good. They also see that ward, so that ward can get cleared out if JJ can make it in time. 6 seconds. The new sweeper. They have control wards, so it's okay. And it does make me wonder, yeah, side lane is something that's been pretty undisturbed. Maybe this is also an avenue for both sides, actually. Like, if TT can catch out Ala without investing too much, definitely remove an important piece off the board for EDG, but also if they overcommit, then EDG can maybe look for a Baron, a Felios and Azir, especially if a Felios has the right guns for it. Absolutely destroy the Purple Worm, so I feel like both these guys are kind of stun-locked right now. There's no real easy decision to make, with the exception of TT just waiting for this Dragon, which is now coming up in a little bit over a minute's time, so expect Yao Yao to start putting down some vision on that side of the map. Expect EDG to also just shift over in terms of presence down there too.
Yeah.
Yukao's teleporting, so he doesn't feel like he's going to have anything to buy. And he's just going to be down here helping Yao Yao out. Also, maybe it was just for the blue buff.
Yeah. All right, let's look at the guns here. Let's look at the arsenals coming in. We don't have a third item completed for 1xN. He does have pieces. He had the Zhonya's completed for Yukao. You had the Black Cleaver there for Beijuan, and now the Sterix for Hoya. On the other side, you did get that Kraken Slayer for Uzi. That is what I'm looking at. That can be the difference maker here, but it's a fight that EDG are going to have to take because you do not want to give an Infernal Soul to this TT roster.
No, you do not. Infernal definitely pushed the edge over in the combat to TT even more, and it's just going to create an even bigger bridge for EDG to have to cross in the extended period. Yukao, no spells
Finally
up.
catch out
It's a bit
early.
messy.
Hoya in a bit of trouble here as EDG have the preemptive strike available to them. Ala could look for a backline access. He doesn't get the counter strike he wants. Yao goes forward. The engage the Pod Blossom TT. They might do it. Look at 1xN. He's still untouched back there, but the health bars of TT are getting so low. And EDG with the damage. They come in with a big moment, and that's the Dragon denial from TT.
Oh god, EDG finds such a nice fight there. I think the fact that Beichuan wasn't able to actually siphon up a form in the middle of that mosh pit means that he's not able to perform the level of magic he did in the previous Dragon fight. And whilst that was all going on, Fofo, Uzi were outside of that mosh pit, so they were able to just dump all of their damage into the pot. And it means that TT don't have the health bars to deal with that at all. And again, a little bit scattered as well from both sides, to be honest with you. EDG chucking different engage tools into different members. TT on the same response, kind of just trying to back up and regroup, recollect. You can see so it's like JJ onto Yao, Mako onto Hoya. It's a little bit disconnected. Then the ultimate gets chucked in for good measure. Lands onto Beichuan. Then there's a massive put together here between the ultimates of Yukao and the Gravity Well. You start to think, man, this is good, but I think Beichuan was rooted or CC'd or something. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was the Gravitum or what it quite was, but the end result was that Beichuan could not actually siphon the form and maintain a lot more HP than he would have liked going into that passive proc. So EDG, they get this dragon, and it's big, right? Stopping that Eldest from spawning up, stopping TT crucially from getting the soul. And not only that, like, all of your carries thrive off of just flat numbers, right? Azir, Aphelios, everyone.
Whoa! We got the engage on a Uzi that goes a little bit wide. It was a full commit from TT to try to set the tempo, but he does survive, end up having to use literally everything in his arsenal.
No blame though. If they kill him, they can go straight to Baron, but it's still Flash and Cleanse off of Uzi, so I like this from TT. Showing the aggression. I'm not even sure how or why Hoya ended up in that position.
Back to full health?
He is back to full health. I mean, it's just red buff and a little bit of vamp he's got. Not too bad, but also if 1xN hit that W, it would have been passive proc.
Yep.
It would have just been the flat W passive damage, and he certainly would have died. A little bit off the mark there, unfortunately, for himself. But I still like the creativity. And now TT have to just sit back. Have to wait. Dragon is probably the next port of call. Do they find Arla? I mean, I feel like this is a weird place to be for both of these top laners. Yeah,
this is Derek's Gage pop by Hoya. He's going to have to watch out for that turret shot,
Baron.
though. As Baron started up by EDG,
Yeah,
we got to
1xN
see
was down
Beichuan make something happen here. It's already getting low, and Beichuan gets kicked out away. Yukao, he's on the back, but it doesn't matter. Look at 1xN. 1xN takes down Uzi. That's actually so huge. Oh, my God, TT. The thunder is rolling, and they're doing it one by one. Yukao's trying to chase them down here, but EDG, they have flailed. They have fought, but they're fighting themselves into a death as Mako gets caught again. And TT, the grittiness is insane.
It so is. Arla's he's gonna get that execution, but my God, the fact that they're able to find Uzi, it's just from the back of the pick previously, right? And the reason why EDG start of this Baron is because they see 1xN down there, but at level 2 ultimate, you can cross 3,000-ish. I think points of range, and the fact that he gets CC'd, Uzi just gets one-tapped. I mean, look at him on the pit. It's Yukao burst. I think Yaya actually goes over him. And then 1xN just finishes the job.
He doesn't miss that Prey Seeker that time.
No, he does not. And Prey Uzi was to 1xN. Arla and JJ just have to be sent back in. Beichuan does his best on the rundown, and he does eventually find Mako. Arla gets the execution. But still, TT, they lose out on the Baron. That's going to suck, right? In terms of trying to close out this game, but they take it off of enough members for EDG for it to not feel that bad. And now, Dragon spawns up in a minute's time. Uzi should have Cleanse by then, but he's still not going to have Flash. And when you take a look at TT, Who's got flash? It's Yukao, it's Yao Yao, it's 1xn.
Yeah.
These guys can reposition, they can dive deep and afford to kill off this guy.
And 1xn is now on 3 items as well that Guinsu's completed. They're still lagging a little bit behind for Uzi. The thing is, though, you don't have time to lag behind. You got a dragon coming up in 40 seconds, and just like last time, you're going to have to drag that fight out somehow, some way. And already TT have pre-positioned a ton of wards, and they are looking to control this objective.
Yeah, they are. They are. TT is complete darkness. Thank you very much, observers. You never hear our thank yous, but thank you anyway. Really does put into perspective what EDG see. And the answer is not too much. Yukao's on this flank here. But EDG, I don't think they're going to take the bait. They're going to throw up the Azir tower. They're just going to push mid for now and try and make TT blink. If they can keep Arla mid for a little while longer, I think he'll probably be the best ball call unless they want him on this flank, and I think that's where they want him. Yukao still on the side, but he's been spotted out, so now he has to rejoin his team or just stay on this angle.
Oh, Hoya. He's a little bit caught on the side. EDG want to pounce on him. Look at Yukao, though. Yukao has a deep flank, and Yao Yao's trying to set him up for it. The Emperor's Divide back, though. 1xn goes to reset on the side. The flash forward, though. Yukao is able to set them up. Hoya buying a lot of time, but isn't going to be enough. You still have the damage dealers from EDG up, and more importantly, even if Uzi is gone, Fofo is still getting pretty large and in charge. The Dragon is here, and the fight needs to happen here for TT. They can get it. Yao Yao getting poked down pretty heavily. The the Prey Seeker is not actually landing, and that is another denial. I was saying they needed to find a drag out fight, and they did. That's 2 Dragon denials in a row for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, it is. And again, the carries are just going to get stronger, right? The flat percentages are going to feel really, really good for Fofo, for Uzi. And yeah, Thunder Talk a little bit too split there. Yukao was looking for the flank for a really, really long time, and he could just never quite find the angle until he did. But even then, it didn't really have the best follow-up in the world. Yukao's behind on the left-hand side of your screen. Hoya's getting caught out, and Yao Yao also eats a combo. The re-engage is pretty good in this choke on top of Fofo, but again, the follow-up isn't instant, right? And I think that's the big problem. It gives Fofo enough time to reposition. Beichuan's on top of Uzi, and then Hoya is able to just about get out some damage. I think there's a Pot Blossom in the middle of that. Yeah, that's why he actually dies.
Yep.
That's what kills him off. Or the Q, rather, not the Pot Blossom. Very similar in what they do. We know what I mean, though.
You did just get 3rd item there, Kraken Slayer for Beichuan, but you do have some fight in the EDG arsenal as well. When we're seeing kind of what they're completing now, you do also get the kind of Shadow Flame Zanya's combo there for Fofo now, but specifically, you've bought in a lot of time for EDG, and that's something we talked a lot about earlier on in the game, was that this team comp is still an easier bar of execution than TT's. TT's have just been executing, and that's why it's been looking so favored for them. But we are dead even 31 minutes in, and this series has fully delivered on every level of fighting.
Yeah, it really has. I feel like as well, people probably would have had... Oh, Allah.
He is completely caught out here. Does get the leap strike out. He is still the Jax. There's the flash forward, though, and the Heartbreaker out. Allah. He makes it out alive.
Yeah, Beichuan just overestimating his damage a little bit. But you understand the frustration. They want the pick now, and if they can find the pick before the Baron spawns up, just because of how long the death timer should be, maybe Arla's forced to teleport back in onto the map. So, nice forward thinking from TT. They just don't quite have the damage. Jax a little bit too strong at this point in the game. His cooldown's a little bit too low.
And you see the Siege with the Sun Disc set up for EDG. You should be able to easily take out this tier 2 tower. Don't think they'll stay for much more. Just maybe some Oh, Hoya! Oh. He finds the backline here as Yukao gets pushed back by Mako. It's a reset of the line of scrimmage, and it's actually EDG who catch out Beichuan.
Oh,
Is he just going to go down? Beautiful flash from Denje, and it's all going forward, getting caught out by his lonesome. His team going to try to reform around him as Fofo saves the day with some presence. And EDG protect the President Cup, but this time for Allah.
Yeah, they keep him alive, and I don't think I need to tell you what dead jungler means when the Baron's up. So what can TT actually do about this, if anything? I think they just have to give this up for free. They can try and look for a fight, but they're chunked out.
Oh, they want to fight it. They got the TP in from Yukao. They're going to try to get a big Pot Blossom here. Here he goes. He misses it. Mako gets the big clutch. That's why you take the Alistair. We were questioning it. We were wondering why. And the moment comes due, and EDG stream forward.
This is it for EDG. They should be able to close out, potentially. It's 2 long death timers on Hoya and Yao Yao. If they can't end, they can certainly get the inhibitor, and that'll be enough damage to just snowball it into hopefully controlling this next Infernal Spawn, if they even need it. Let's see how far they're willing to go, Mazel, because this is 5 versus 3.
This is a team that's been dragged to 3-game distances, all 3 of their previous wins. If they win here, it'll be a 4th in a row. It is heartbreaking to see TT on the back foot here with how much positive we've seen out of them in this series. But you have to be able to close out games, and that has been the biggest question when we've looked at TT in this split so far.
He really has. He really has. And again, the 2-9 scoreline, potentially soon to be 2-10. Really doesn't reflect their overall.
Dude, the one moment you need that just made all of the deaths worth it.
Yeah, every single death that Mako's had throughout this game basically rectified in one press of a headbutt. And because remember, Yukao, if he finds Uzi there, there's probably very solid, very, very solid follow-up. And now TT, they're down the Vision, they're down the Baron. Fortunately, EDG are more interested in actually keeping control of this area, as opposed to pushing up on the bottom side and maybe opening up the base for 2 inhibitors. So
this is pretty big though,
TT.
Jamada. We did get double Rabadons completed for TT. A couple items there as well, needing to be there to have the damage profile here. And it's EDG who are in front of the Dragon. You see how much poke they're already able to get on Yao Yao, but it is TT trying to set up something. If they can get resets for Beituan, they can get any kind of setup in a flank. It could be the difference maker here.
Yeah, they just need access to Uzi. He's got cleanse, but he's got no flash still. Yukao has his. That's the big differential here. Beituan's just chilling in his fog. Doesn't want to overextend. TT need to make up their minds. They need to figure out what they're doing. They need to do it now.
Boy, got his mind made up for him. He's going in. He finds Uzi. He finds Uzi. He finds Uzi. And now they get the big pick out. TT with the resets. They might have it. Fofo's still pretty big, but Fofo gets gunned down. That's huge. TT make one fell swoop happen against EDG, and the fight back has been incredible. We see Aldo trying to get something back, but there's nothing left. And finally, after all this time, TT will get this Dragon Soul unless JJ can get a miracle. But they had to go through 3 separate Dragon fights. They finally get it.
All right, they get it now. TT have this Infernal Soul. It's going to help out the combat so much. EDG, though, are still scaled, Mazel. And at the end of the day, Uzi also didn't blow his cleanse throughout that team fight somehow. So the next time that these 2 butt heads, chances are Uzi might have some of the spells back up. I'm hyped for TT, but I'm still remaining cautiously aware of the situation. Yeah, that gives them vision. And then Hoya just goes through everyone. They just make their mind up. They just say, we're going to kill Uzi. Gets stunned up. He doesn't. Even if he cleanses, he's dead. There's too many people on top of him too quickly.
Yeah.
And this is why, for TT, this comp, it needs to collapse on multiple fronts. It cannot play front to back. Felt like it was a similar deal from EDG last time out. This time it's the same for TT, and this time they're able to pull it off.
Oh,
wait, Uzi's dead.
Uzi's dead.
Whoa. What?
Hopefully we'll get a replay of that one, but Uzi being off the table is so huge. But I will just say I needed some time to talk about 1xN, man. This guy has stepped up in this game 3 so hugely. He came over from Joy Dream, the LDL squad of JDG, and he's 8-0-10. 37 minutes into a game that EDG had a lot of damage through and control of.
This guy probably grew up watching Uzi play League of Legends. And yeah, he just
fell for the trick again.
Oh, man. That's it. It's as simple as that. And I mean, we're 36, 37 minutes into a game. Can you blame a player for just kind of having a lapse in memory for a brief moment that Nico's in the game? Not really. They find the pick, gets them another tower, gets them 2 actually. They picked up the tier 2 right on the top side, so really, really good play from Yukao. Baron's up in 60 seconds. Uzi has both his summoner spells, and that's crucial. And he's got a stopwatch as well. Hex Drinker just to deal with some of the burst from 1xN and Yukao. I don't think it's necessarily going to keep him alive 100%, but numbers are numbers, and it's certainly going to make them deal less damage, and that can be crucial.
I will say though, 1xN is the scariest beast on this rift right now. If he finds a big catch out with the killer instinct, which is at this point always up when it needs to be, he will literally just delete somebody, and it can be Uzi, and we've seen what happens. Yes, Fofo has some decent damage. He's on 4 items now, but it is Uzi who will be the carry of this EDG roster.
It will be 3 items, 3.5, but staring down a 1xN with 5. Needs to be careful. He's mispositioned a couple of times now. He's actually got the most deaths. Oh no, actually, tell the line Mako. No matter what, will probably lead that chart. But Uzi needs to be careful. He has to sit a little bit further back than he has been. I'm not sure if he can cycle over potentially to green and white. But I feel like being red and blue right now. Yeah, so he's got red and white. I think he needs to get rid of red.
That's a flash out of H1. That's actually pretty big.
Yeah, very crucial member H1 has been. So less defensive tools. Teleport's coming back here from Fofo. Iron completion, maybe a pot as well. Too short, can't quite see. Either way, TT don't want to give up this Baron. EDG don't want them to have it either, because it will eclipse the Elder being up, so you have to be careful. Hoya, 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 Hoya.
Can't be caught out there. Can't be caught out. He is, though. Gets the Steris gauge pop there. Does still have a lot of that tankiness and have some sustain for his own.
Oh, Yucal again.
Yucal. He finds JJ, but is still the tanky member of EDG. But Yao, they don't care. At this point, you get shredded like paper. And it's 1xN who steps up.
Oh.
Now he's got an access. He's got access. He's got access. He finds the killer instinct, but he can't go all the way in. The rest of TT are looking for it. EDG, that's a death kill! And Yucal, the saving grace, the angel that comes down from the storm clouds of Thundertalk Gaming, comes up big again, and finally they will reach the damn mountaintop.
They should be able to close this one out. It's been 3 games of complete hell from both sides, but after 40 minutes, several Barons, and a pick onto those who are most important to EDG, they will close out.
The last saving grace of EDG falls, and TT will put a stop, a hamper, a halting to the EDG streak, and they will end their own loss streak. Look at that! Celebrate the wins, baby! And Yucal will finally find the carries that he had been looking for. An incredible series from TT, and you can see how much it means to this roster.
You just can't on their faces, and I think they're gonna, despite the situation they're in the table, the chances of them getting to playoffs, very, very slim. You can still understand why being a team like EDG is just gonna be such a big boost to the mental of a team that has been struggling to find wins. And you saw all of the bright spots throughout this series, and I feel like the weaknesses of EDG simply just are counted out by the strengths of what TT often bring to this early game. And in this case, they were able to go toe-to-toe time and time again with EDG, and EDG weren't able to clean up some of their early game messes to ensure that they could keep TT at bay.
Dude, 1xN coming up so unbelievably clutch against the man, the myth, the legend, the live reality Uzi. And to have that kind of performance on a Kaisa that was hotly contested by Uzi early on in the series, and to do that in the way he had, an incredible moment from TT. I love that in literally every game, Yucal was ahead, but the fact you see that sigh of relief again on the players, it is 1xN who rose above the occasion and truly made a mark.
What a moment. What a moment for TT. What a moment individually for the players. But I think also just what a moment for, relief, I suppose, right? This was supposed to be a series, and, I kind of briefly mentioned it earlier. Out of the matchups we had today, this should have theoretically been the most one-sided of today. But TT did not give a damn, and it felt like one of those moments, there's, I think it's Perks, the very classic one where he's like, I don't care if we're probably going to lose. Let's make them bloody sweat for it. And I feel like TT not only made them sweat for it start to finish, but they really just pushed them over the edge. And yeah, EDG, I think for me, unfortunately, didn't really have what it had to actually take down TT in those team fights. It felt like once TT actually found their gear, and yes, there was a lot of times where they were certainly off key with one another, it was a little bit too much to deal with. And yeah, I'm just very, very pleased for TT that they could find this win now at this point in the season, even though the chances of that top 10 bye probably done. Again, what it means for the confidence, but also what it does for the middle of the table, right? When you talk about the consequences, I'm sure we'll get to that when we start to close out later on, but what a moment for TT.
Yeah, I think incredibly enough to be able to see the grit shown by this team, even if they are at the bottom of the standings, but particularly to kind of have the kinds of performance they had and looking ahead for them, right? It does not seem like an easy path ahead, but I think primarily for EDG, it is looking a little bit introspectively at how to make these team compositions work. I feel like Ala actually had a pretty quiet series, which I would like to see a little bit of a pickup in that, but we saw how much focus bot lane needed, and a lot of the times it ended up being 2 carries to 1, it felt like, every single time, where Uzi was the step up, but it was always UCal and 1xN coming in clutch.
Yeah, I feel like 1xN just, he had the secret sauce today with this final Kai'Sa pick, right? He was not necessarily on these kind of very explosive picks throughout, but this final game, he decided to try and make it work, and I feel like the takeaway from Uzi was one that definitely worked out for them, just because, again, I feel like Uzi's been so comfortable on this Kai'Sa alongside Alistar on from Mako that it just wasn't really something that perhaps EDG weren't necessarily prepared to deal with. I think even coming into this game, right, the fact that they're going 3 scaling lanes, scaling jungler, I think it really spoke to me about where potentially EDG are at mentally after such a messy set of games where they just go, right, TT are actually, you know, they're bringing it to us. They're actually fighting for these games. Let's just take a step back, draft a composition that plays itself, and wait for our champions to just do their thing. Eventually TT will fall off, but unfortunately, one thing that scaling at the baseline level doesn't account for is individual performance, and in this case, 1xN,
Dude,
man. I mean,
12-0-11. Oh my god, this guy is insane. This was also his first stage Kai'Sa of the summer split, which is just awesome, man. I always have a soft spot for developmental players, but it's been such incredible moments to see growth like this from 1xN just coming over from the JDG LDL squad. But we do have our interview ready to go, so let's go ahead and kick it over to Wendy and see what they have to say.
Thank you so much, guys, and yeah, good to see you here. What a game, I must say. Especially for Game 3, we can't tell who's going to win until the very last minute. So tell us more about the last fight around the river. How did you guys manage to find a very great angle to make the heart engage, to show your great performance and also the flawless team fight? So tell us more about around there, and also how do you feel at this moment after getting the precious victory against EDG? 那首先恭喜你们获得今天比赛的胜利。其实感觉今天打得非常有来有回，特别是第3局，感觉不到最后1秒，我们都不知道谁会获胜。所以说也想问一下，在最后1局、最后那一波在河道的团，你们当时是发生了什么？当时关注的重点是什么？能够为我们展现非常漂亮的团战，非常完美的开团，以及面对 EDG 打赢了他们以后，拿下了非常珍贵的胜利，有什么感觉呢？
就最后一波的时候，其实我们这个阵容就主要是靠我跟尤卡2个开团吧，然后就是当时知道他们都那个第一时间人是在大龙那边的，所以就抓住这个机会把他们打野逮住了，然后再等尤卡打下一波，他们杀他们C 位就很好赢，然后就打他们EDG 就特别想赢吧，然后就赢得蛮开心。
Yeah, around the last fight, because we have already known, like forward draft, the Nico and I, the Rel, the 2 of us are the one that need to have the heart engaged for the whole team. So the 2 of us really need to use our skills to help the team to engage the fight. So around the river, because we feel like the opponent's team, they would like to just do the sparring, and also their jungler. Their jungler that surrounding is in around the river, so I'm the one that made the heart engage, and then we just wait the Nico to make the heart engage in the second time to kill all the opponents around there. And after that, it can be a very easy win for us. And also because we really have a super strong feeling in today's game, we really have a very strong feeling that we would like to have the win. So after today's game, be able to get the win against EDG, I'm super happy and very excited. And also, we feel like definitely it can be a very hard time for TT because we feel that the whole team really struggled a lot this split. So do you feel like which part the team made some improvements on in order to get the win for today's game? 那我们其实也知道，感觉最近 TT 在这个赛季吧，都是有一些比较艰难的一段时光，你们也是挣扎了很多。那你觉得可能来到今天的比赛，是哪一部分做的比较好，能够在今天获胜呢？
就我们之前一直状态不太好吧，然后我自己也是有很多问题，然后发挥很不稳定，然后没找到自己的状态，有些时候很容易。然后但是今天打他们嘛，我就是一直都很佩服 Miko， 然后就是打他感觉就特别想赢，然后也把之前的问题都改正了，然后就能打得更好，打就能赢吧。
Because I must say, before today's game, we didn't manage to have a very good momentum, didn't manage to have a very good form for the whole team. And personally, I got so many issues for so many parts that maybe I made some mistakes here and there. I didn't manage to do so well for the in-game contents. But and because of that, we didn't manage to show you guys a very stable performance previously. But coming into today's game, because I will be facing against Mako, and Mako is a player that I really respect. He's a very respectful player, so I really would like to get the win against Mako. So because of that, I really fixed a lot of mistakes personally, and we just have a very strong feeling to chase this win. And also, I feel like the whole team we just did manage to have a very good performance for today's game to show you guys, and that's the main reason for us to be able to win today's game. And also, I want to tell a little bit more about your reel, because to be honest, in this split on the stage of LPL, Real didn't manage to get any single win against Alista, but you did it. And also, it feels like your Real really performed so good in all the team fights. So what's the key in making your Real so different and so strong? 那其实也想问一下关于瑞尔这个英雄，因为其实你的瑞尔感觉是今天的表现是非常好的，但其实还有一个小小的 TMI， 就是可能在这个赛季在 LPL 的一个赛场上，其实瑞尔面对牛头都是没有获胜的，但是你今天却表现得非常亮眼。你觉得你的瑞尔为什么能够这么强，这么与众不同呢？
因为瑞尔跟牛头这两个英雄，其实就。大家就两个英雄都能玩，我觉得就是看就谁的发挥更好一点，然后处理的更好一点。因为这个两个英雄都是可以开团，也可以互相盯住对面，限制住对面的。就是比较讲究打法吧。然后发挥的好一点，就很好打。
Yeah, I must say for Alista and Real, this champion, I feel like they are quite similar. Both of them can be played on the stage in this meta, and also they have the similar function. Both of them can make the heart engage, and also they can restrain the opponent's position in the actual game. So basically, we feel like they're quite similar. If we can just play them so well, so they can have the similar function. We can just have a very good play on those champions. And also for today's game, we feel like you guys can always have a very gorgeous early game play to control all the neutral objectives, to win the skirmishes. What's the focus? What's the early game strategy from TT? 那最后一个问题也是，感觉你们今天好像每一次前期总能打得很好，然后无论是小规模的碰撞，还是说一些对于野区资源的控制，所以说你们可能前期的一些思路或者说重点是什么呢？
就前期，因为其实玩瑞尔还有就是很多时候可以抓住很多机会吧。然后北川前面的节奏也特别好，然后总能我们一起配合找到一些很好的机会。我觉得今天大家都打得挺好的，就前期。
Yeah, I must say for real, this champion, she can really play super proactively and super aggressively in the early game. And also together with Beitran, our jungler, we can really do a lot of stuffs to get all the objectives to open the situation for the whole team. And also, I would like to give credits to all my other teammates because we feel like for today's game, all of them just performed so good. I would like to give my appreciation to all of them. And thank you for the sharing and congratulations again. 再次恭喜你们。And back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Wendy, and great to hear from Yao Yao, especially to hear a lot of the relief, a lot of the conversation to have. But an incredible, gritty fight against EDG ends up with a 2-1 victory for TT, Jamada.
Yeah, what an incredible series! What an amazing set of games we've had today. This has been really insane.
Series.
Yeah, but I think this series really capped it off, right? As the crowning piece to our first or our penultimate week technically of games here, which is crazy to say. We're in the first week of July, but yeah, for TT again, you know, I was just saying, actually, it's in the Twitch, I was saying it's cathartic for them. They have to feel amazing as someone who. All right, look, you know, we're going to talk about this MVP for a second.
My feed is frozen, so I can't see the MVP.
Oh, your feed's frozen. Okay, no problem. Yukal's up on the screen as the MVP. He did an amazing job, don't get me wrong. But man, did 1xN low-key kind of deserve it, I've got to say. Look, aside from that, though, he did have an amazing game. Let's not take it away from him. He absolutely popped off in some of these team fights, finding multiple people back to back to back to back. And that was kind of the foundation for a lot of the positive team fights that ended up coming out from the side of TT here. So even though, of course, 1xN had a massive performance, you know, Yukal did pull his weight too. I'm not sure if we've entirely lost Mazel or if his feed's just frozen.
I mean, I'm still here. I just can't see anything. It's just stuck on me laughing and you laughing. You know, honestly, I don't mind the picture.
Hey, that's fine. Well, we still have MVP on the screen, so that's fine. But yeah, MVP goes over to Yukal. Well deserved. And yeah, he has been the glue for this TT lineup, I think, for a very long time. We've spoken about him as the very positive aspect, and now that we're starting to see multiple members come together, whilst he's still really performing heavily well, now his team are also starting to catch up a little bit with him at time to time, and you can see what it means when it comes to some of these team fights.
Yeah, I'm sure it looks really cool.
It looks great, I'm sure.
I'm sure it looks
Maybe not
great.
the best toss from me, I'm sorry.
I'm just sitting here just looking at ourselves and be like, wow, these guys. No, but specifically, I can't see what's going on, but Yukal does deserve mention. I know I was pushing in the break, I was like, 1xN should have got it, 1xN. But I think without a lot of the setup through Yukal, you would be lacking here in the last game, especially.
Yeah, you definitely would be. A lot of it did really come down from him, and I think it was probably that last fight there that really got him that MVP vote, to be honest. Excellent job entirely. Hello, still of Mazel, who still looks as handsome as live Mazel. I'm actually looking the wrong way. I think you're my right. Yeah,
Am I
right.
still now?
Hi,
Do I
still.
have to keep
Yeah, you're
looking
still
at my
now,
camera?
unfortunately. Yeah. But yeah, I think what an amazing series. It's sometimes you often forget that like esports can provide such not just entertainment but also just riveting stories, and I think this was one of those moments where you get to actually sit back, watch that happen, and kind of just think to yourself, man, what a beautiful game this can be sometimes. I think we're probably going to be wrapping up soon now. I'm not sure if we have anything like standings or today's results.
It should go to the results than the standings of tomorrow's games.
Right? Yeah, that's
there you go. I'll lead you in the right direction.
Thank you. So I'm sure once we have those ready, we will jump over to them. But yeah, for now, I think just reveling in the fact of TT success, and probably now I think will start to be a good time to talk about what that means for the standings and what today's results generally meant as well, right? Because now that middle of the pack that we were talking about as, thank you very much, reduction, we get NIP taking down RNG to level themselves up to 6-6. Weibo losing to WE taking them down in a 3-game series brings them both to 6-5, and EDG not being able to claw the win out from TT means they're 6-6 too. So if we go over to the next slide, I'm hoping the standings are ready, we'll see that there's about 7 teams basically from about 4th/5th place all the way, I think about 5th place, down to basically 10th, almost 11th that are sat on
Yeah.
6 wins. It's pretty absurd how the standings sit right now.
It is actually pretty crazy, and I think, you know, stopping EDG's run here while TT are not necessarily in that top running is actually a really big step in a crazy direction for the LPL here.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this. So basically 6th all the way down to 10th, all on 6 wins. Yeah, that's really absurd. The gap as well between 10th and 11th has opened up, and you start to wonder about, you know, those backline runners like AL and like FPX, whether or not they can actually catch up despite the late burst of form that they found themselves having, whether or not they can actually do it. I guess we'll have to see. I know FPX's schedule is actually a little bit tough. It's mostly just AL maybe, but even then, it's still really, really hard. So yeah, top 10 potentially starting to look a little bit secure, but of course you never know what can happen in the back end of an LPL season, especially one with turnaround as fast as this.
Yeah, it is truly a gauntlet, specifically this heckin' summer split that we have. And I still can't see, but I'm gonna guess that we're gonna have tomorrow's games coming up here pretty soon. You know, could be very interesting.
Yeah, it's right now.
It's
right now. It's all good. It's all good. I'm
sending. I just sent Jamada what I see, and I hope he appreciates the picture because I'm gonna hold it in my brain for the rest of my life. But it is going to be a fun one. We're starting off with FPX versus JDG. Then we're going to Ultra Prime versus OMG. And then our newly framed match of the week, Billy versus Top Esports. It's going to be a banger.
Yeah, you know, I think originally it was the game on Sunday.
JDG IG, I believe.
Yeah, it was JDG IG or something like that. Penned in super early as match of the week, because the weekend games were pretty, well, you know, potentially one-sided, right? But now we have Top Esports versus Billy midweek. That's going to be an exciting as hell matchup. And even before that, right? OMG, how are they going to bounce back against their loss the other day to LNG, right? They looked pretty out of sorts, all things considered. They need to find a win against Ultra Prime just to ensure that they can try and keep pace with the top side of the table, especially if, considering the series after them is BLG Top Esports. If BLG win, that puts Top Esports back within reach of, you know, kind of that contention for that top 4 spot.
True that. But this has been an incredible night of the LPL. We got all 9 games delivering you the craziest of actions from the best league in the world. I have been Mazel. I've been joined by Jamada. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm sorry you have a still image of me now, but we'll be right back with more action tomorrow in the LPL. So make sure you're here, same time, same place, and get your crazy as your game ready to go. As we'll see you there, and we'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.